Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
All in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose, how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. No energy that can move me, I feel like I'm in the movie. Watch how they try to imitate me, but can't nobody else do me. People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in, can't nobody defeat me. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta's gon' be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work in the play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweet, yeah. Ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Yeah, show you how a real chick's supposed to. Get a brand new fit, cost a rover. And I'm real slim, thick, Coca-Cola. Why you thirsty for a pic? You a poser. Evian on the chain, bubble bath, champagne. Went from Spain to Dubai, I guess hot on the plane. Just saying, this how you supposed to. I'ma show you how a real chick's supposed to. Yeah. This one, this or that. All my diamonds mix and match. All my whips I bought in cash. ACDC back in black. You can't buy this bag of sacks. Send my paper through the fax. I'ma drag it by your tracks. Vouchers, wake up, you sleep. Split your rent on Fashion Nova. I guess that for free. Noble with my friends. We eat. Even with them stripper heels, no, I'm out of reach. Show you how a real chick's supposed to. Get a brand new fit, cost a rover. And I'm real slim, thick, Coca-Cola. Why you thirsty for a pic? You a poser. Evian on the chain, bubble bath, champagne. Went from Spain to Dubai, I guess hot on the plane. Just saying, this how you supposed to. I'ma show you how a real chick's supposed to. Tank, fill up the tank, yeah. Frank, fill up the bank, yeah. Clank, sippin' on drink, yeah. Lame, you lame, I do what you can't. Album drop it, put all of you goofies on hiatus. He asked for my number and I asked for a base statement. Ain't no drama off the Tijuana on vacation. Got my slappy seconds, I just said congratulations. Vouchers, wake up, you sleep. Henny in my cup, I don't sip no tea. Noble with my friends, we eat. Even with them stripper heels, no, I'm out of reach. Show you how a real chick's supposed to. Get a brand new fit, cost a rover. And I'm real slim, thick, Coca-Cola. Why you thirsty for a pic? You a poser. Evian on the chain, bubble bath, champagne. Went from Spain to Dubai, I guess hot on the plane. Just saying, this how you supposed to. I'ma show you how a real chick's supposed to.
Shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high time. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah. Out of the way. Yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah. Out of the way. Yeah. Out of the way.
In and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, running in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out. start and finish routes. I can't even stay there like what this about. Ain't got time to waste her like when grilling up. Hey, what you really want? I want a million times 100. I'm number one like Zion Williamson. I'm dunking out. Don't condone violence, but I'm killing them off one by one. Got many rings, man. I've been ballin' since a young kid. They never seen anything like him. He's a one of one. I show up early, but I leave out after everyone. Hey, I go harder than the hardest of the legends, huh? Hey, hit my line up when you ready. I'll be ready. I ain't playing with you. I'ma get you in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and damn in and out. I take what I need and damn in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and damn in and out. I take what I need and damn in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Splash Bros, we make it rain. You need a levy now. I need some hooking in my back, cause it's too heavy now. You see a op, then put up shots, ain't nothing to talk about. No, it ain't sweet, oh, you got beef, oh, yeah, that's in and out. I'm a beast, off the leash, call that animal style. Fans love my style, I make them go out. They can't compete, they ain't like me, coach, sit them down. I'm the one, I'm the source, I'm a powerhouse. Whenever they say go, I'm who they talking about. I'm always on go, I am not a slouch. Watch me take control, I'm the captain now. When I'm in my zone, I can get you in and out without a doubt.
In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and damn in and out. I take what I need and damn in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and damn in and out. I take what I need and damn in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. So I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do, fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was some tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. Dare to challenge yourself.
Hello everybody and welcome to VCT EMEA, the best region and the best broadcast in the world in Valorant. Thanks so much for joining us this week. More action comes to you live from our studio in Berlin. I'm your host, Milosh for this week, and joining me on the desk are the wonderful Kaquka and Lothar. Good morning, friends. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. What most people don't know is that I actually live here. My bed is there, so I'm happy to enjoy every single weekend of action.
And I had a vacation, so a little bit different than Kaquka. I didn't play a single game of Valorant for a week, believe it or not.
God.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? To fill you in on some action that might have happened for those that are out there, don't you worry, here's all the action that came down in week 2.
If they were going to have a lifeline, this would be it. They had a shock dart deep when he tried to run away. That's so gross.
A retake. So maybe we're not going to see it used. And actually,
Spike down A.
Damn, okay, Yugi's off to the races. Already managing to find 3 kills. They weren't expecting anybody to be that close, especially after the deep flash.
After doing all this, yeah, I mean, Uglu wanted the rotations. They wanted the aggression to come out on A, on mid, on anywhere. But yeah, Fnatic didn't panic. They stayed still.
Oh, dear.
And then in comes Alfier. They dropped pretty good. What is that? He's got another nade. Oh my God, this guy's insane. 4 kills and looking to finish this off. I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. He was stunned up, right-clicking a nade, and still manages to follow up on his 2 players. That is ridiculous.
EMEA set up, but the flash is perfect again.
So good, and they're still being denied. They're still trying to take a fight on it though. Musashi gives them a way out. Gives them a out of jail free card with those 2 shots.
Yeah, a little overzealous there to double down on this A main hold. Orbital strike available for Coldamenta, but he's 2 HP. Now you look towards Rust and Safe to find something. Safe might even catch this rotation, Lauren. This is huge. He's punished for it, Musashi. Wise to it.
Unbelievable consideration from the man. He is single-handedly keeping big. He's reading them. He's reading them so well. This is a round and a half.
Coldamenta walk towards bridge. Yes, yes.
Yes. Let's go. There it is. Musashi gonna get the ace.
Safe.
Oh God, what is going on, Mike?
What is that? What is?
They look so out of sorts at times, and probably Leo's going to save them once again because it's Leo. Yeah, of course he does. He bails them out of what was a nightmare round. Twiston gets the punish finally. Follows up as well. What is that?
Incredible action as always in week 2. That's leaving Lothar a bit, I guess, speechless.
I was just twisted, you know, watching that because that clip, the last clip, the ace, I mean, that was unreal. The spray transfer. Sometimes I like to talk about like the very complicated strategies, utility, and so on. But sometimes someone just pops out and just kills everyone.
Yeah, Twiston, my favorite big player. Yeah, he's insane. But I think that when we talk about new additions to teams, it always comes down to talking about Alpha.
Well. Since we're still on the topic of week 2, and now as the action, how about we go through things day by day? Day 1, what did it look like? BBL, Liquid, and Fnatic. OGLU. Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it looks like I'm in a test, in a quiz. But yeah, it's starting off the week with BBL and Liquid. I think like first surprise with this, seeing Fracture coming out of Liquid, they decided to ban it on the first week, but on the second, they just leave it open as a bait, and it was beautiful to see the performances. Yampi on the sky, Solkas just giving us a treat, and when it came to Split, we know that they have everything ready. And then moving on to Fnatic against Oglu, I mean, we had the first 13-0 this stage, and the way that they perform day by day, Fnatic are showing that they won that 5-0, and Oglu not looking the best for them in this occasion. I love to see Durkee on the chamber, you know, popping off and seeing like, hey, it's not only about Alpha in this instance.
I mean, in general, the day was just as expected, I would say, though. Right?
Did you expect the 13-0?
Well, maybe not the score of the map, but the overall scores last week were expected.
And day 2 then, Lothar, since you're on it.
Yeah, day 2 is, believe it or not, I was actually watching it while I was on vacation. FPX versus G2 was a fantastic match to follow. It was a 2-0. but the games were very close. 13-9, 13-10. The games were actually very intense, but at the same time showcase that FPX were able to be competitive while changing compositions from the last week. So they knew what wasn't working. They had the Yoru on Angel in the previous week. Now they didn't have it, and because of that, they performed well. Big versus Guild, though, I feel like that match was it was a 2-1, and Guild didn't perform as well as they did on week 1, and there was a lot of pressure to perform on Coldamenta of all of the players, and we'll definitely talk about that later because it's a big talking point.
Yeah. Good preface for today, isn't it?
Totally. And taking a look at what happened on day 3, we cannot forget it because we started off the day with that derby between Mech and Navi. Mech, after losing on that first week, and Navi's, still looking for a win. They did manage to get that second map, that buy, but it's Mech, and they're starting on the defense, so we kind of understand that that's the way that things are going to go. Very impressed by seeing the Fade not working on the side of Mech. But, a win is a win. Brimstone on Icebox and seeing Nats back on that Viper, lovely. This play from CNET should be illegal, but it's just them. But let's talk about their facing up against Focus, who put up a great fight, especially this bind that everybody expected to be easy for Ascend. Nothing as close as that. Focus fought every single round, and when it came to Ascend's defense, they literally were not there. Pretty comfortable, I would say. They managed to come back on Ascent, but the biggest talking point has to be what happened on Icebox, because it came down to CNET and Starkso popping off and actually closing the series for them.
Well, 3 days and all 6 matches went through, leaves us with these standings. In Group A, Fnatic, Ascend, and FPX on top, but G2 is right up behind, and Focus, our number 1 in the DACH region, is definitely looking for a shot. They're not a team to be underestimated. In Group B, Liquid, Guild, and BBL on top, but Mech are definitely just behind them. There's a lot to unpack for week 3.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason why this week is so important as we reach that halfway is that we're going to be seeing Fnatic and Ascend taking up on each other, and same goes for Team Liquid and Guild. So only one will come, well, 2 will come undefeated out of this week.
And what's funny is this is a round-robin system. It's not like a Swiss system or anything, but it looks like Swiss. It's exactly the same results for both groups. It's 2-0 for 2 teams, 1-1 for 2 teams, and 2-0 at 0-2. So we have a very similar tense situation for a lot of the bottom teams.
Any other surprises that you see looking at the standing?
Surprises. I would say that I'm looking very forward to more matches of Focus, because they seem to be very drilled and actually very sharp, and it's a little bit disappointing to see them at the 0-2.
Well then, our maps in total, how many have we had, and specific ones? There it is. Can you walk us through it, Kaquka?
Well, basically, we've seen a lot of Icebox since week 1. I think that is the map that we've seen the most. We've seen many teams actually picking up the Fracture and showing, everything that they have prepared in that time that they had off. The real question is, what happens with Breeze and why teams do not pick it? Probably it's because it's such an open map with all the changes that we've seen from Jet, from Chamber, that I know you love, Lothar. But it's too much of a question for most of the teams, and you cannot rely on what you have prepared if you decided to even prep it.
I mean, the entire Breeze has to be changed when it comes to the approach, because of the changes of the Chamber on the Jet. You can't really rely on the way you played before. So hopefully, maybe we'll see it today.
Well, in preparation for today and for this week, here's a bit of a teaser to get you all hyped up and ready for it.
This is Guild reinventing themselves, coming out what looks like their strongest form so far. Say,
what is that?
Guilds. I mean, welcome back to the league, right? Like, this is them coming out looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, we're more hungry to win. We want to be top in the group.
Yeah, we have a really good chance just dominating. I think we can still win it 2-1.
If you can slow them down even for the moment, okay, just get both. So
with 4 players coming this way, 3 at least. Oh, never mind.
It's always a tough opponent. I'd like to face them again and prove that we can beat them.
We're definitely going to beat Liquid.
No fight this time, doesn't need it.
It's disgusting that Yumpy can do that on every agent. It doesn't matter what he's playing, from the Omen, from the Killjoy, from the Sky. He's just gonna pop off with the operators.
This is so comfortable for Liquid. Unlock still doing the best he can. Oh, cash your nuts right now.
We are the only team who hasn't dropped a map. We will have the better chamber on the server.
Zippy Jet needs some competition, I think. I know just the person.
Chamber's the new king.
I think Chamber's the best carry agent right now. He's a duelist.
Out of dodge.
And you get to see it. Mixwell going to find you.
Anything or saw anything off the back of it, and almost lined up for them now. This is looking too easy for Chronicle. That's what you needed.
That's still good, I think. Not as good as Change, but yeah. It was like the duelist now, you can say.
Actively win this. Well, that's going to help. Taking down and take a fight on it, though. Musashi gives him a way out. Let's go.
The only meta agent right now, I think, is Chamber.
Yes.
I mean, there's a reason why Chamber is so dominant in the metagame. Look at the chart. He's just popping off. Everyone else is just like trailing behind him. The Sentinels, you can see the Killjoy is here, the Cypher is here, and Chamber is just being picked by almost every single team. But why and how the nerf is affecting the way that teams are playing now? I picked up a round that is being played by Guild, and I'm going to explain how they read the book, what was expected of the opponents to do, and how they reacted, but also what changed from the normal two-trap setup. So here we're gonna close in on the mini-map. Opponents, big here, have the Breach ultimate ready on Laka. This is something that Guild is aware of, and because of that, they want to play retake on B without any single player on the side itself. So now they put the trap on the B side, so when they're cut off with smokes being put on this area, they still know if after the Breach ult being used on B, if someone is actually on site. And this is a clever setup. But the problem is, when you look at the A side, because of there's only one trap available, Chamber needs to play in a very specific spot where he's essentially a turret, you know, a turret that will have an impact if someone goes close to him. And instead, well, this would be normally a trap position, and that exposes the entire A main entrance, and because of that, only Brimstone is holding that entrance while the Chamber might be cut off with a smoke, and essentially that just ruins the entire chance of stopping a push because you lose the map control. Typically, this entire A would have been cleared with just one trap or the dish, and then Chamber has more ability to just play it out, essentially with his guns. And now let's compare that to a second setup from the another team. G2, when they're playing on defense on Ascent, they had to adapt with the one trap that they have available from the Chamber. Let's zoom in on the minimap and see what they have in store. So they have the trap being set up on short. Now, because they have no trap on mid, which was typical the setup, they have to play with the Chamber on the mid area on Pizza, right? This is where he set up the teleport, and he has a chance of rotating towards short here with the second TP when the short trap is being triggered. This is where he becomes a sentinel in that area. But that is making the mid area weaker because there's no trap after he leaves. So someone from the A side needs to rotate, from the B side needs to rotate towards market, and because of that, it weakens the B side. This is an outcome of the nerf that is affecting the map control from the defenders, and because of that, they have to play the anchor roles way more when they have a Chamber instead of a Cypher or a Killjoy. And on attack, I just wanted to show two approaches. One is made by Guild when they play essentially 1/4 of Fracture being controlled by the trap, while the other quarter is being controlled by the Chamber himself, while G2 has approached typically the attack rounds with just a trap controlling 1/2 of the map, while the Chamber is just going with the team towards the other side. So there's a lot of changes that the teams are doing to make sure that they are capable of controlling the map and being very flexible at the same time. And you can see that there's a big problem in general with how to approach the game after the nerf.
Yeah, exactly. And especially on G2, you know, one of the questions that we had for them last weekend was, are you actually going to bring the Chamber also on Ascent? So it's brilliant to see that not only they bring it in, they have it prepared for the nerf. I think that it's a curious setup, but one that works.
Oh, these small changes that they have to work with every single time. Small patches, small changes, and one piece of utility down and out. Well. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with our show. Don't go anywhere.
Trip, keep with no up. Drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. Iced out, I'm too hot. Fly stain on my block. Rolling that green, don't stop. When you're rolling in green, they Look at my ride too clean, interior crispy cream. Roll around with the team, better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending, take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions, shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty baby. Don't care what it costs me baby, I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. 4 AM and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, a bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
Here we go, it's time to show the world. We gonna rise up, I won't ever let us fall. Here we go, it's time to show the world that we gonna rise up, I won't ever let us fall, no. Won't ever let us fall, no. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go, it's time to show the world that we gonna rise up, I won't ever let us fall, no. So high, we will never hit the ground. There's levels to this, and we taking a crown. We on a level, a whole nother level, it's just us. We going, keep going, it's only one way and it's way up. I won't ever let us fall, no. Won't ever let us fall, no. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go, it's time to show the world that we gonna rise up, I won't ever let us fall, no.
Talk big, but I ramble none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy. We don't quit, we don't cry. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take a call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it supposed to be. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. Cameras that surprise when I realize they ghosted me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we too stacked. And when we get pushed, we push back. We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit, we don't fall. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I just started this. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this.
Now, I ain't never been for the small talk. Knock it out the ballpark. Walk off, walk out, ayy. Something missing from the balls, dog. Bar soft. Kinda glitchy, looking like you need an upgrade. Say,
we don't quit, we don't fall. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I just started this. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I just started this. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back, friends. A bit of a technical hiccup, but we are back and ready for the show. Continuing on with Week 3 EMEA, and our first matchup for today is a big one. Team Liquid versus Guild. And I'm going to turn to my analyst for just a moment here and ask the most difficult question ever asked on this desk. Lothar, why should I be watching the top two of the group going up undefeated against one another in Liquid Guild?
So even if someone wins this match, they're still not guaranteed to be locked in top 3, right? So that's not like super high stakes, but they get 96% of a chance of being locked in the top 3. But for me, the reason why I want to watch this match is because Liquid is such a Liquid team when it comes to like how they've shaped their choices and how they play, and it's just so interesting to watch, while Guild is trying to reinvent themselves from that, let's say, more obscure showing that they had in the previous season, and now they want to be a top-tier contender.
Yeah, exactly. And Gil has already gone against Meg. I mean, they proved something on week 1, week 2, you know, a little lackluster as we were mentioning. But also, these teams have faced against each other before 5 times in total. Liquid 4-1, and I have to highlight the fact that time the Guild won, Lothar, I know you're going to love this, Scream was playing on Phoenix on both maps that they lost against Guild. The other, every other single map, Scream has been having one hell of a performance. So of course, now the Guild is looking so good, and they are a team that relies so much into preparation. Based on what we got from week 1 and week 2, I expect greatness from this one.
Expecting a close matchup between Guild and Team Liquid, of course, the top of their group. Somebody has to lose that 2-0 run, and we're going to talk about Guild up first, seeing what they have to bring us, and of course, the roster, starting off with a pretty basic bit here, Lothar.
I mean, in general, Guild, I don't like to put attention to any single player when it comes to a team, because the team works as a unit. They have to work in tandem. They have to be structured, and that's something that I have seen from Guild so far in week 1. I was really impressed with the Haven executions. They were not maybe on complication of level like Fnatic does, or DRX, for example, but still they had really cute executes that were very efficient. Now, when it comes to week 2, unfortunately, didn't see the same kind of discipline discipline that Guild presented in the first match. And hopefully for the week 3, now we're gonna have the resurgence and they're gonna prove that they are working hard on that discipline, on that drill that is so badly needed for this team to perform. Because last week, Kaquka, I think your fellow brethren from your country was actually popping off and just rescuing the team.
Yes, exactly. It was Coldamenta, Jose Luis Aranguren, my girlfriend. No, but the thing is, you mentioned Coldamenta, and we need to talk about Icebox, because to me, this series was extremely close for being a 2-0 for Big. If Coldamenta did not manage to just pull the weight of the team on his back and actually perform, having 6 first kills, 0 first deaths, and actually granting them some rounds on the defense that when they swapped to the attack, they had a little bit of space to work with. As I said, this could have been an easy 2-0 to Big. So, of course, we need to test them further. We know that they rely a lot on preparation.
Well, stage 1 to stage 2, how did this team actually go?
Yes, exactly. So they're actually following more or less the same trial. When we talked about stage 1, Guild was coming out after that great run through the qualifiers, and they started off the same, of course, having that 2-0 against BBL and then that 2-1 against Descend. Now they start with the 2-0 on Mech, which is very good. Now 2-1. So if they were to follow the same trail, it would lead to a 2-1 against Liquid. Is Liquid going to make it that easy for them, though?
Oh, I feel like on paper, Liquid has an advantage on every single thing that we can mention, like either player skills, like or team coordination, and also map pool. So, but I feel like if this has an upset, I feel like Guild is capable of doing it.
Well, one player might actually be the key for it. Safe is our player highlight for this matchup, and what has he really been bringing to the team?
Well, he was bringing Chamber now lately, you know? That's the very big change for Safe, and he was popping off on when he was allowed to play that character, so I'm looking forward if he's going to be playing it today as well, because on Haven, we have seen him play Killjoy, so it still showcases that Guild favors to some degree the utility, the combination of the entire kit to the, let's say, betterment of the team instead of just raw firepower. But as you can see on those clips, this guy just popping off with the ADS handhardener, and he's just like just farming people.
I mean, it's lovely to see him back on the Sentinel for the first time in that chamber. The performance was there, and maybe something that we requested from Gil to see in week 1, but we also thought that playing against Meg, you want to play it safe, so that's what they did.
What about Team Liquid on the other side? You were mentioning Team Liquid are not going to make this game easy at all, and I wouldn't be surprised. This is a team that a lot of people are looking as potentially the best in EMEA, what EMEA can send. What can they offer here, Lothar?
Liquid is in a very odd spot because we have heard about the situation with Sliggy. They lost their coach right now, and I was anticipating like, oh, this is gonna be a back to the roots, like playing on the comfort picks, maybe even Scream on Reyna, stuff like that, right? I was expecting a bit of a less complicated approach to the game. What do we get? Instead, we get even more complicated Team Liquid that seems to be changing everything all the time. They don't even play Chamber when Nivera was showcasing how powerful he can be on that agent. Instead, we have Raze on a Scream, we have Yumpy play Sky, we have so many different things happening in this team, and all of them are surprising to the opponents. So they have an edge over everyone because no one can anticipate what they will do, because how they can anticipate what do you do if you don't know what do you do yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good way to put it.
I love that you highlighted that way, because I was mentioning that Guild relies a lot on preparation. If we see those maps, probably we'll head into a Guild that is prepared. But let's talk a little bit about the compositions. I think that on week 1 first stage, we were very surprised about seeing them playing no duelists. They moved from we know we don't have a jet player to we actually have a potential fragger, which is going to be Scream playing on the Raze and actually generating the space. Surprising to see also the double controller and how they're executing, how everything is working. We were talking about Fracture. We were talking about how we didn't get Sky, but we kind of expected to see her on Bind. But on Fracture and playing with the operator, it's a yumpy thing to do. But for once, it looks like Team Liquid has a different perspective onto things. They do not rely on the agents. They rely on the strengths, that they do not care about taking that duel because they know they're going to take it.
And in general, I would say that when it comes to the expectations of Yampi. Like, he will play operator on every single character, right? But there's also, like, you cannot really expect how he will play it, because when he showcased the operator usage on Sky is something that's so hard to play against. On Fracture, Sky, if you like playing against the character, you expect him, oh, he's gonna play from his flash off, and then you have to play anti-flash to make sure that you don't just get farmed by the Sky. But the Sky just stands there with an operator and using the utility defensively, like proactively after using the shot in the first place. So it's like the other way around, and Yampi is reinventing the way that you have to play against him.
Yeah, we talk about the Jet, for example, during the stage 1, they only played Jet once, and it was Yampi. Not seen, then players arrive, they feel like they're going to Masters and they need to level up with the rest of the team. So they're like, okay, let's try the Jet. It's not working. Now they decide to go back and just scrap the idea. We have the chance to be different. Let's just do it. Let's just look past the abilities. What do we want to have in the composition? We need the information. We need keeping sure that the map is under our control. We don't care about denying that trade.
Well, what about our map expectations for this one? You were talking about these quirky, different strategies. What do we expect to apply today, Lothar?
Well, Liquid showcased only 3 maps so far in those weeks in this season, and that was twice the Split, once Fracture, and once Icebox. And because of that, we don't know what they're gonna play on the other maps, and those maps that we didn't see yet are played on the older patches, with the Jet being still the operator player on defense, with the Chamber having 2 traps. So I would say that you can't really, as guild coming into this game, you are on such a terrible position because you cannot read the maps that you can pick against Liquid to be effective, and because of that, the advantage is towards Liquid.
Yeah, completely. I mean, for Liquid, the best thing that they could do would pick random maps against Guild. I expect them to ban Breeze, because we've seen in the past that Guild is very strong on that map, and I don't feel like there's only so many things that you can prepare week to week. So really looking forward to see if we're going to see that split back.
Well, we have our map bans ready, so perfect timing for it. We'll bring them up on the screen for everybody to see. First up is Split, followed by Icebox and Fracture, with Liquid picking Split, Guild for Icebox, and Team Liquid starting on defense for Fracture, final map.
There are some surprises here, not gonna lie. If you were paying attention to what we were talking here, is like, this is the exact lineup of maps that Liquid played so far in every single week, which is very surprising, because that means that someone had to ban Haven, and Haven's being banned by Guild Kaquka. Like, does that make sense?
I mean, it does make sense if we actually think. Sometimes, Lothar, I tell you, there's a difference between agreeing and understanding things. Maybe the reason why Guild did not want to go to Haven is because they know they're strong with it, but they know that they've shown the reps. They know that Team Liquid is likely to know how they play around that map. So better take it to a map that you've seen from them, so you can prepare onto that. That first map, I think, is going to be extremely difficult to foresee for Guild.
Then again, how well can you prepare against Team Liquid? Both of you were talking about it. Our Agent Select is up and ready, so friends, guide us through it, please.
I mean, Guild hasn't played this map since stage 1, and they actually lost twice against Ascend and Fnatic. They were swapping up between Jet and Raze, but we actually haven't even seen them since the Astra nerf, and they used to play that Agent on this map. For the side of Team Liquid, we can expect the same, well, not same old, but what we saw the last 2 weeks. That double controller, the Raze, nothing too crazy considering it's...
I mean, nothing too crazy, but the lineup incorporates an Omen, Astra, Cypher, Breach, and Raze. Like, that's what they typically played. But Scream, for some reason, is here on Sage. Maybe that's the switch up, but we'll see. But I'm expecting Guild to make a lot of changes, because the Astra, Cypher, Sky, Viper, Jet or Raze setup that they had before, it might not be as efficient, right? But we'll see. Okay, so Scream is on Raze. The lineup from Liquid is exactly the same, so no surprises. But Guild, they have the Omen for the smokes. They have the Sage for the control of early space on defense with the wall. And it seems like a very just classic composition.
Yeah, but I love the fact that they move away from the Sky. No more Sky for them. Trex and Safe actually swapping those roles. It was Safe who was going on the Duelist before, but since what we saw last week, how Trex is performing on the Duelist and how good and reliant Safe is on that Sentinel, it makes a lot of sense.
Now that we have map bans and Agent Select, surprises expected in game?
Not really any surprises. I mean, the Cypher makes sense, because when you think about it, he's the agent that is allowing to make lurks on the attack side and not like Chamber.
Well, friends, our game is ready then. Let's toss it to our casters. We got Pansy and Tom to take us through it. It's map 1, Liquid Guild. Enjoy.
Thomas?
Well, look, Hypot couldn't even be bothered to turn up to work today, which is crazy to me. You know, you can't get them anymore, Tom. They don't make them like they used to. But how are you feeling today? We've actually got a great game to start with. So if anything, he's missing out.
No, I think we've got an absolute banger. So I'm not too unhappy with replacing for this one, but I'm sure he'll come back stronger as they always do. Either way, we're going to be getting into the game, and I can't wait for this one.
So yeah, I'm literally gonna just ask you about the veto straight off the rip.
Sweet. Have we stopped doing the like in-game thing?
I don't know. I think it would be amiss to not discuss the thing that stands out to me, especially, is this veto, Tom, because this didn't go where I expected. And Liquid probably very happy with this, if I'm honest. This is looking quite good for them. But if you flip the script a little and look at the guild perspective, explain this logic to me, because I feel as though they've taken away one of their strongest cards.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, especially the last map going in towards Fracture, that was not something I was expecting. Like, I think especially when Haven was still on the table, it's like, we could have our best map, or we could have the map where we got banged out by Musashi, and they've gone, we want another go at where Musashi destroyed us. I think it's a risk, but I guess with both of the maps they've gone for, they chose for Icebox as well, which, again, it didn't look particularly good. Like, you casted that the other day, and it wasn't pretty,
okay.
So I assume there's counters, Pansy. I think something has to be there, like Big Brain, Coldamenta. Barbar's been sat for the whole week just preparing for this game, and he's gone into the maps or the only maps that Liquid have actually played. So it's interesting. I'll give it that.
It does certainly give us a little bit of pause for thought here. And again, if you do want some other perspective, do make sure you check out Sliggy. He's doing a little co-stream right now. Always worth a watch as well. Get you all the good info. I like to steal ideas from him. You know what I mean? So I sound knowledgeable. I have no prep coming into this, though. I was desperately trying to get some info out of him. Nothing. Nothing. Just a vault. But we're jumping in with Liquid on the defending side, of course, and that then does mean the guild are on the attack. And yeah, this is one that should, if you're looking at paper results purely, sit quite comfortably with Liquid across the board. But we digress. We have to wait and see how this goes, because we've seen what can happen when Guild look prepped. I mean, so did Mech.
This is interesting, though, because this is obviously Liquid's pick. Guild have chosen attack, which is definitely not something you normally do going into a game of Split. And it's definitely not something you do versus Liquid, because they're normally stellar on this defensive side. So I'm definitely excited to see what they have in the bag, if they have something in the bag, because, again, this is something that Guild haven't really played this season.
And it's all theory, right? It's all posturing. We're sat here kind of discussing, like, okay, surely they've come in with a plan, maybe some anti-strats, because they've got tape, right? If we look at it from that perspective, you know that you can look into Liquid on this map, but then again, it's still Liquid, right? Like, how are you going to quantify Yampy? Let's say he has one of those Yampy games, right? Or Scream does, or actually Soulcast has had a big swing up already this season. It's very hard to quantify that. It's very hard to go, well, we just have to beat 3 potentially huge pop-off players, and the timing on Russ here could have been a problem, but it's kept in check. But 30 seconds, presence shown towards B. You can at least keep a couple there, but it does seem as though a one-way's been invested by Yampy. So, again, he's comfy on this for now. He still has support over towards CT as well. It's not like Link's particularly far away, and they're going to make Guild work for their dinner. This is going to be a long, hard road, and with 13 seconds, I don't know if they can even make it towards the site, even if they just play towards time. Trex does find Link, but Yampy, if he just can play his life, which he's doing very nicely, biding their time. And I mean, the plant was pretty close. It does seem as though it's down. Okay, 3v3 post plant.
Yeah, somehow they've made this actually look workable. There's a late flank coming through from Scream, so that's something to watch, but there is a trip waiting to make sure that he can't get that space for free. They'll have that knowledge later into the round. The thing is, though, the setup doesn't actually look bad from Guild. The only problem is a couple of the players are kind of locked in, I guess, 1v1 duels.
They can't quite remove safe. Now Scream's going to at least get a little bit of room to work and does attempt at a 1v1, but it will be a 1v2 if he swings that corner. Gets the tag towards safe and actually gets the frag as well. It's all on Leo, but this man can go clutch. Frenzy to hand and 3 found. Leo's on his day 13 HP and he just does the dance. Soulcast made to look silly, and that's a rarity. And this fight's going to go. There's no stopping it now, but what a round from Guild. I thought they were out of time. I thought that retake was looking good, and they proved me wrong in 2 occasions.
Yeah, well, it was what, like 18 seconds or so left on the clock, and they got stunned up by Link, who's basically holding that fault line. They had to go through a one-way, which, okay, wasn't particularly utilized, and even then, it just came down to one man. But this is the thing. I still find it very hard to believe that Leo is, what, only 18 years of age, and he plays clutches like this. Like, isolating each of the duels, managing to just play the time, didn't even look to try and get the frag at the end. It's not in his mindset. It was just about getting that round through, and I think it's an important start for Guild, because as I said, choosing to start on the attack, it's always going to be a bold start because you can really sort of spiral rounds when you're on that defense. For now, though, hey, it's gone as good as it can.
You take him. And I think you're right when you're talking about Leo. This guy is such a talent, and it's been really nice watching him and Trex kind of finding such solid footing in this Guild roster. I think it's one of the things that stood out to me, at least with this season's run. I think it's been really watching them come into a little bit more form. And again, I feel like I'm just sat back and just waiting with bated breath to see what Guild has in store. Because, okay, well, repeat the first round again. Okay, come down to that, crazy, couple of seconds left sort of execution and make it work. Now, this round we do see pretty much a Shiko. A little bit of an upgrade on Yampi, but it's somewhat to be expected. But no, like, armor behind it. And no massive stack either. It's a pretty standard approach, at least to this start. Guild looking like they still want to hit towards that A site.
Good position from Scream, but all he can really hope to do is try and slow them down with the paint shells. You got Link with him, who's going to catch someone on the cross, but again, they're being isolated with utility, making their way onto the site without too many problems. And, well, unless Scream catches the spike here, which considering Russ, I don't know what Russ is doing. I'm going to be honest with you, Lauren. I don't think he knew he had the spike.
Straight up trying to throw. Gave it a really good try. Still fine though, so they do get the spike down. No harm, no foul, Tom. No harm, no foul.
I was just kind of looking at him like the wall he put down was kind of like, was he trying to get up above? That's what it looked like. He wanted to get onto the rafters, and then that didn't work, so he's just gone, right, I'm charging him. That's it. I've had enough of this round already. I'm taking the fight.
Okay, now they still need to keep this round relatively safe. Let's see if they can keep it clean again. Just the Bulldog really invested into a couple of Spectres beyond that. Yampi, not going to get much for this. So far, so good, at least for Guild. They were going to get challenged, but perfectly fine again. Trying to facilitate a couple of exit. Navera's going to catch Russ, but this is all part of the course. A little bit of chip damage, but none of it was really converted. So all good for Guild. 4 standing, spike down, everything going their way.
Yeah, I like the fact that even though Liquid ended up playing for exits, we're trying to lock them into the site, get them to go down to the spike, or even get a few kills along the way. They get away with 4 players there, so not bad start at all from Guild. And now we get into the buy. Now, this is obviously a map in terms of split where you can get these sort of rounds done. Like, you can make it work with the Spectres, especially when you have someone like Trex, maybe an early aggressive taken towards A with a stun alongside it, or the same sort of play in towards mid. There's a lot of angles that can be very beneficial.
Okay, so it does seem as though we do have a pause coming in. Not sure what sort of pause, Tom. It is
Mike's
the mystery
here in
bag.
Spirit, you know.
Oh, it's a technical one, of course. Mike is here. Now, I have seen your feedback, folks. Apparently the audio is being currently done by the PGL crew, obviously free from the major. So hopefully that can be adjusted. Apologies that it's a little out of sorts, but...
They do know I'm not Hypoc, that's why he sounds different, right? Is that what they
don't worry
mean by
about
the
it, Tom.
audio?
Don't. No. Do you know what? I hope
We're just
that's
both
not
British. That's it. That's it. Like, my voice is slightly different. It doesn't just sound weird today.
I mean, you say that. I get mixed up for Jess, which, it's not even close.
How is your Aussie accent?
I can't say a word without swearing. It's impossible. I cannot do it. So, yeah, not ideal.
I think I know what word it is as well. I can imagine
it's a good
one that you definitely can't say on this broadcast.
Cannot say. Not even close to saying. But it seems like the issues have been resolved, so we can jump back into this. And the buy's going to come out. Still a bit of light armor being thrown around here. There's potential for danger here from Guild, but I do want to see if Guild have something in mind that they want to utilize here, something a little special in the bonus round that could maybe garner our attention.
Ooh, okay.
That's quite nice, Big Shell.
Yep. team is a little bit behind, but I guess it was in case they ran forward. They had everything planned for. The interesting thing, though, is that Liquid haven't actually opted to take the control. They've sort of just given it back up as though you've used all of this utility, get almost nothing for it. And instead, the pace change from Guild, they're right in.
And I love this perfect use of those Spectres, trying to bring them into a range that'll actually work. And Leo and Russ in combination find the punishment on this, and they just crunch towards the site. And you're right, there was no real fight back from Liquid. They just got overwhelmed, and that sudden pace change, that little gear shift, has paid dividends. Now, Soulcast and Yampi, I mean, you're locked towards CT. There's still a wall up towards Heaven. You've got a long list of protocols to go through before you can even get close. And look at the upgrades coming in. Kodamenta, he's got the Vandal now. You've got the Phantom with Safe. They're laughing. This is a perfect little pickup. And again, what do you do? There's still that late lurk towards mid as well coming in, just kind of sitting behind that wall that is now broken, of course. But it's a time buy. You still have to clear even further, and Yampi knows it. You can try and focus towards sight, but there's that little voice in his head saying, well, where did Sage go? Who put up that wall?
Oh, no. Huh. There's no way he checks it. Why would you?
Nope.
You'd expect that lurk to have come through by now. So Russ already picking up another. That's a rifle upgrade onto everybody except Leo, who already had one. They've now got a Rolling Thunder ready for whenever they actually need it. But yeah, I'm going to be honest, it was a little bit disappointing from Liquid. I think they had the right idea, the right setup, even the right early utility, but they just didn't do anything with it. And because they then used that setup to basically take B main, well, you didn't take it, and now you've lost mid as well because you didn't have anyone there instead. So it just gave very easy control over to Guild, and well, then you're surrounded.
And I like the quick intent behind it. I mean, you've got to hold one of these two approaches, right? It's either you hold mid or you hold that B main after that amount of contact or intent put behind it. But giving up both kind of just set them up for failure. So the one rifle being brought over is with Soulcast, just the Vandal to hand. Everyone else just on a little bit of an upgraded Chico, some light armor behind it. So it's certainly not without a little bit of danger. But look at the pace change. Guild's starting to flex a little bit, but they've come in towards a stack. There's two more players up towards Heaven, but great spacing from Russ, and Guild just going to power through this. Scream's going to get to dip back towards sight, but already this is still with 1 minute 20 on the board. This is a whole different look from Guild.
Yeah, the pacing of everything is just, it seems too difficult to actually play against for Liquid. And that's the thing. They're running a double controller setup on this defense. The whole idea is to slow people down, to delay, to force them to execute in the last 20 seconds, somewhat what we saw in the pistol. Guild are just disrespecting all of that utility, running straight through it into the sights within the first 30 seconds instead. And well, it's not the greatest setup when you're going in for a retake, I'll put it that way.
No, you're not wrong. But I don't know if we can call this, like, you know, when we were talking about the veto and like coming into this and even, shot from Navera. Now, they've got 3 rifles left and their money's going to be ridiculous, already sitting towards 6k. So unless Navera's going to cost all of these rifles, we can talk about something else. But Lothar said it at the start of the show, right? This has been the map pool that we've seen the most of Liquid, right? Like throughout this kind of recent run coming back in. I still don't know if this is enough for me to go, oh, Guild just look super, like they're into it, like they've got these crazy anti-strats. I think so far it's just been a really good look across the board. This looks like a very well-prepared Guild. And Liquid, I don't know if they're just, I don't know. It's hard to quantify still because we saw Guild looking exceptional against Mech, right? I think that was one of the biggest ones for me going, oh, okay, this is the second coming of this team. The big game, a little less confidence building, but if they come back in this and look as good as they did against Mech against Liquid, this now puts them, real deal pushing international territory now.
Yeah, I will also give the caveat that if there was any team you couldn't really counter, it would be big because
sure,
they've got brand new roster, brand new roles. Like they've lost God B, things are a bit messy. So I don't know if that's the case. This could be very interesting. Yumpy though, this is what I wanted to see in the round before. He's taken that control away from them completely. Weirdly though, they do still have 3 people on B.
And look how deep Navera's sitting.
Actually, they got 4 people on. Why are they all B?
So you've got Yampi pushed up. Are they expecting mid, I guess? Because of that split that came through, but completely gamble stacking on that? I think that's... Yeah, this has to be instantly posturing. I mean, Navera was sitting deep towards CT instantly, already down to 61 here, has to fall away even further. Spike needs to get across towards the side, but Trex has cleared it. They're still like going through the protocols of potentially people being here and no one is. So Spike going to go down uncontested, and it's a full-on retake for Liquid. I've got to hope that they've got a little bit of utility left up their sleeve. I know Scream's got a little bit to work with, as does Link, to maybe facilitate something here.
Oh,
okay or not.
Okay, never mind. It doesn't matter what utility you have. 2 headshots in the space of a second. leaving this down to just 3 players, 1 retaking with an operator. I wonder if they're already thinking about saving.
It looks like it. Yeah, you can see them leaning away. This one's done. I've got to say, this is... I want to see a tactical timeout from Liquid next round. Straight up, hit the brakes, hit the emergency button, and get a grip on this game, because right now you are being dictated to by Xilv, whose pace changes have been perfect. These site ticks have been great. Now, obviously, they don't know how much they won that round by, right? Because, as I said, you said it perfectly. Yampy pushes out by B main. He takes a lot of space, but then no one really rotated off the back of it. And then you can discuss, okay, were they sitting for pure retake? Potentially. But then 0 legs to it. Trex just flexes in towards CT, catches 2, and it's done. I want to see the emergency button hit early for Liquid here, because this game, they don't have any looks yet. I've not seen anything that's brought me back on board, because right now Xilv are winning out in mid. They're living rent-free in their minds. The side takes towards A have been solid, and they've just been breaking their money constantly.
Well, it's also not even like they've been playing like slow defaults for information. A lot of the time, it almost seems like Xilv are kind of just running into these setups a bit blind. Like, all of the utility was there for Liquid, but they just, oh all right, I'm just going to run through it. And it seems like there's no backup plan. Like, if someone disrespects what Liquid are putting down, there's nothing there to stop anyone anymore.
This is the first time we've seen Yampy really explore trying to maybe pressure mid a little bit. Didn't show too much, though. Didn't give away a shot at this point. Just the boombot invested down, and that's about all she wrote for it. But it looks like he's going to re-aggress a little now. Xilv are at the bottom of mid, but they're kind of leaning back towards B. Spiked it still down towards sewer. And this is that pace change again. We saw those kind of very quick, massive intent behind it. Now this is a little bit slower, taking back that space from B main, potentially looking towards middle here. I'm curious what they want to do with that spike, though, because trying to get it across towards mid could be an issue if Yampy's on the money. But for now, let's see if Liquid have patience.
The first time we've really seen Xilv burn down the clock since the pistol smoke out, which actually, Yumpy's just going to go walking through it. Ooh, timing's awful. It's just been caught by Trex. That's already their mid presence gone, but it does give them an inkling that this player is going to go in the other direction. Rolling Thunder set up, though. It's going to be a rough hole.
It certainly is. 2 of them are going to be forced to at least relent on the site, have to sit back towards CT. Now, Xilv, can they take the space in the meantime? It looks like Trex wants to. Gets himself towards fight, gets a fight, and he wins it as well. That's unfathomable presence from Trex. Soulcast trying to do everything possible to fight back into this in 13 seconds. All the pressure is with Xilv, and Leo's just going to alleviate it in an instant. Safe through middle. Liquid are being outdone here.
Yeah, like a few of these rounds have had like opportunities, but then it just seems like somebody on the side of Xilv steps up.
Yeah.
Leo is 9-0, by the way. Just thought I'd add that in.
It's not even Haven, and he's just popping off.
It's terrifying. Like clutching out the pistol, then closing this one down. You've also had Trex. He had the spike in mid, gets an entry because Yumpy's like. Those are all in plays, and we're 6 rounds in. Like that's a play from Yumpy, which is like, I'm going to try and just basically win us this round, and ends up doing the polar opposite.
To be fair, I will. Yampy is always going to be one of those players that can do that, though. I will always give him a little bit of room to do Yampy things, because on occasion, yeah, he'll absolutely make that happen for them. But just bigger picture, and I think you're right in highlighting that one of the players from Xilv is now stepping up, because I think when we looked at Xilv before, it was like, okay, well, we know that, you know, Safe can have a game or 2 here and there, but Leo was always that kind of unsung hero sometimes. I think he could have been one of the main names in EMEA for me when you watched him play. Absolutely. But now with Trex there, what a 1-2 punch, right? Like, that is a really tantalizing prospect, and you're seeing it tangibly in this game. That's gorgeous to watch. You know, as I said, that little push to CT that Trex pulled off that kind of changed it, and then Leo pulling that out as well, kind of, I guess, quelling Soulcast from popping off, who tried to make it a little bit of something. And again, right read, right place. It's just Yampy kind of lingering around middle. Everyone else is over towards that A side. And a nice little adjustment from Xilv, who have been kind of hitting those, I guess, their anti-ecos towards that A site a couple of times now. Flipping the switch, deciding to go towards B.
I feel like Coldamenter's in their heads.
Oh, dude, 100%.
They've had the wrong stack every round. Like, each time they've gambled in completely the wrong direction. And now you get to watch, I guess, the OG Safe, just lurking around the back lines, causing them problems. It's something they have to clear. Also, just a potential weapon. Like, that's going to be the main thing here. The issue, though, is like Liquid already have their loss bonus built, and you're not going to damage the economy on the other side, and probably until the end of the half. Like, it is as stacked as it could be. You're going to have the majority of players close, if not hitting that 9,000 credit mark, and yeah, they're already just looking to get out of there, trying to get back on the cross, and wow. Trex just isn't missing today.
Nope, absolutely not. And I'm a little stun-locked watching this because I guess this poses a question of, okay, so we know that Liquid famously don't have that one IGL, right? They kind of not necessarily share the role, but it's been put to a couple of different people here and there. It's always kind of hard to work out who's taking that main role at the time. Is it Scream giving it a go at the time? You know, who's actually taking the reins on that? They obviously don't have a coach, I think, officially right now. I think they're trialing some out, if I'm not mistaken. So again, where's the depth going to come from? Do they have that capability to hit the brakes and identify problems and adjust on the fly? I feel as though this is going to be the time to try it, but you're already 0-7 down. That's a brutal way to come back in, but they have to come up with something for this purchase coming out, Tom.
Yeah, and it's getting to the point where you're trying these very aggressive plays, like these takes from Yumpy to almost just win the round single-handedly. You're getting a lot of information on most cases as well. Like he had B main control, he had mid control, but it seems like a lot of the rotations have been a little bit off to at least have personnel in play. Either that or they've looked to play a retake and that's just not working. Like even with the amount of utility they have to actually get these executions back into the sites, it's just not working out for them. And part of that is just that, okay, it seems like Trex and Leo are just having a day, which, okay, that's something that can happen. They're phenomenal players. But I don't feel like it should be happening versus Liquid. Like you're talking about the superstar roster. You're talking about basically every single player on this team being one of the best in not just their role, but in multiple roles. So, yeah, the fact that it's 7-0, Guild are on the attack as well, I don't know. I'm starting to feel like this is done.
Mentally, if it doesn't start now, you've got to feel like this is cooked, right?
Yeah.
Like 7-0 and in this fashion too. It's not even like these rounds have been close. And look at the pace change. Oh, and you thought maybe a second difference here or there. That could have been Trex winning the fight, but no, Scream's at least going to try and keep control of middle. That's a big win for them. A first pick going their way untraded. Huge for Liquid. But again, that's Guild changing things up. This isn't the traditional back and forth, but we're going to have the res coming out, so Trex back on his feet. Anyone to punish? There, Scream. Sends it down again, just punishing Trex.
Not allowing him to get back up, and you know what, that's fair enough in the way he's been playing so far. Again, aggressively using utility from Guild just to try and take extra space, but ultimately they've burnt out quite a bit here. Still though, I'm a little bit wary about some of the space opportunities that they have. Like you look at a solo hold from Link, normally Mr. Reliable, but with the way this game has gone so far, I wouldn't mind them bolstering it a little.
I think that'd be quite a reasonable request. Just sweating bullets over there, like, please. Someone. Sorry, Navera's relatively close by. Leo. Popping a little bit of utility still towards that B side, but again, I'm looking towards this. Navera's at least got the shoulder peek,
30 seconds left.
It's all about timing now. 27 seconds. Navera, does he spot the player yet? No, now he does. Okay, so Russ noted and a little lazy to not expect a repeat. Navera tries to take matters into his own hands. And he really only gets one, so it does leave that one player, the safe pair of hands, Link on the site. A bit of pre-fire towards Leo and gets punished. 10 more seconds, Spike can go down. No one's there that quick. Yes, you can have one towards Heaven, that being Scream Codamenta. Gonna get the plant in safely. No quick fight, but all three players on the backside of Pillar.
Off your feet! They're not in a good space. They're gonna use the Rolling Thunder though. Gets them out of dodge. Scream can't even escape through the smoke. He's down, safe, just waiting patiently. And one by one, Liquid fall. The synergy just not really there on this retake. Isolated by an ultimate. Yumpy trying to pull off, well, a miracle clutch. He does actually catch safe out. I think he was in the cam. So maybe a chance here.
Oh, he's even read the second. Finds Codamenta now the 1v1, but it's Leo. And Leo has been phenomenal thus far. 3 bullets left for Yampy, and he's praying at this point. He's going to at least get it halfway, but that's all he can do. He's still trying on this one, and Yampy is just being toyed with here on the other side. Leo does not give away the game. He gets the frag. And Guild are looking untouchable.
He can't lose. He entried into the site and clutches it out at the end. Like that shouldn't be possible. There should be something available for a trade here. But I just love how in every scenario, I'm just starting to sit here feeling that Guild have the upper hand. And that should never be the case. Like that Rolling Thunder that they had, they were all locked into the back of the site. They go, okay, we can't stay here. Let's play out. And their mid-rounds have just been beyond fantastic in the way that they're actually switching things up. And Liquid can't cope.
No, there's been a couple of times you're like, okay, well, you know, they got the pick, no quick trade like that prior round. That little mid scrap looked really good for a little bit for Liquid, and then as you said, mid-late rounds, all there for Xilv as well. It's not just the one side of the coin. A side looking scot-free, smokes up, Stites there. Probably going to get the spike down. I don't think anyone can really deny this at this point, but Liquid, once again, going to play for that 5v5 retake. But look at the weaponry. You've got two big instigators, Scream and Link, and that's about it if you're looking at weaponry on its own. But Yampi's going to prove why he's such a danger, why he's such a threat. But it's only one pick so far, and it's not a recoverable weapon just yet.
It's a bit awkward for Safe. They do still have a Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide as well. So there's some ults that could be thrown in here for Liquid. And honestly, at this scoreline, I wouldn't mind them attempting something. Straight away, Link is going to isolate one, but how did that duel even come through? Trex has managed to find 3 kills while stunned up. This man's invincible at this point. Closes it out with a 4K, and oh, Liquid, what's happened?
They look shaken. They look absolutely shaken to their core. And as I said, if it's not Trex, it's Leo. They're all finding that form hitting at the right time, but all of that's facilitated by the approach. It's not just this one man, you know, superstar, but look at this post plant again. How does he get away with this sort of work? Pops the ult, sends it, punishes Yampi, no trade coming in.
It's all one by one.
You can't let him get away with that.
Like, the first player finds out where he is. Okay, I can't really blame whoever it was who went down to the showstopper, but like, it's just isolated duels one by one for Trex, and like, he's not going to lose that. It just doesn't, not today at least. 9-0 on the attack. Like, I sort of questioned going into this. Okay, Guild picking the attack side. That's bold going into a map like this. Maybe not.
I thought this whole veto was bold.
True.
And they look so ready for it. You know, you said it perfectly at the start, though. Is this something where they've been able to look into Liquid? Do they, you know, have they done their prep work? They're a team that can do it. We've seen that against Mech. We might be seeing it again. And Liquid just seem irrelevant to the outcome. You know what I mean? It doesn't even matter who's standing there, which is such a weird thing to say. You've got Navera. Yeah, you've got this whole team is filled with superstars. And none of them are able to change the tide right now that Xilv are bringing in. And again, they're slowly lean back towards the A side. This time you're going to see at least Liquid looking like they're going to switch up and play dedicated towards the site. Navera tucked in. Your Link at the back of Pillar. So a little bit of a different look now for Liquid. Maybe this could help matters.
Time ticking down. As you said, one of the first times we've had sort of a proper crossfire setup when hitting into A. The remaining players exceptionally far away, but have to have a little bit of faith in Navera's setup here once they actually look to try and burst their way through into the site. 15 seconds left as they make their way through. Stun is decent and Navera's found the first.
Yeah, this is the first time you've really seen resilience. Navera's just holding it down so well. They don't even know about Link. Now they do. And the trade's there, but the time's not.
Gone.
3 seconds. First time we've seen that adjustment from Liquid, sitting super deep on the site. Still a bit of a punish from Leo, and again, money is tight, so if they lose more weapons and they don't get much across, this is still problematic for Liquid. They keep the operator, but that's about it. But we have to talk about the first round that they've actually managed. Tom, that little adjustment actually worked out.
Yeah, it's almost just, I guess the normal play that they make around this site is just having that solo player. Like, we've seen it many a time. And the thing is, I can understand why Liquid are so confident in that, because I feel like Link is one of those players you can stick on his own, he'll get 2 kills every time. It just hasn't happened today. And I feel like they've still just been a little bit too slow to adapt, because this time the clock runs out, there's multiple players there, and Guild can't find the same entries.
First time we might see Guild having to address that if they do go back towards that A side, that now will be players dedicated towards it. But then I guess you bring up the question, okay, where did we pull the likes of Link from? Where's Link being playing? Is that now something we can exploit? Can we try and punish this? And it looks like a B piece, but this tees up for Yampi to have a moment. Sat on the backside of Pillar, Stream by his side. There's that mid play still coming through. Safe's gonna be trying to slowly work his way around. This is a patient round from Xilv, and wait and see what the burst is. What sets this in motion. And Trex starting off. Now let's at least reveal the operator's presence. They still have a minute to adjust their concept if they do want to go somewhere else.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Facing into an operator with a one-way to support it doesn't seem like the smartest play in the world, but it does look like they're going to try and challenge here in onto the squad. No ultimates to play with, but already stuck at the back, missed, but he's got Scream to support. In fact, the nade does its job as well. Yumpy with the peak to close out another, and it seems like Liquid have finally stepped up. Scream gets another nade kill. All right, it's going to be left on to Safe, and, well, It's definitely a little bit later than Liquid would have liked, but at least we're seeing some life in them.
I actually love that switch up as well. Even Yampy missing that first shot, but kind of dipping back towards, that little cubby on the backside, allowing Scream to just keep control of that cross, make sure anyone trying to close him was punished, and if Scream's given that, he's actually stepping up to the plate. Now at 2-9, the scoreline looks maybe recoverable if they close out every single round remaining, obviously, but I mean, curse or not, I'm still sat here looking like Guild had such a drastic start to this. Even them calling a timeout at this point, I mean, why not, I guess, if you've got it, why not try and run it out? But this is still such a commanding performance. If Liquid are waking up now, it's a little late in the day for me.
Yeah, I think luckily they go into a map which I'm not heavily. There we go. I've learned how to speak English again, but yeah, I don't think it's heavily favored towards Guild. So I think going into it, I always find that if anybody picks Icebox, I'm like, yeah, 50-50. Like even if a team's fantastic on it, it just seems like it can go that way, and especially with the individuals on Liquid, their new composition, which has been quite interesting. Although I would say if Guild's picked that map and what we've seen so far in this one, they've probably thought of all the ways to beat out that composition. But nonetheless, I even just feel like Liquid warming up the aim, even if they don't win this map in the end, will be far more important than just going out like 13-0 and not having a fight at all.
Yeah, there's some games where you're like, okay, it's almost easier, quote unquote, to lose quickly and just move on to next. I don't think this would be one of them, where it just feels so deflating. And Yampy's getting a little bit more aggressive. Okay, Yampy, I believe. I'm always aboard. I'm always aboard the Yampy train. Because every time you doubt it, he'll just do something absolutely out of his mind. But
how does he get out of here?
Like
okay,
that.
runs.
Easy. Sees why do you doubt it? And now he backs away, pops up the little one-way if he fancies it. But he's got support on the site. This time not going to be Scream, though, who's over towards that ramp side. So he's going to call for support as quickly as he can, because it looks like the hit's going to come in regardless of what he wants. Predicting the player up on the wall, and he's not wrong, but now he's forced forward into the fight, and Russ finds him for free. The site's all theirs, and look at the overlean towards CT Trex. This guy is a beast today. And Liquid, you got to face the music on this. Push forward and try and make a play of it. Try and do something with it. But no one's given them opportunity.
Well, yeah, it's a tough way back in, and actually, might have caught the flanker. That's safe down at least. He's expected at this point. They've been caught out enough times, and they're going to know where the remainder are. Link with an opportunity to isolate Trex in the corner, but again, it's easier said than done. Counter utility still going through to make sure this fight just isn't going to be easy for them, and while Link now having to try and close out a 1v3 with seconds left, it's going to be Russ to close the round. 10-2, Guild adapt once again, and that was a fantastic attack.
Switching sides.
This hasn't been a bad map for Liquid this run either. We've seen some pretty decent performances. I don't know where I'm weighing this up. Like, this is kind of exploiting a lot of the issues that we were worried about with Liquid, right? Without that, coaching role potentially in place, without, a solid IGL. Right now, they're still trying to change things up, just play it out. I feel like Guild really managed to make that a problem in this game. They had some nice adaptation, though, to be fair, sitting a little deeper towards the side, but that gave them, 2 rounds? It ain't much, Tom.
I think we're seeing the same issue. I'm pretty sure it was Liquid running double controller before. And initially it worked fantastic because people are like, oh, okay, there's a lot of utility here. We couldn't just run through that. And then there was a team, a bit like Guild, who just went, actually, you can. And just have these good executions. And that reliance on those smokes, it takes a lot to sort of adapt because you don't necessarily have that backup plan in place. And it doesn't seem like Liquid did here.
I mean, look at this mid stack. Oh, and it's tailor-made to catch Yampy. Guild looking so ready for any of that presence towards middle, and Yampy's gone. That's a blink of an eye. He's out of there. Still above a minute to play with. And they just dismantle that mid stack that they'd held for a couple of seconds. It looks like Liquid are at least eyeing up that B site, and they're holding this deep for now. Guild is sitting all the way back towards CT. I'm curious if Trex is maybe going to explore a little bit further back towards site. Jump peeking in. Yeah, he is. Okay, a little bit of a tag, but at least he knows the intent now.
He might have only spotted Scream, which still doesn't necessarily pull the full rotation off just yet, but he wants to go back for more. Even after taking a tag, this man is so confident in his own ability. Scream has managed to sneak his way through, but Trex actually seems somewhat aware of this.
He's sitting safe for it, so I am...
He knows.
This guy's...
He just knows.
He's just on... Everything's sitting for him. And, well, safe. Okay, well, the attention was on someone else, but safe then went, no, I'd like a little of the limelight, please. My friends, he's doing great, okay? So, I mean, put a fork in it, mate. This one's done. This is well done at this point. A little overcooked because even just getting this pistol under the belt, right? Let's assume that Soulcast does not clutch out a 1v5, not even planted 10 seconds left, right?
You're not going to tell a story this time?
Do you know what? Funny enough, I haven't heard this fairy tale. Funny enough, Tom, haven't read that one.
He hasn't even got time. He hasn't even got time.
You know.
It's the shortest story in history.
Yeah, it's more a haiku at that point. Yeah, I think anyone who understands how numbers work will realize that Liquid are a little bit screwed
Can
now.
you explain it for those of us who don't understand how numbers work?
Well, it's gone for one of the teams. It's about to, really become a problem because it's more than the amount of fingers I have on my hand, so I can't count that high, Tom. Exactly. Now, from Liquid's perspective, though, they're very far away from the bigger numbers. They're only on 2. So that's a lot of numbers.
How long until we get to double digits in the 2s? I've heard that one before.
That's a great question, Tom. We'll leave that for the analyst desk. At 2-11, though, it's got to be a run back from Liquid now. This is it, right? It's got to be just flawless. Which, you know what? Maybe.
So you want a pistol win, is what you're asking for?
Yes.
Because they haven't invested it. Well, they've invested a little bit. A little bit. A tad. They want to play with the rifles, which I guess it's a pick your poison scenario for Liquid. You either force in here fully, hope that you can win it. They didn't really get much in the last round in terms of kills either, so it's not like they could build much into this next one.
Right there.
And while all going to be breaking, that's the thing. Like it's Guild are not overextending. They're not overfacing. They're not taking massive risks. That's the thing I've enjoyed a lot about this team is they know who they're up against. They know that there can be blips on the radar. It was the same against Mech. Like they didn't take any of the rounds lightly because they know they're up against a squad full of superstars, and if you give them a little bit, they could come back. But this is just very controlled from them. And you can see still the smoke's going down, early rotations, ready for this sort of play to come through. And Liquid are about to push into what looks like a 3-man stack with, well, 25 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting. Make me a believer. Because right now Leo's doing quite nicely as his Coldamenta. There's 10 seconds left. And it's going to be, one of the best games we've seen out of Guild since the Mech moment, really. The big one definitely left me a question mark, I'd say. Because it was closer than I expected. To be fair, I pestered Sliggy about it. I was like, how you think about Guild? You rating them? Like, what happened with that big game? He was all aboard. He was still just 100% believer in this Guild roster was going to look pretty good. So, I mean, hey, he didn't get shaken by that weird big performance that I did.
Yeah.
Because that definitely made me kind of think, okay, was that just like one game where they looked crazy? Was Mech just maybe a little slow on the start, But no, still instant recovery from Guild at 12-2, and now it feels like a formality. They don't even. I mean, how are you meant to hype this up when Trex said, okay, that's how Trex just gonna fly down middle. He's off.
Well, they're still playing this as a bonus. Like they could have just bought and tried to close it, but again, as said, like I feel like Guild are never really giving Liquid anything. Like even though they've dominated throughout this match, they're still making sure they're careful. Okay, maybe the mid dive wasn't careful per se, but you get the point. They don't invest much into this round, so they can just try and do something a little bit cheesy to close it out, and then they have 9 more opportunities to do so. And instead, they're starting to crunch into mid.
Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Link's gonna hit a nice shot on the cross. No, he won't. Fundamentals there. There it is. It's okay. Kept in check. 3 alive. It's great. 3 alive. It's great. There we go. Liquid.
I thought he was gonna get him.
I know. I know.
He's got such a good read on the game. I think that's the thing that will always be surprising about Leo is being young, having like raw individual aim. That doesn't surprise me. It's his read in scenarios, his clutch ability, and his depth of agent, which is like for someone as young as him doesn't make sense. It's still really cool as well that you can have like this Trek safe switch of just roles. Like there's not many teams that can interchange as well as Guild can with this roster, and I think that's why it's been a much sort of slower process of getting this team together. Is that I feel like this is definitely the best iteration of pieces, and considering how far they've got in the past, like close to qualifying, I feel like that's a decent claim.
No, I think you're spot on. Now, though, it's all of this rides in Liquid's hands, right? Like, how far can they take this? Can they make the scoreline look decent? You know, when the VLR analysts look back and go, well, it was
they got 9 rounds.
12-9, you know, it was a close game. Was it? But let's see if they can actually make anything of this match, because, you know, the bye's coming out, though. So first big test for Guild, at least on this half, and the first massive test for Liquid as well. So this could certainly change how this looks. Already going to get the orb built up here. So, again, trying to get Trex online with that. Liquid taking a little bit of an exploratory mission towards middle, and it is going to be Russ on the other side who will be trying to receive. This wall's already up, though. Popping himself down in the smoke. And Spike's not committed really just yet. Still needs to be recovered through from Sewer. So even with early success, there's still a fight to be had, and a little bit out of sorts from Yampy there. Russ with a punish and no trade available. Scream wasn't even that close, so that's a freebie, and it does give you a decent indicator of what the intent might be.
He's just managed to find the tiniest of gaps while they're just wasting time trying to break his wall, expecting them to be elsewhere. They were elsewhere. Instead, now Scream looks to try and move in and has ended up in the corner. They don't have time to really mess around here. Still 3 players within the site. And while Scream at least manages to find a couple, they still have to get that spike down, but I think he might have just done enough. Oh no!
Well, hold on. They've left the spike down below. Link has to go and pick it up, and now time. What? What is going on, Soulcast?
Defenders win.
Tom, you're the analyst. Break that round down for me.
No, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I assumed that the spike must have been stuck on the corner, but oh, that's frustrating. Like that about sums up the game. Like everything seeming like it could have worked out for Liquid, and then just getting slammed in the end. I think that's definitely a telestrator round if I've ever seen one.
Wow. I feel as though with that, we should throw it to a break, because I'm sure the analysts will be whirring that up, getting it ready to be broken down, because so much can be said about an absolute blowout game like that. It was, I mean, it's quick as anything. So we are going to go to a break, and when we're back, hopefully we'll have Icebox, and hopefully the analyst test will make some sense of the map we just saw.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Had to keep my focus, had to count a locus,
focus. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. My dreams, sell them when I'm moving upstream. So they wanna get in my jeans, but I don't wanna give them my ring. Can I been blowing up, growing up, blowing up, hit them with the right.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back, friends. And after a map one that I think left a bit of a sour taste in everybody's mouth, we're here back on the Analyst desk to break things down. Welcome back, I'm Milosh the Medic. With me on the desk are Kaquka and Lothar. And please, as Pansy and Tom were saying, let's try to make sense of what happened in map one.
Okay, so after we started, and Xilv gets that pistol round, we were discussing in the green room, that was a little bit of luck, you rush the clock, and it's a round that goes for you, it's a good start, you want to start up, you decide to start on the attack, so of course, but after that, the way that they played the bonus, being extra aggressive, and the way that rounds are falling into their advantage, it literally looked like watching them against Gambit again. They knew exactly what Liquid wanted to do on every single round. The response from Liquid, round 5, Jumpy pops out the operator. Oh, you think the Xilv is not going to be ready for that? Oh, you wait and see.
It's funny because if you remember watching Xilv from the times when there was Yasin still and Bonker in the team was being criticized by me a lot when it comes to running down the clock on attack and just running out of time. Some of those bad habits are still here in Xilv, but they're fixing it in most situations. Even if they have, they're running down the clock, sometimes it did take the utility with them, and because of that, they're able to make Liquid over-rotate. And we have seen that happen so many times when just Liquid suddenly leaves the map or for some different reason than typically would have happened, and they are lost. The map control is absolutely lost, and Xilv takes that space on attack, and I'm very happy to see that Xilv performs so well on attack. There's still some stuff to fix, but for me, Liquid losing the fundamentals on this map, they're going one by one, just not trading. That was the biggest upsetting thing to me. But one more thing that I wanted to mention is that this composition by Liquid has a lack of ultimate comeback, because there's no way of combination of ultimates, right? You have a Omen ultimate, a Cypher ultimate, and an Astra ultimate that has minimal impact.
Yeah, I was talking about that round 5. You talk about the over-rotating, and it was in the same round that they bring the operator, that they decide to actually put all the forces with the operator and play for retake. So you already starting with the wrong foot on the round, because if you have to go for retake, you're going to be having Yampy on the operator. Don't get me wrong, we love that, but it's going to be, another stone on your way. Round 8, it begins. By the way, Leo was just something else on this game. The way that he was performing, the clutches, the duels. You were talking about them actually being able to isolate those duels. Round 8, he has the same kills that the entirety of Team Liquid has on their hands, and he hadn't still died. So love to see him back. 4.4 KD is just insane. And looking into the next map, I expect the same from them, because the preparation that we saw coming in from Xilv is definitely going to be the main course.
Yeah, about Leo, he actually clutched 2 rounds as well. He was in a 1v1 and in a 1v3 on that pistol round that he single-handedly was able to just... Winning the pistol round just manages to put so much tempo on one side, right? And there was a pivotal moment, even though it was the opening of the map. So Leo, a player that I'm just so always impressed with, he's intelligent, so he has an insane game sense.
Yeah.
And that's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, totally. And after Liquid actually asked for that pause, that came in a little bit late, after you're losing 5 rounds in a row, they take a couple more to actually ask for that timeout. And the response is, hey, why are we playing so much on the retake? Why don't we just phase them? And it actually led them to making more mistakes. We saw Nivera over-peeking, and after getting 1 kill, just keep engaging onto that.
A bit more detail. Lothar, you got something to talk about on Telestration.
Yeah, two small things, not really a long Telestrator segment. So one thing that many people probably just missed during the game, but it could be actually a very impactful thing in a lot of rounds, is pay attention to the minimap here. That wasn't being spotted by the camera because there was much more important stuff happening in gunfights. But look at Yumpy. Yumpy's on B side here. He has his Omen ultimate, and you know, there's not much you can do with this ultimate a lot of the times. But look what Yumpy will do, and it's a creative way of using this ultimate. He's gonna use it to break the trap in A main entrance. He's literally teleporting on the trap. As you can see right here, I'm gonna put an arrow just so you know what I'm talking about here. Look how Yumpy teleports straight up in the trap and then cancels it back. So he puts a bit of a pressure on that potential retake to be happening from a side where he's not going to be, because he can cancels it, goes back to B side, and then goes to the rest of the team. So that's one cute play that didn't have like a lot of impact in that round, but it's a potential usage of the Omen ultimate, and not just, you know, a typical ITP on side and that's it, right? So, and then the second clip that I wanted to show is the guild execute, and it's more about the way that someone plays off the utility that is being used in this execute, and not the execute itself. So we're gonna talk about Russ. Russ goes into this round with a plan. I'm gonna use the Sage Wall and I'm gonna be on top of it. Typically, when a Sage player uses the Sage Wall, you see him like just go in first. But look at the patience and discipline by Russ. By him waiting for this utility all to happen makes it guaranteed that he gets that kill, and he is not just feeding as the entry player, because when he's on top of that wall and he goes in, he's the first target that everyone will be looking at.
Guild showing off their skills. Excellent on map 1, but how does that turn into our second? Icebox is up next. Kaquka, expectations?
So the thing is, we have just seen Team Liquid not being able to perform a retake on Split. And one thing that made their Icebox extremely strong is not only bringing in the Fade and being surprised, but actually the way that they were performing the retakes. And just, again, seeing how Guild prepared for this Split, I think that is the reason, that the fact that they have those reps onto Icebox, that they decided to go for this map against Team Liquid.
I mean, Liquid also has another unorthodox composition that they're using on Icebox, and because of that, I'm assuming that Guild has a plan how to approach it, right? Liquid is typically playing with an Omen and a Viper on this map, which gives you more control on mid. I wonder what will Guild do to counter that mid control against that composition.
Guild very prepared against a team that we were talking about earlier today and saying, Team Liquid, they are this team that can just be unpredictable. You said nobody can predict them because they don't even know what they're going to apply in the game itself. But here, Guild looked like they had full control. How do you recover mentally from that going into Icebox?
Oh, it's literally just, it has to be a new mindset. You need to think about what you've done in this map before. And if you have something new, it is the moment to put it on the table, because Guild are going to be ready. Don't get me wrong, against Big, it was extremely close. But after, even though they won the map, there are so many things that they could learn on how to execute and what to change from one week to another.
I mean, it was extremely close against Big because of what we mentioned in the pre-show. Coldamenta just went absolutely insane, right? But will it happen this time? Who knows, right?
But that's the thing. You already know that you won because of that. What can you do to actually bring in some stability? They have to have found the reason, because otherwise they wouldn't choose this map. They would go to Haven, but maybe they don't want to see it because God knows what Liquid has on that map.
It's still all up in the air, and perfect timing as we head into Agent Select. Lothar, why don't you guide us through it, please?
So, in general, we have seen some changes in the way that teams are approaching Icebox lately. We have seen, either Sova or Fade being used. We have seen Liquid use the Fade instead of that Initiator, and because of that, we have seen a little bit pace change. Sova is such a flexible character in Icebox. He is able to just have a bigger range than Fade, and and that dictates how those executes are being done, and early map control is being done as well. It's also harder to read against the Sova what he's gonna do, because he doesn't have to be close to his utility just like Arena. But let's see what are the changes here.
Okay, so Safe is going to say no to the chamber this time around. He's going to go on the Killjoy. Not only that, but Trex is gonna move past the Jet. If you thought that you could prepare for this one, no, it's not going to happen. And actually wanting to go face-to-face against Scream, that is gonna be one to look at.
This is actually kind of crazy because they changed the entire game plan with this, with those agent changes. As we know, Killjoy and Viper have great synergy together, so that's not a new thing. But the fact that they are now playing without the chamber, that limits their economy, no Jet, no chamber, to build up the economy, right? Trex has on Raze an ultimate that costs 8 orbs, but is a perfect agent to counter the Sage, because the satchels are dealing maximum damage after they're being armed on the Sage wall, so they can stop the plant happening like instantly. So there's a lot of utility.
You're overthinking it. You're
No. I can guarantee you that's the way you want to play Raze on defense.
Yeah, but it's also the thing, I think probably Trex did not feel the most comfortable on Jet the other day. He was not finding the impact that he wanted. He was like, I need more freedom. This is not working. I don't know how to work around the dash. Let's try something more impactful.
Well, there's a lot up in the air for Guild versus Team Liquid. Indecision, but how does it go down on Icebox? That's map 2. We got Pansy and Tom take us through it. Enjoy.
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Because after map 1, I think we're left with more questions than answers right now. Veto-wise, where do you think this is? Because we did see Guild picking this, obviously after the veto kind of went away from where we expected. How has this changed your perspective, at least?
I'm worried, very worried for Liquid, because I think if this map came through at the if it was a third map, or even if Liquid had gone into it after their good performance versus Big, I'd have had no problems with this being in the pool. It's the fact that Guild have picked this. They didn't even pick this last week when they won it. It was something that was brought in by Big, so it's clearly something that they've looked at. They found out their ideas and even changed their composition just to try and work around it. And I think, for example, one of the best reasons for that, if you look at Killjoy coming in, well, you know the likelihood is they're not running a Sova. What's the best counter to a Killjoy? It's a Sova. So they're almost managing to bring in agents that you might not be able to run, unless, of course, like Scream's going to be having like nade lineups for the lockdown or something, which I very much doubt.
Yeah, not something you'd instantly put beside him as something that you'd look at, but we do get to see Fade coming back out, which was a highlight for me seeing Soulcast. Again, it feels like he gets to reinvent himself when he picks up a new agent of sorts. It does seem quite interesting, but we do get to see a little bit of a pound for pound value. Yeah, I just absolutely whiffed it, haven't I? But we get to see how it kind of fares up against the Sova. So I'm kind of interested in this game just purely from that perspective, but we'll wait and see. Again, this is one that's definitely standing out to me that Guild have knowingly picked this. So they've got to be coming in well prepared with good idea as to what they're to be up against, but it's still Liquid. There is still every chance this can go astray. So for them, it's a must-win now, Tom.
Yeah, they've got to try and pull this one back. A map that has never been particularly good for them. One of the weaker within their pool. A map that, well, we've only really seen them beat this year Big in their first game with a new roster. So I'm just putting that caveat out there that they need to fix some things and have done it fast.
That's what we're waiting to see. So Guild will be starting out on the attack. If you are just tuning in, it is currently 1-0 to Guild, who looked unbelievable on Split, and Liquid just looked cold coming into it. And now we'll move on to Icebox, which was Guild's choice, but slow and steady. Let's see if it wins the race. 30 seconds still to play with here, and Link's still going to be pushed a little bit further forward.
30 seconds left.
Can hear everything. No subtlety to this, but no need for subtlety when Trex is hitting shots. Going to punish Link, and now look towards the site itself, and it looks methodical. It looks pretty robust, and nothing to really deny this plant for now. Rust's going to get away with it, and actually get away with his life.
They've gone for the elevated plant because it's one that Scream can't deny. Putting that paint shell through just wouldn't have really done much damage, and now they have that extra position to almost play over some of that util straight away. Haunt going out to try and get them that info, and actually it's just being stuck all the way through. Scream, well, he couldn't deny them off the back of it, but he can just defuse the spike. All right.
Well, that's one way to do it. Just yeah.
He just stuck it. He stuck it all the way. You can see the utility was there. Like, there was a paint shell afterwards. I think there was even a nano swarm, but I assume on Guild side they go, well, they won't have just stuck it all the way through, would they?
Surely not.
Long time FPS player, Scream don't fake.
That's what they say about him. Not the headshots, it's Scream don't fake.
No.
Scream, do not fake. Bloody hell, but it's a buyback in. They're forcing up around this one. We're going to have, you know, Spectres across the board, but Coldamenta going to be challenged early on. Yampy going to win that because it's Yampy, and it's a judge in your face, so of course he gets away with it. And this is a little bit of a welcome back for Liquid. It feels like you've had just like a full sit diffuse, and then you've had, you know, judge popping off. This feels very Liquidy as a beginning. And already building towards that A side. So Scream does need to keep them at bay. Already going to have himself revealed, but he does need to make a quick move out of there. He actually gets to keep his life.
Yeah, they stacked a lot of utility in just to try and kill him off, but hasn't actually worked out. And now with 3 players within the site, Liquid have a pretty decent hold here. Even going to put up the screen just to lower their HP a little bit, but they've gone straight through it. Russ has just quickly found 2 kills.
How's he got 2 out? That safe's in danger though, but he looks dead to rights. He's again getting away with murder here.
What?
The timing on that reload on its own is just hilarious. Now, at least going to buy a little bit of time for rotations to come in. Deny the plant being instantaneous, but they still have a player disadvantage. Still going to be trying to work it back. Yampy's the only one doing damage so far. Fighting Coldamenta and Russ is all that's occurred. So you're looking at Nevera and Yampy to do something with this round, but Trex... What are you up to, Trex? So that spike is left down towards that kind of deeper side of sight, so they have to swing for a fight on this. And it's 10 seconds. So it has to be now, or pretty much never. Yampy still doing damage, and of course it's with the judge. Nevera just trying to play the time, but now with 5 seconds, Yampy has to play his life. Spike back in hand, and he's still doing damage. And he's played it to...
Oh, just about.
That was just about.
Just about.
Bloody hell.
That's probably the first time ever I've actually had to look at the scoreboard to see who won. I'm like, two. That's bigger. There's not 1-1. Oh, he didn't even need to peek this. That's the worst thing. He didn't need to fight this at all. The spike was down. No one was planting it. I don't even want... well, we can't tell because there's the Red Bull replay over the top, but I'm going to tell you, it was just under 0.
Bloody hell. And that's how it happens. That's how Liquid get their second. And that's going to just put Guild right back to the starting blocks. And Nevera swats Trex out of the sky. And it's the perfect beginning. It's a confidence booster, if anything. It may not be the prettiest Valorant you're watching, but it's certainly at least a couple of rounds they desperately need.
Yeah, they're getting off the mark, you know? And then they're getting to play this one as almost an extra bonus. I will say they lost every single player, so there's a heavy amount of investment, and they've not really made much. But even still, they're delaying what will be the bonus round a little bit longer. It's just whether or not Guild can do any major damage going into this next one, which, in all honesty, I'd be a little surprised, especially with the direction they're going.
And let's see if Nevera spots another. Already gonna slip a little close towards tight, but shut down pretty quickly. So Nevera gonna catch Russ, but it was actually Skullcast finding Coldamenta. And yeah, the shutdown looks pretty comfy. Liquid not gonna allow any naughtiness to occur. No plants coming in, no, well, basically barely any damage. Nevera copped a little bit of it, but that's about it. So at this point, 3-0. I mean, it's course correction, if anything, for Liquid, it feels like, after map 1.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they've managed to, although not necessarily earn up finances just in terms of the actual credits, ultimate-wise, they should be in a pretty decent spot. Unfortunately, the first 2 rounds, I think Yumpy was the only one getting any kills, so it kind of ended up in a bit of a weird spot for them, but even still, 3-0. Finally, we get a buy-up for Guild. Trex close to getting that showstopper online. Rare's almost available as well for Russ, and by the looks of it, it's just an all-in A play.
Yeah, with no default behind it. Tommy being tucked just behind them towards A, certainly indicative of it. Again, Soulcast's patience is going to be tested, if anything, at this point. Guild, no rush shown for them either. They're happily taking their time on this. Soulcast wanting to find a little bit of something, but for now, the utility's going to give away the game, if anything.
Seemed like it could have been a little misleading on the other side, but with the drone now coming through, Wall actually utilized just to try and slow them down on the take, but it isn't going to last too long. Even still, though, this has meant that Liquid can basically have a full rotation. 4 players already in, screen down again, ready for the retake, and... oh, they've even... what? No one's turned around, but he's whiffed! He's whiffed hard!
God, this is a horrible round. This is not going to be one for the replay packages. Scream gets caught off, found by Russ, and Guild actually finding the punishment now. This is a disaster in the making. I don't think there's much to be done for Soulcast in this round. Vera now we locked out towards the backside of things. Actually tell a lie. Soulcast spams it out. Actually going to catch Russ. That's huge. There's still impact to be had. They still don't have the spike down.
Player standing.
But now it is just Soulcast, as you saw that Yampy and Navera got caught off of that small opportunity that just slipped through. Oh god, that shot that went astray for Yampy still got me absolutely twisted. But I guess Guild are on the board. What a round, Tom. That was just bizarre.
I can't believe he stuck this. I don't even think Coltamenta can either. He's just going to be like, well, there's no way he's actually going to stay up there because that's mental. So I'll just go about my day like nothing happened. And then you just had some like a spam kill. I think the kill that Soulcast got was utterly ridiculous as well. Just like wall banging with a Guardian. But hey, Guild are on the board.
All right, just do that again. Do it again.
No, please don't do that again. I don't want to see that round again.
Okay, we're seeing again a little bit more aggressive. You're going to see Scream kind of exploring a little deeper towards that A side of things, which I don't mind. Again, a little bit of a switch up. Link not too far behind him either. You saw the Guild weren't particularly holding that default on that all-in A piece, so already an adjustment. It does look like a little bit of a lean back once again towards A. Now, they do have to try and clear these two players close by. Scream working towards the ult. How long does he stick around here?
Well, yeah, they've got Nightfall ready as well, so even playing a retake here wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. All the information, deafening your opponents, it's a pretty valuable ult to have in that late round scenario, and with the majority of players looking to try and push in onto this A site, you can see again Link holding onto the wall, slow available as well, so if they wanted to try and just delay as much as possible, which seems to be the plan, because they've also got a deep smoke and now the screen.
Okay. And there's contact though. Scream's still going to find Rust on the way in, which is proving to be a bit of a problem. You don't expect a little bit of a hit and run. If they're sitting for retake, you kind of expect them all in on that, but not to be. Oh, the spam's on the money! Scream punishing Safe for trying to plant towards that upper side. Once again, Coltamenta even copping a little bit of flak damage too. This is quite nice. You can see Yampy starting to build up his way around as well. This time hoping not to miss, but Scream just reigning supreme on towards the side itself. Investment of the ult. Not having a good game here, Yampy. A little bit of an unfortunate shot again, but it's fine. Everything is looking good for Stand and another round for Liquid.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of this afterplant revolves around having Russ alive. Like, you need the wall up early so that you can actually stop exactly what happened. Like, the wall bang through, it doesn't happen if you have the wall in place to actually get into that position in the first place. But because he goes down, they have to take a risk. And, well, you can tell on the other side for Liquid, they have read that almost perfectly. Scream starting to pop off as well, which is always a terrifying prospect. No matter how good you are, this man can be better.
Damn, Tom, that's, you know, give him some hope. Maybe one day they can catch up, you know? Damn. No matter what you do,
you disagree?
Scream will always be better.
Do you disagree? On Scream's day, I think he could be better than anyone.
I'm not, Joe, it's not worth arguing. It's not even worth arguing. I'll give you that. I'll absolutely give you that. But sadly, the one thing that's not being given is a great deal of money for Guild. They're going to be down on this kind of weird purchase. It's certainly not pretty. And again, I think Navera's been pretty on today, doing his job. Doesn't need to be popping off necessarily. And speaking of popping off, Scream going to just end it and find it. Coltamenta just gets sent away. Having absolutely none of it. Still not really being forced to relent either. Nothing going to really clear him from yellow. He can sit on this. They have pulled rotations. Sure, I guess that's a small tick in the box, but Safe to speed up the pace and try and take this site control would be pretty brave of him on his own. The rest of the boys now in support, but you can see that little bit of a clock, that little intuition from Liquid now starting to tick over. There's no other presence felt towards that B site, so already I'm pretty sure Soulcast is eyeing up the pusher in case anyone tries to overextend, but this should at least get them a plant.
Here is that wall. That's it. This makes it a lot harder to basically deny the plant. This could get interesting. Now, Rare's probably not going to be utilized just because, well, wrong side of the map. Died all the way on the other side. Yumpy playing this with a judge. It's just grotesque. I don't want to see that. Can we not look at his POV unless it's necessary? But here comes all the utility. Liquid more than comfortable to play this as a retake, and that is so much information off the
Oh my god. It's Yampy just closing the gap as well. You're going to be sweating bullets because the span's above and it's death from above. Of course it is. Yampy This is the danger that man contains. And you're right, it was off the back of Soulcast's utility, giving them a lot of information to play with and just the ability to close the gap. And Xilv, they're getting what they want, at least in the early rounds. They're getting the plant down, they're trying to take a little bit of side control, and that was off the back of the contact they had on the other side. But then the retakes have been pretty sharp.
He shouldn't be allowed to do this.
No, he shouldn't, but he is.
I will say, fair enough to the observers. you did have to look at him there because he was doing something utter just madness. He's just sticking with the judge. Like, this is a man that we know for his operator in the majority of rounds, but he's currently 10-4 and just having an absolute field day with this gun. And that's the thing, like, it seems like Xilv tried to come in with a plan, but if you're talking about teams that can disrupt your plan, Liquid are up there.
Yes, they certainly are. Leo's going to find a link, but that doesn't remove Scream from the equation. And do they check on him? They do now. They note him, and that he's still going to take one with him. And Yuppie goes in. Still going to claim Russ, and Russ is going to be absolutely tilted in pieces. It's a 3v2, and you do have the KJ ult coming in, so at least that's going to facilitate the plant, force the defending side away, and you can see the Viper's Pit now coming off the back as well. This is a lot invested for Xilv, and it looks like Navera going to do it right back to him.
Trying to almost counter out the ult with one of his own. Again, for Liquid, they have plenty of finances to buy back in, so even if they just manage to drop the remaining couple of players, that could be enough for them in this round. Haunt utilized again just to try and clear some of those closer angles, but the fact is everybody is playing outside of the pit at this point. It's going to be difficult for Soulcast to really find anything here, but he's managed to get quite far forward. In fact, it looked for a moment that he was going to have an opportunity. Shock dart in is going to leave Navira low, but he's tanked both of them, nearly getting it all the way, and he's just going to enter it. He sticks it in front of them. The disrespect. Both of the brothers have now done that to Xilv.
Right. Well. Something in the water, Tom. Something is absolutely unreal.
Somewhere out there, Jonas is crying because this was his whole problem with the update. Double shock darts are stinky now. You can't get those kills as easily, and I feel like Xilv need to know that. I guess you'd expect you did a little bit of damage onto Navira, but the man just stuck it, for God's sake. That shouldn't be even a thought.
Shouldn't be allowed. Should not be allowed. Unbelievable 6-1, and it feels like I'm watching a circus at this point. It's just what craziness is going to happen. Oh, Yampi's going to get like 5 with a judge. Cool, all right. Next round, a full defuse with like 4 alive. Sweet. Oh, his brother's going to do the same with 2. In a post-plant, I think it was with like Viper and with Sova. Fantastic. Makes perfect sense. It's why you can't help but love watching Liquid sometimes, because it does just go absolutely off the charts. So for now, we see once again Xilv trying to pick themselves up off the floor, because these last couple of rounds have been pretty disastrous. They're spirit breakers, right? Like, how are you meant to come back from this? But once again, the rinse and repeat towards the safe site. 2 noted at the back of site. Xilv now need to address this properly. How do they get around it? Well, Trex is going to put himself into the mix, and that's how you do it. Remove Link, remove Soulcast, and the site might finally be yours. Scream forced to relent for just a moment. As the spike can go down, we finally have a bit of a lurk in action. First time we've really seen it. Navera going to give away his position, just audio queue alone. So now Liquid presented so many new problems, and the flying judge is traded. But it is now just Scream in a 1v4, and surely nothing now goes wrong.
Don't even know why you'd utter that sentence. It's like you're trying to will it into existence. But yeah, I feel for Scream, you just got to do damage first, already going his way. And any more than this, and you do start to worry a little bit for the side of Xilv just in terms of holding onto those weapons. But it seems like he might actually just be looking for the exits, just looking to wrap all the way around and watch them as they run through.
Looks as though that's the plan. And it took Trex to get 2, I guess. The ult pretty much gave him the first round that they've been really able to convert. Xilv, well, obviously that now off the board. I haven't even looked at the ult economy, but I assume after the round we saw the Viper's Pit go up, the Hunter's Fury being invested, they're going to be cycling right on through this. So Xilv might be left with fewer options than they'd like, but we'll have to check in after this replay.
I think both teams are fairly low. I think there's still the res for Russ, but just not really been able to use it. But yeah, The funny thing for me though is that like I remember when Yumpy first came in to Valorant, he was running around with the judge. Sliggy managed to get rid of that, like remove it from him. Sliggy leaves, right back to the judge again. It's like nothing ever happened.
It's one of those things that's hard to question when it works, but then you sit there and go, but it shouldn't. It is, but it shouldn't. But Yampy on an operator, now that's a whole different thing for me. You can't help but enjoy watching this guy play.
Where he is.
Yep. I mean, he's commanded the entirety of the site control, and then some.
Well, this is also the direction that Guild have been going in for the majority of rounds. This has been an A-site simulator. We haven't really seen a proper B execution come out of them in the entire match so far. So the fact that he's got this much control is terrifying.
Yeah, and Scream's going walkabouts as well. Keep in mind that he's going to be working down Tube as we speak. Now, there is utility on the other side to keep him at bay. But that might be helped out a little. Navarro's going to be forced away, down super low. I think it was about 20 HP, 23 to be precise. And Drex has actually found the frag, which is huge. This could be the first time they're actually able to make a bit of an impact here off the back of that pick. So again, Spike not going to be able to go down just yet, but should be allowed on the second try.
A lot of the denial utility is gone, but they've broken the wall in the meantime. Now Soulcast comes through alongside Scream, and they're running out of time.
Yeah, not being able to get the plant down in that moment. Scream putting his life on the line, and rightly so. Even just to deny that, that's huge. It's a 3v3 with no plant. And the spike down in basically no man's land. It's just a spam from Link, punishing Safe, and that's going to be disheartening to say the least. Yampy's found Cordamenta, and Leo's great, but this would need some real greatness. Yampy's not allowing it, and Liquid carry on as they mean. And again, roll your mind back to the start of this round. The fact that Yampy took so much space, Tom, it just allowed them to have these rotations in. You had now the likes of Scream, he was working mid a little earlier, but then he pushed down, got on the site, got down and dirty with it, denied the plant. This is just brilliant rotations off the back of space being taken from Yampy.
Well, this is also just one of the major reasons we've seen even Liquid in the past with Soulcast, and I think at one point Optic were even running arrays just for plant denial, just being able to delay that extra time, do the damage to the wall, and then just leave them in the open. And that's the problem with that B-site take. It's still very easy to spam where you want to be planting, and from that point onwards, you're still having to fight that angle again and again. You just see those kills coming through the screen. And again, they're going to go back to trying into this B-site once again. Now, the support isn't necessarily there, but you can probably rely on Navarro just to buy time.
And they've committed a fair amount behind just to take towards yellow for now. Liquid do have 4 players here. Keep in mind, they're putting full faith in Yampy, and probably rightly so. Yes, they've still got a little bit of a look towards middle. You got Link kind of keeping that in mind and finding Safe. That's taken away the back line. That was the only player really holding this potential default in case anyone did go exploring, and now with that gone, this feels one-dimensional from Guild. Stuck a little, and if Liquid is sitting in deep and just holding these angles, they've got to find a way to somehow get towards sight.
Yeah, this is almost when panic starts to set in. Wall going to be up. This time it's more aggressive, though. Leo's trying to fight them, and while he's not won that duel, they will get an after plant, but the cost of it is huge.
Yeah, you're right. They just had so many players on this site so early for Liquid. And again, Cordamenta's done in. Just senses dulled and punish, and the location revealed. This post-plant retake is gorgeous from Liquid. Drex, he's so noted. Yampy makes the most of the utility invested off the back of Soulcast. Diffuse is going to come out, and Liquid look really robust right now. I know we saw some, the kind of circusry of it where it was just this kind of madness. You had Yampy flying around with a judge, and some full diffusers. Like, don't get me wrong, there were some weird rounds, but then you see the kind of core of it as well. You see the fundamentals behind it. It looks pretty solid.
I think as well, they just look calmer, I guess is the way I'd put it. Is like in every single scenario, like, okay, we've given up this, we found a pick on the other side, you've not been allowed this control, now we play retake as a team. And yeah, sure, Yumpy is popping off all over the shop now with the operator as well, but that's only working because each time Soulcast has got in the information. 10 assists already on the board. Like, we were raving about the fact he managed, I think it was 14 last time. He's almost done that already, just every single time catching someone with that haunt.
Yeah,
and that's the thing, it's a piece of utility that I am certain coming into today, Guild went, we're going to counter that. They've not even been close. Like, not once. So we have seen someone pinged every single time, the trail revealing where they are from then onwards. And that's before we even talk about the fact that Prowlers are leaving people blind and in awkward spots throughout. Then you've had fantastic, like, utility just to slow people down from Link and Navira, and then Scream just denying the plant. They've come into this with a game plan of their own, and I'll be honest, I don't even reckon they expected to come here at the beginning of the day, at least not as a second map. I think maybe a third, okay, fair, but...
Yeah, certainly not going to be a second. But by most accounts, if you'd seen how Xilv had vetoed to this point, you wouldn't have gone, right, well, of course it's going to be Icebox. It definitely caught us off guard. But you're right, put under the pressure, they've certainly come up with what they needed. And again, I'm really enjoying seeing Fade find a quite interesting role so far. It's so hands-on. We've seen a couple of different looks, some to varying success, but you know, your mind goes to a couple of performers out there who've really made me a believer. FPX obviously is the easy one to go to. But again, Soulcast on new agents, there's something about him when he's back in that grind, he finds so much value. It's, you know, when he first came back into that sky, when he really picked up that form, it's really nice watching him recreate, you know, find a little bit of that magic once again.
His Astra is also cracked.
Yeah.
Like, the way he was playing last week was so impressive. Like, he basically won them Fracture versus BBL. I don't think that's an outlandish statement at all.
Nope.
So, yeah, impressive. And, well, now you look at what's coming in for Guild. Finally managing to get on the board, reset. It stinks. You got a stinger. Like, that's all that needs to be said. In round 11, you're playing with a stinger.
It's not the dream come true, Tom. I think it's a fair assessment. Let's see what Trex can do with it. Can we just get a Trex POV? Just the... Oh, that's ambitious.
That's the most optimistic thing I've ever seen anyone do.
Guys, he's tagged. Guys, he's tagged. I've got him.
I've hit him for half health? No, half a health.
I appreciate you, observers, for trying to stay on him as long as you can. You're like, guys, it's just not worth it. He's not going to do anything. Well, we'll see. Again, that Fade utility, it's giving away so much. Oh, it just gets clipped on the side. And still finds a frag. And now we look towards those post plants that have been plaguing Guild, that those diffusers coming in may be safe. But look at Yampy. He's so aware of this. Posted on it, not going to look away for a moment. And Leo, well, the shots ain't hitting and the diffuse ain't stopping. And it is going to be Liquid just living life to the maximum. It's rough out here for Leo right now. And Liquid just reaffirming some of our, you know, some of those doubts we had maybe before now going to be wiped away, right? This is just like, oh, it's okay. They're back in it. It's fine. It was a weird map one. Guild look absolutely, you know, off the charts. Now, it's fine. Liquid are back and they look great, Tom.
See, the funny thing is, like, we'll meme that ult, but it was actually really useful because it forced every single player back and the rest of the team were alongside him. So, like, although it did clip the wall and he could have got a couple of kills, the fact that Liquid are playing as a unit in every single one of these retakes, it's beautiful to watch, and Guild can't do anything about it. Now, they've got a reinvestment, and, well, see you later, safe.
Soulcast. Absolutely loving it. Just beaming people. Yeah. Safe with the op coming out. I mean, desperate times, desperate measures, I guess, is the way it goes.
One of the only rounds they won was with a showstopper on track, so at least him being able to get the orb is something. Like, maybe he can make the space they need. Paranoia, though, is nasty. They even have a nade to follow up, and then Link swings, but he doesn't quite manage to get the kill. It's a nice attempt, and it's also given Scream a little bit of extra space to try and fight back through. Lockdown should force him back, but it's whether he actually chooses to go back. And he does.
Yeah, he does. I was desperately watching that minimap just as we got to. I'm like, is he fully going back? He is. Okay. So again, roll your mind back. A couple of the rounds were completely dependent on ults coming out from Guild now. Already Navarro's gonna find Russ. There it is. Still gonna find two. Scream, Soulcast gone. There's hope, but maybe, just maybe, Yampy can do something with this. He's in a weird position. Of course he is. It's Yampy. So Spike gonna go down. Spots one. Did he get noted? I don't believe so. Spot down. And the shot goes astray. This one will probably hit. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's Yampy all over. 2 HP in a dream, but there's 3 players, and surely they shut the door on this round.
Oh, I don't want to watch anymore. I can't. Like, why?
There we go. There we go.
Why with the shorty? Oh, well, Guild get a third. Now, the fact that 2 of their rounds are off the back of a showstopper double kill. The least, I was going to say the least recreatable, but I guess technically they did recreate them.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe that's something else that can be pulled into the next half. Impressive stuff, though, from Liquid, start to finish. Like, I think Soulcast has shown that. I definitely had my doubts a little bit with this agent going into the map, especially with how good Guild were at countering them. They barely counted him at all. Even in that last round, I think the Haunt caught all 4 players exactly where they were for Yumpy to just have that knowledge going into the clutch. It's like, it's had its value, and I think every single member of their team has been playing very, very well.
Oh, straight up. It's been nice to see Liquid still have that capability to not just let one map either tilt them or put them off, because that map was pretty bad, to be fair. It was a brutal map to watch. So nice to see them instantly recover back into this. 9-3 is a good scoreline. Curse or not, it's pretty solid, and Russ has a little bit of a gap to work with there in middle, so he's going to keep his eyes trained towards it. But we have to look towards Liquid. What are they up to on this attacking side now? Nothing particularly to draw our attention instantaneously, but it looks like a slower lean towards that B site.
Yeah, it's patient from them. An aggressive alarm bot, but I feel like this is almost just being utilized to sell the, okay, they're playing further back, when in reality, Trex is set up with a nade, and you can already see the cross is being held by Safe as well. They're just trying to do as much damage as possible. Whoa, nice shot to start.
Yeah, very nice. Now this layers. Gilda can commit 3 behind yellow here. It's a little dangerous in my mind. But let's see how it works out for them. Again, Liquid taking their time, not in any particular hurry here. Spotting players towards the back of the site, spotting out 2, and then the swing from the 3rd. That's Safe trying to get involved, but it's Trex to punish again. Catches Scream, his opposite number, and Trex is just dominating this round. 30 HP on Navera, sitting like the walking wounded, and Soulcast by his side, but not being given many opportunities. Trex happy to put his life on the line. Actually deals with the utility invested from Soulcast, but Leo with the overextend. 12 seconds now. But Guild still have 4 players standing, make it 3. Safe, Russ and Coldamenta.
Oh, no. One. Yeah, it's interesting from Liquid there, because I'm pretty sure they have to have known there were 3 players close, because you've seen the wall go down, the alarm bot, and then obviously Trex killed someone. So maybe just worried that they were already locked in, because that is one of the issues that they have with this composition, is you don't really have any flank watch. There is no trap that's been put down. There's no turret in the form of Safe. Like, you're just relying on at some point an individual being there. So I feel like they almost opted like, okay, let's push into this stack just in case there's a player waiting behind them. Well, didn't go great.
No, and again, we have highlighted a couple of the players from Liquid, but you can't really ignore Trex. I would say so far has been one of the main proponents of some of these rounds even being on the board. The pistol round here, I'd say, is a great deal of credit towards him, that early impact.
He gave them 3.
Yeah,
They have 4.
He has been doing a lot of work. Now, obviously, it's a team effort, quote unquote, but his impact alone has given them a great deal of the rounds they currently have. So let's see if they can get him online even further. Building that ult up nice and early, too. 3 away from getting online, so not bad for him at all. We have Sheriffs across the board and Yampi, of course. Bringing in a little bit more range, but that would take Guild maybe over peaking a little bit, getting punished, and you know this is probably going to be happening.
Scream still there with Yumpy. This is basically the 2 sort of high firepower players almost just trying to sell a bit of a fake. You've got the screen on the other side of the map. You've got a lot of utility set up for Safe as well. So getting past this is not going to be easy, but they have done a decent job of actually pulling away some of these players. So a plant isn't too unlikely.
No, it could certainly happen. Now, I would say the fact that Safe is still over there, though. Okay, he's gone. Okay.
Don't mind.
Okay, well, this is when things become a bit of an issue in my mind. It's okay. No! Delete it. Delete the VOD. We don't want to look back at that. That's one you don't want to dwell on. And Trex and Russ left to do some heavy lifting here. And it ain't happening. Soulcast with a miracle of a round, finding 3 huge picks. And Guild just looking flustered, looking flat.
So what are your thoughts on Fracture? I quite like it as a map. As one that I think that ends up as a little bit of a middle ground, and I think we're almost definitely going to be heading there, because I don't know how you come out with a round where you half invest with pistols and you end up winning it flawlessly. And it's like, okay, there was a fake, but it's not like the fake pulled the rotation. Like Safe was still just sat there and just got wrecked. Then you had, who was it who whiffed in mid? Was it Coldamenta? Just not able to kill on Soulcast. And, well, you spoke about ults being online early. Soulcast is very close, and also close to being dead.
Yep, 4 HP. And Guild still trying to hold the line. I mean, you got to put your best foot forward, and they put 5 players on the A site, so map gets cut in half unless Liquid decide to actually back away and maybe re-explore things. Still with a fair amount of time, and they do have that rifle on Navera, so something to look towards. He could be the instigator to finding a lot of this and punishing a lot of this. Mentor and Russ daring to go forward, and it looks like they're just going into the trap. This should be 3. And, well, there's actually still danger. Yampy and Link going to be faced off against Trex and Leo. This is still a madness to even see come to this point.
Especially with the slide across the rope to try and get something done. It seems like the read is wrong, though, from Guild. And that could actually be the death of them, especially when you're with a Marshal. It's not going to be great in the retake. The other player only having a pistol as well. And on the other side of things, you still have a fair amount of utility to play with. I think, although it's been close, I'd be surprised if Liquid lost it from here.
It would take a mistake or an overperform, I feel, from some of the Guild players potentially here. And quite no man's land. Yampy, perfect timing to almost overextend towards CT, finding Trex, quick punish. And yeah, well, Leo's got a rifle. Yeah, that was on Nevera at the start of the round. And that's a shot. This is the time for Leo to come alive if you want some hope for Guild, and he has to find Link, and there's a time limit on this. Sorb goes in, and Link trying to buy every precious second he can. And Leo has to slowly trudge through this. There's quicksand beneath him, and the time starting to dwindle. Spots just the pixel. Tap on the spike, and Link is going to play this to perfection. Not giving it away for free, and I think Leo knows this one's done. Time to back away, try and keep that rifle. Link wants to shut them down, see if he can maybe catch him in the heels at all. No, can't find him in time, and Leo gets to keep his life, but Liquid get the round.
It's a shame because I think if you looked at that, like, if this was the first half, you kill 4 players, you're in a good spot, I might start singing the praises of how good this round was. It's unfortunate, though, because very real opportunities for winning it when you're this far down in the game. Leo's starting to come online a little bit after what has been a quieter performance. Still not a bad one, but just quieter than what we saw in the last map. Still, though, a mountain to climb if they're going to compete here at all.
Oh, for sure. It's a ridiculously long road back, and we're already seeing a couple of the individuals from Liquid finding that form, which is why I always get worried. It's like, I feel like one out of these X amount of rounds they'd have to run, one of them could have big impact, right? So we wait and see. Double stack down towards B long. You can have Russ pushed up, and Trex is there with him. So Liquid do need to make sure they clear this meticulously. You can see the investment of utility already coming in to try and do so. At least reveal Russ's position. And they quickly adjust off the back, at least for now, to try and fall away from that pain shell. So they have a fair few facts to work with at the start of this round. It looks like, if anything, they're encouraging this exploration towards A.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like the rest of the players have just been sat doing nothing. Yumpy has moved up alongside Link. Challenge versus the turret, and again, it's going to almost come down to what looks like a retake because the spike's already rotated in, and they've left, well, not your normal lurker, but Scream back in mid.
Well, let's see how that goes. Certainly very capable. See how he reads the game, but it looks like he's not alone in this. Nevera's sitting pretty deep as well. So Liquid leaving 3 towards a site at least dedicated towards it. And they have to be proactive on this lurk now. You can't really sit too deep. And Safe's going to punish Yampy for getting a little over-aggressive. Link now feeling a little more alone on the site than before. Mentor tries to overextend, punish Nevera. The brothers in arms working back in middle, and there's a time limit now on this. Leo wants to speed up, but Scream's denied. Safe. This is all falling to pieces. Soulcast now the last one alive in a 1v2. Trex and Leo, though. Anything they can say about the matter? No, Soulcast. Clutching it out and getting Liquid just one step away from getting that scoreline back, all even at 1-1.
He's been on one this game.
Yeah, he is.
We've spoken about the assist, but even just pure fragging power, the confidence he had on the defense to just like swing wide on the A site in some rounds, and while now clutching out what could be the nail in the coffin here. 12-4.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like just the way that Liquid are even playing in these sort of push and pull moments, like managing to get him from behind. Of course, they're able to even sprint things down because of that Nightfall. So that you couldn't hear that flank coming, or at least the sheer pace of it. And they're doing very well to play around all of the utility that they're using. Nice shot from Russ, though. It's not been his game, that's for sure, but maybe he can win on one.
Oh, he's certainly putting his best foot forward, isn't he? Finding 2 this round. Scream and Link going to fall to that little aggressive lean at the beginning. High risk and certainly a high reward. It's given them a huge advantage in these rounds. You're going to need someone from Liquid to try and find a couple back, but see if they can find some space to play with. Yampy going on exploratory mission down towards middle, but again, with 3 players and so little done in the round already. But again, the buy coming out from Guild certainly far from perfect. So an opportunity, but a small one. I'm looking at Yampy to try and make something for himself out of this round. And if Coldamenta gets caught out again, I'm worried. Okay. It's all right. He had it that time. It certainly wasn't pretty, but he gets the job done. Leaving just 2 now.
I love it. The TikTok Omen clutch plays, try and TP just straight through a smoke blind and hope that there's no one on the other side, or hope that you can catch them off. And weirdly, I don't think he was that far away, even though he was looking him dead in the eyes while just waiting for that TP to go through. Navira caught by Russ, definitely having a step up here, and well, nothing, absolutely nothing.
Speaking of TikTok, are you much of a TikToker, Tom?
I am an avid user or an addict, whatever you want to call it.
I see. do you follow Sliggy yet? You gotta get into that. It's great.
I actually don't know if I do. What does Sliggy post on there?
It's a lot of the dances, obviously.
Oh, really?
Yep. No, there's actually some sweaty Valorant content. You should get involved. It's pretty solid. Speaking of pretty solid though, Rush, just had a big round. I mean, the first couple of kills, you talk about high risk, like, okay, what's the percentage every time he runs that? He gets the drop on screen. I don't know, right? But you wouldn't bank your 12-4 game on it, but he did. He risked it, and he got the biscuit. Scream, once again, getting punished. Okay, well, look, the odds are changing as we speak, Tom. But this round, keep in mind the purchase coming out from Liquid. It is going to be just on the lower end of things with the Sheriffs coming out. If they can get some ult progression, they are so close now to getting that one pretty much under the belt. So that would be lovely for them. And, of course, on the other side, similar scenes for Guild. So that first cycle of things coming through. And once again, we ask, can this scoreline be made to look close? Can it look like a game that could have a comeback to it, or any sort of sweat on the brow for Liquid? Because at 12-5, you're feeling still quite comfortable.
Yeah, no real reason to sweat. It's why you're still seeing some of these riskier plays, especially when there's pistols on the board. Well, Trex has put this one to bed. He's going to take a lot of damage, though. Maybe not quite worth the risk, and you have to be a little bit careful here. Prowler through, peek off of it, but Russ popping off. Another chance! What a shot from Solcast, and he's going to get an afterplant here.
The frag movie machine might have a couple more clips to be made of this, and Coldamenta's going to walk forward. Oh. After all those exchanges, the Coldamenta's been either caught off guard, caught in a weird moment. I'm starting to have heart palpitations about that, but no, he kept his composure and kept Guild with another round in this. That's 2 back-to-back now, but they need to keep stringing it. The buy's going to be back in for Liquid, though. So again, keep that in mind. It may not be perfect. They may have, missing a couple of bits and pieces, not all the bells and whistles, but it's still pretty deadly, and those ults are now coming through.
Yeah, both sides. This could be what I like to call an observer's nightmare, with just ult spam coming through all over the shop, multiple Viper's pits potentially coming in. And again, we're going to see this deep control. Now, this is something they've done a couple of times, wall being ready to put up, but with Scream's potential aggression, they've got to be careful. Like, it's not really worth the risk of placing a wall down that he can just go over.
Okay, a little bit of back and forth. All right, we've just got some aimers coming out to play right now, Tom. Some weird plays and some aimers. So you know what? Just strap yourself in for the rest of this round. It feels like Yampy going for the double dip here. There's a little wander. Sees nothing else towards middle. We know they're kind of sliced right down. But again, that one pick does open up options towards middle. You can see instantly they're going to try and find that information back. The Aldrone, I don't think, really got him much information for old Leo. And Yampy might just be finding the perfect time on this. The fight comes out and Trex wins it, pops it, all goes in, finds Soulcast. Huge impact from Trex alone, but the trades are there. It's a 2v3, Tom. It's still game on.
At least they've managed to clear out Yumpy. I feel like that was the biggest danger, just that flank coming through. It's over the top for Link, and well, he's done some damage along the way. Plant should go through. I don't think there's going to be much they can do to deny it. Just running and gunning for Coldamenta, but they've held on for now.
Here we go. You got 10 seconds. 9. Count it down. Guild dependent on time here, and has Liquid put their backs to the wall. Guild gonna be closing the gap. And Navera, what more can you do about this? Has to dip away for a second and finds the frag, punishing Russ. Anything else to be seen though? Diffuse gonna be toyed with, and Navera. He's found Coldamenta. Navera. He's on a tear, and we know where Safe is, but he doesn't. And now timing is everything. And time is ticking. Safe has to close the gap right now. Navera denies. 13-6, the final scoreline. Team Liquid, what a way to bring yourself back from what was a disastrous map one, Tom.
Yeah, I can't believe we've actually ended up here.
Wow.
Like, I thought that Guild coming in would have a huge game plan. They'd have counters to everything that Fade had to offer. They had nothing.
No.
And then on the other side of things, you just had Liquid popping off. A solid
What a
performance
game.
from them. Really good synergy as well. And I have no idea where Fracture's going. Absolutely none.
And you know what? With that note, we'll leave it to the desk to decide how that one goes down. Plenty of opportunity for it to go absolutely askew like that map and the first map did. So we'll be back after the break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
For change, no, I'm not gonna fade. You ain't letting me play. You ain't bringing me down now. I'm the talk of the big town. I'm wearing my crown. I'm making my mark.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back, friends. Team Liquid versus Guild continues, and Liquid, they've managed to flip the script on their opponents, and we went to Icebox. Liquid just took it. I don't even know actually what to say about all of this, because when you look at map 1, like, okay, this should be for Guild. Liquid just looked completely defeated. We go to Icebox, and it was just the absolute opposite, Lothar.
I feel like whenever I say something like a compliment about the team, that they're trying to remove their bad habits, you know, and I compliment about that, then suddenly Yes, they go back into that pit. And it's Guild, like, I swear, this is the team, I have to start counting it, that has the most rounds that are being just run down the clock, and they just cannot plant because the spike is lost somewhere out there and they cannot reach it, and they just do something really odd that they cannot then capitalize on. It's rampant.
Yeah, but to me that actually is a props to Team Liquid. They knew that obviously Guild picks this map, they know what they're going to do. We see the Killjoy, and Tom is right. Liquid is not running the Sova. It looks like you're going to have an easy time. What Team Liquid changed on this one is actually getting back the balls that they were missing on Split. They were like, actually, we don't know if we should take the duel. Hey, we're literally supposed to take the duel. Well, Liquid, we just don't let the plat happen, because if we allow it to happen, they have a lot for them to play for the post plat.
They do, but they also have to play it efficiently. That's something that we didn't see.
We're just running them down.
I mean, Yampi had some pretty major impact overall while anchoring the sites, but there's also an insane amount of clutches that were happening on this map.
Ridiculous.
Liquid won 7 clutches. Think about it. This is a 19-round map, and Liquid won 7 clutches. Guild won 3 clutches. Like, that's overall 10 rounds that were just won by clutching it. That just showcases how chaotic this map was.
That doesn't even touch on, the placement for Sova, for example. The fuses, the ninja ones that we saw a couple times from Scream and his brother. There's a lot that we can dig into, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about Soulcast in this moment, Kaquka.
Yeah, I think that one of the reasons that Team Liquid looked so good is the way the Soulcast was using his utility. Not only on the fragging department, he was amazing on this map. I think that he was the main person doing that job of actually giving the extra information and giving them safer grounds. I think that the Prowlers were super effective. He didn't hesitate when he had to use the ultimates. They knew that they needed every single round because they needed to break Guild's mental. I think that they did a great job, because I do not think that Guild came in with the idea of, the attack is gonna go a little bit wrong, but hey, on the defense we're gonna destroy them. No. And one of the reasons that Liquid achieved to get this map was thanks to Soulcast. I think he's having a great stage.
Yeah, I mean, the Fade usage was actually really good, surprisingly actually, because I thought that Guild would be prepared for the plays that we have already seen from Liquid. We have seen the positioning from the Hound being used on the top of site in that small little window. That's something that we have seen Liquid use exactly before. No one is shooting Prowlers as well. They're just being ignored, and just instead of just destroying them, they just get the value. It's so odd, but at the same time, props to Soulcast. He was playing really well.
Well, all of our hearts were beating pretty quickly now between both of these maps. And to continue on the cardio, Lothar, off to Telestration.
Okay, so the Telestrator fragment is something, I'm not going to break down like a super complicated play and then talk about executes. I will talk about min-maxing here. This is a round that was one of the, let's say, game deciding in my eyes. And it showcases how being efficient at your own utility can win you a round. Pay attention to the minimap. This is round 7, where Nivera will stick the defuse inside of his own Viper Spit. On the minimap, you can see currently that 2 Viper Spit being used at the same time. That means that there's DK affecting anyone in that area. The thing is that Nivera now cannot really defuse because he knows there's so much possible and utility that Guild can use. Pay attention that unfortunately for Guild, inside of this Viper Pit, there's still an orb that is being active right now. So Coldamenta is running down his own fuel when he is having a Viper Pit still active. And when we're gonna press play, look what's gonna happen. Nivera is waiting out the Viper Spit. He goes in, he sees the Viper's orb. Now it goes down, and he still is not defusing because of the postplan utility on the spike. But he goes now to defuse it at this point. And before this second shock dart lands on Nivera, which is not killing him because of the nerf of the shock darts, there was already enough time for Coldamenta to react and put his Viper orb again to be active and put in the DK on that player, which will essentially kill him because it will deal the minus 30 damage instantly, and the shock dart kills off that player. But because of the inefficiency of using that one piece of utility, they lose that round and they cannot convert all of those ultimates that they use in it.
I mean, he picked it from his brother. We know that pros don't fake. Scream didn't, so why would Nivera?
True, why not? Make sure, what is it, the brother power that we're calling. This is a great thing to see between the both of them. But now, on to our third map. Fracture is up on the list for everybody watching at home that didn't catch the pre-game. What do we expect then, Lothar?
What can we do?
Complicated.
I mean...
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? This is the map that Guild lost against Big, but they have decided to go to Fracture instead of going to Haven. They had that last say-in of where we're going to go. So it's two ways of seeing this. They feel like maybe Team Liquid had an easy time to counter-strat them, but on the other hand, is what we've seen, all that you have on Haven.
I mean, it's how do you counter-strat a team that just changes every single time as well, right? I feel like I feel like in this map decider, it's also hard to say what we're gonna have to expect because the teams are just playing very chaotic right now. Like the Icebox, anyone would be ready for what we have seen? Like this is just a complete blowout when it comes to like personal performance as well from the players. So as much as I would like to talk about like, oh, we can expect this and this and this happen, I feel like this is one of those matches where we are currently just waiting for the outcome of the third map and not really anticipating anything.
I think that one of the things that definitely was lacking there on Split was, you know, a little bit more of the Astra performance, let's call it that way, because sometimes the timing was against them, because now also with the Astra nerf, everything has been nerfed. You need to take your time to actually, you know, retrieve the stars and actually use them another way. If we do not see changes from Liquid, we're going to see Solkas playing a solo smoker on Astra. Now, he just had a crazy game on Icebox, so we need him to bring that energy back. Thing is, again, is a map that Liquid has played, that Gil is definitely prepared. But for the preparation that we saw on Icebox, is Liquid going to have a quick response again?
Well, Guild on Fracture also didn't show yet what they do on this map, on this patch, right? Before, we have seen them play double duelist, we have seen them...
Chamber, Sage.
Chamber, oh yeah, right, what I'm talking about, I even broke it down in the pre-show. Yeah.
Happens to all of us.
You need a vacation.
I need, again,
another one.
Vacation would be nice, right? Yeah. So when they play the Fracture, they divide on attack a very specific way of controlling the map. The chamber goes on one side of the map, controls one south or north part of the map, while the other 4 players are gathering information or space on the other side of it. That's something that Liquid can learn from and maybe counter-strat as well, because the punish on chamber can be done by just pushing him.
I think that one of the key parts is also going to be Leo. We were talking about him a lot during especially the first map. He's going to most likely be playing on that KO, and knowing that Liquid is going to be so reliant on that utility and actually controlling the sites, his information is going to be the most determinant to Guild.
Oh, anybody else that you see kind of popping off for Fracture?
Well, Solkas was showcasing that he has insane aim today. That some flicks were out of the world, and I would love to see him perform on this map as well, because this is like one of those maps where actually holding down sight with your gun is worth so much because of the 4 entrances. You need to get those kills before someone executes on the site, retaking so hard on Fracture.
Yeah, and also Yampi, again, if he plays again with the Sky, if he's going to be with the Operator. I would actually like to see some change for them, because even though, you know, it was a map that went for them, it was extremely close, and maybe with different utility, and making sure that not only you get that first duel, but also that the other team has not had the chance to trade. Maybe it gives them a little bit more of a boost on getting the map.
Trex and Coldamenta also had some of their moments, also in these first 2 maps. They had some pretty impactful frags. Coldamenta at some point even kind of, you could rename him to Hotamenta at some point with some of the kills that he was having. Do you expect them to also show up here on map 3?
Well, they need them, definitely. Yeah. If Trex is playing on the Neon, he's going to be, he needs to not only set the first ground when they try on an execute, he actually has to go for the complicated stunts and actually reading when your opponent is, to actually make sure that your money is where the win is.
Well, with the Neon as well, and you have Breach as well in the composition, you have so much utility to take the initial space on attack. Or on defense, we have seen like many teams actually play the aggressive defense by over-pushing long B, over-pushing dish, which is essentially kind of easy to read, but at the same kind of hard to counter because of the abundance of those stuns. And we have seen it on Ascent, where Breach was starting and being used with Astra, how valuable taking those first entrances is like for the teams, right? So with Neon, you get even more of that utility that will allow you to control one of those lanes and then over-rotate towards the other side of the map.
Well, perfect timing for it because Agent Select is ready. So we're going to put that aside. Kaquka, guide us through it, please.
So basically, more of what we just said. If we do not see changes on the side of Gil, we're going to have that double initiator, Bream as a solo smoker, the chamber, and the Neon, you know, set in the ground, and that is an alarm, but everything is okay. For the side of Team Liquid, are we going to, again, see just Scream, the for some reason now OTP race? And for now, everything looks No, that Sage wasn't there last time, was it? No, he was on Breach.
Yeah.
So Leo that I said about the KO, he's not going to be on the KO, and they're actually going to prioritize, and they move away from the Neon.
Yeah, there's no double duelist anymore. Because of that, now they have the space for the more utility on the supportive side, which is interesting. Raz on the Sage is allowed on defense to cut off one part of the map for 35 seconds with the wall. That's something that Team Liquid can breach, like literally breach with the satchel, like jump over it, but no other piece of utility will allow them to do that. So it's actually a really good tool for early control. But otherwise, I feel like Guild will have to slow down a little bit more with this kind of composition. With the Neon, they were actually playing way differently than with what we're gonna see right now.
Oh. The Sky also is being brought up by Yampi. A lot still that we can theorycraft, but we got to get into game. Fracture map 3, who'll take it? Guild or Team Liquid, and end their opponent's 2-0 streak? Let's take it to game.
Yeah, let's do that indeed. Let's not waste any more time with this. Let's kind of get into the meat of things. Tom, is anything standing out to you particularly with these compositions? I mean, we could talk about the fact we're even here rather than Haven, but let's kind of just drill in on at least the comps. Is there anything that's really caught your eye?
I think definitely after losing last time, it looks like Guild have made some pretty drastic changes. I think Trek's moving over to a Raze. His Raze has been fantastic all the way through the day. Not really a surprise. I think the move to Sage is one that it definitely has valuable aspects, but I do think more of that is just that Russ really struggled playing Breach last time. So give it over to Leo. Fantastic Breach player. And okay, you've had to rejiggle the rest of the comp to make it work, but I'm absolutely fine with that.
Okay, well, I didn't actually get your predictions, and I don't normally, you know, put anyone on the line for it, but I actually find I just because I'm kind of curious. Like, okay, who do you think this map favors? It doesn't have to be a prediction for the whole game, but I mean, it kind of is. But just out of curiosity, is this one that you would put with Liquid? Or
I feel a bit more comfortable with Liquid just because I think Soulcast was so good on this map last time. I think also, like, they were a little bit reliant on him, which does have me a little bit worried. But I think that he's been performing, again, pretty much all the way through the day. So I would give this slightly over to Liquid. But again, you know that Guild have come in and changed an awful lot. So there must be some reason for everything that's gone wrong in the last time, and hopefully they fix that.
Yeah, we wait to see the method to the madness, right? Like that's all it ever is going to be.
Yeah.
And it looks like Guild are going to be stacking up, kind of working their way over towards that B site, which not all that surprising at this point. And no real, I guess, depth to this just yet. I want to see if they try and split through. Does seem as though, for now, patience being the name of the game.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a heavy reliance here on Navera, but the reason is he's got his cam all the way deep in towards A main. He's got a trip up towards Dish as well. So there's no way they can actually get past all of his utility without him actually spotting it. That break, though, will pull an instant rotation. You can see already that Scream is starting to make his move back, and that control being taken by Guild actually makes a big difference to the round because they're going to have slightly, or maybe slightly less, because it still seems like Liquid have a pretty good read here.
Yeah, Liquid are in absolutely the right place to receive this. And with 30 seconds, they still have plenty of utility, whatever they were investing into at the start of this round. Left. Scream, very patient to invest the Pain Shell as well. And with 25 seconds, are they turning their attention? I'm keeping my eye on the spike more than anything. Trek shows a little bit, so again, it's keeping these players present from Liquid, and we know that Navera left this side of the map. Okay, they're going to speed up the pace a little bit, try and get that spike down, and it's all on hoping that no one was really here to deny this, and the bomb will actually come in.
That's a bold call, but I like it.
The timing, Leo, he's actually got himself in towards the back of the box. This is absolutely wild, and it's a freebie for Leo. Quick trade out for Link, though, so at least going to keep that in check, but this has changed the dynamic completely. The Link's hitting shots, okay. Beams down Coldamenta. Flash, well, Yampy does eat it, but he knows someone else is there, or at least should know, but they swung together, and the Spawn can't get there in time. Safe finds Navera, so Yampy's on his own to deal with 2, and timing is of the essence, it's of the factor here. With all that great work coming in from Link, they really need to depend on it now. Aid comes in, and time being bought. This one's done for.
Last player standing.
It'd need to be some instant shots, and Solcast just doesn't have the time anymore. Trek's just going to close it. That's one of the scrappiest pistol rounds I think I've ever seen.
Yep.
Like, just brawls going on both sides of the map. A rotation that left just seconds to spare to get a plant down, but I think this almost leans back towards what we saw in map 1, like Coldamenta making some really bold calls in some of the later rounds, or even just aggressing in on split, and he makes a decision here that, okay, I think we pulled enough of a rotation that we can actually get the spike down, and it works out for them.
It's such a blind call as well. They didn't have any, maybe an audio cue or 2, but barely. And I mean, you're calling that right down on the wire. So a brave call to be made, and it does pay off for Guild with the first round on the board. Looking to buy back in, only Sheriff's coming out. Early information found for Navera, but the double stack towards Dish, not really going to get much action early on, but at least he has a support not too far away.
It does seem like already we're seeing safe played as a much more traditional lurk. Now, bear in mind, we have seen the nerfs obviously coming in onto the trap, so there's only going to be one now available. So they've used that to section off one side of the map, and then he's almost left just to try and hold on the other. Nade through, actually going to do a decent amount of damage, especially with the stun alongside it. The problem is weaponry's still so poor.
Yeah, and with the spike going down, the times can be on their side, and with the smokes allowing the crop, they need some success elsewhere, and they actually find it in the form of Yampy punishing safe. So that's opened up a little bit of room, maybe gonna force Guild to now be a little bit cautious of the positioning coming back in from Yampy. Still got 30 seconds on the flash, so he can't instigate much more, but it is gonna at least cause a little bit of investment from Russ. Upping that slow up down, maybe someone else can help them out here, and Yampy's still gonna find Coldamenta. How's he done that? Russ with a quick trade out, but Liquid are making a real round of this. They are in pretty much an advantageous situation. Leo put to task, and he can't quite do it, but it's all on Trex now. And the time's ticking, and he spots out at least one. He's got to know where they both are here. And Trex is doing everything he can. 8 more bullets to play with, and that's about it. Oh, he's going to find Soulcast the jump. Trex saving the day because Liquid started to find that fire in the belly, Tom. That side looks so dangerous.
That's the thing, like, I feel like the value of just Trex being comfortable on this agent outweighs any other thing that you could really bring up. Just the way that he played this, every single piece of utility utilized, Nade used to delay them initially, then you also had the blast pack. The problem is, though, that was, well, I'll use your word, Chico coming through for Liquid. So ultimately, they've still got a buy coming into this next round, and Guild have the decision to make of, do we actually invest more into this? And the answer is no, not really.
Yeah, there ain't much, really, is it? It's pocket lint and what's ever in the drawer beneath the sink. It's not a great deal. But we've seen Stranger Things.
I haven't watched it.
I haven't really either. And I know it's kind of a faux pas because people really like that show, and I've just never... I think I watched like the first season, and that was about it.
I think I did exactly the same, which I think will annoy people. Well, you stop watching.
I know. How dare we? So I went to I think it's like Halloween Horror Nights, this thing in America where it's like Halloween and at like, you know, Orlando and stuff, and everyone like gets dressed up, and there was like a big haunted house of it. Didn't care. I was like, all right.
Oh, okay. Well, this lineup of players hasn't gone great, although actually,
I mean, okay, Yampy's there. That's fine. I was a bit worried if there was no like extra layer to that, because that could have been like rifles recovered, but Yampy was around. So Trex sent away with 30 HP, and that's really it. He's got the spike, I guess.
Got Showstopper as well. I'd be
Do you believe her?
disappointed
believe
if
it
it
all?
was utilized. No, not in the slightest. 25 seconds. They've got a trip ready.
Okay.
He would also have to almost shoot it and then blindly run in, assuming they haven't gone anywhere else. The only thing is, Liquid are currently completely
they're leaving.
wrong.
Yeah, they've made a choice, and it is the wrong
10
one.
seconds left.
But does he get the
doesn't
plan?
know, though.
No, of course not. He's just playing with the intent that someone's probably in tower. They've already closed the gap. Navera, a little ahead of the others, but it's fine. Rifled up, it's still sitting pretty enough, and 3 remain. So, I mean, Guild made a round of it. If they'd maybe cost one more player, that rifle forced their investment, that could have been even nicer, but it's not terrible from Guild. I'm going to put Liquid on notice.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, I said there's a showstopper ready for this next round, and we've already seen how effective it has been throughout this series thus far. I think Scream, if he's going to continue to be cheeky like this was one of the things that, at least in the first, like, I think it was 5 rounds versus BBL, they really struggled to play against, was just Scream almost disrespecting them and having a lot of support. Like, they send all of this utility alongside him to just try and garner extra control, and you have to do that on Fracture. If you turtle, things go very badly wrong.
No, and I like the idea of just investing behind Scream. I mean, we saw what Fnatic looked like with Alpha, just finding so much freedom on this map, just kind of unleashing, especially on the Raze. It was just gorgeous to work with and watch him play, but already Liquid getting quite proactive. I don't mind that at all, and it's not just, one player doing it. As you said, there's support systems behind this, but now they're going to look towards the other side of things, and Trek's already going to take space over by Dish, but the Flash going to give away the game.
Yeah, Yumpy as well, having Seekers, especially going into the late game with all of these players split across the map. You can see it's a very wide set of control currently out for Guild. Like, they are playing this as much of a default as they can. The problem is with the trap being left early, they don't really know how far the push come in. In fact, there was a cam deep in towards their spawn being utilized by Navira, so they have to be very wary of the positions they've already lost.
Bomb buddy.
Ooh, Scream. Dangerous game.
Oh.
Okay. 80 HP. He's alright. Seeker's actually coming out as well, so it does reveal at least there's still players lingering around the... Yampy. He's heard all these steps. He's got a flash to play with. This could be huge. They take it, they do, but it's a lazy clear, and Yampy gets to deliver. This is perfect work from him too. Is great. It's going to buy time for rotations. You could not ask for a better play from the man. Yes, maybe you could have timed a bit better on the third with a flash, but still it's going to tee them up so nicely. Soulcast getting away with that naughty. It's playing over by the box. This turns around. Couldn't quite convert, but again, 9 seconds left to get that spike even close to the site with the casualties they've had on the way. This round's over with. Guild can't make anything of this.
It's just gross. Like, having those sort of layered traps from Liquid. The fact is, I think the plan was almost setting Yumpy up to fail, and then Soulcast was going to be that sort of snake in the grass. The fact is, they get double their money. Both pay off, and, well, Guild are left looking foolish with the amount of time that was left on the clock. They almost used the Seekers as bait. They allowed them to go through in the other direction, and it really sold the idea to Liquid that there was going to be a play on the other side of the map, but they've fallen for that trap, and this is the problem. You're now going to be left with a weak economy. Liquid starting to build up some bank on their defensive side, and as I said, they're going to continue to push, continue to take aggression, so Guild are going to have to be ready for that.
Just be ready, forehead.
Scout destroy.
All right, the hero rifle. Trex is good. See if he's this good.
They've got so many ults that are close. Yeah, the Save is actually going to get the tour de force. That's the thing, like, having him with a rifle and now having the operator for safe. Like, here's someone that, well, even going back to CS, was a ridiculous AWPer. So give him an opportunity, and I would bet on him hitting the shot. The thing is, though, again, just look at where, can we just swap to Yumpy? Please, can we just swap to where Yumpy currently is? Because this is...
Hey, observers, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, this is not a spot you should be allowed to have on the defense.
Probably not, Tom. I think you're not wrong in this assessment. However, Yampy, of course, disagrees. He thinks that's actually exactly where he should be, and he's very happy with this. He thinks that should be very much allowed. But it is very indicative now of what the intent may be. With Yampy allowed this much freedom, they can have a little bit more faith behind having these 2 players stacked up as they are. They are reading this quite nicely for Liquid, going to get themselves right back in, but actually Trek's ahead of the curve. Link left out just in the middle of no man's land. They carry on forward. We knew it was a hero rifle, but there's more behind this now, and Russ still going to find the second 2. Russ with a shot and a half, and Guild aren't even depending on the players I expected. Trek's gone and Safe not finding the shot. It's the others that are just hanging him out, and now Yampy, yeah, he may be up to no good like normal, but how much can he get done here? I don't know how much they know about Safe with that sort of force in play, and Leo watching this gun barrel shows it's comfortable in Guild. unlikely scenario, but the timing, unfortunately, a little for Link there, caught in just no man's land.
It just seems peculiar because they basically locked them into one spot. Like there wasn't really anywhere else they could be on the map as this push came through, and yet it still didn't look like Liquid were actually ready for it. Now, sure, that wasn't the be-all and end-all of the round. You had to have some crazy shots coming out from Russ, Leo managing to trade effectively, and then obviously Yumpy at the end is just screwed. But yeah, it seems surprising that that's the round that Liquid let slip because they had everything to play with.
Yeah, it's not often you get, you know, the checklist of things you really dream of and then it goes astray. But again, we have seen that pop of potential with some of Guild's players, but it being Russ that time as well, hitting 2 nasty little Sheriff shots is certainly going to help matters. But Scream going walkabouts, as is Yampy. So once again, getting early information. So bear that in mind, they should have a decent idea. Now, of course, there's potential for that not to be the case, but this should really confirm it already. So much presence noted. A tower position coming out from Yampy. He's not going to be able to find too much. If he can play his life, though, that'd be great. The timing's not great. Trex closing in so quickly as well. Yampy getting caught, flash in hand. Vera behind the smoke, but the plant's down, and Guild will be happy enough already with this.
They've been able to take all the extremities. Basically what they gave up when they were going in for the initial take, they've managed to reclaim going into the after plant. They've also got themselves a showstopper if they somewhat need it. And okay, there is still on the other side a couple of ults. Maybe the Cosmic Divide can give them a way back in, but more importantly right now, time is just being bought. They need to make a move.
And yes, they forced Trex away, but there's layers. There's still 5 players to clear. There's complementary positions, and Safe's going to at least catch Navera on the way up. Scream trying to clear towards tower. Sends in the ult, finds nothing, and Safe puts his life on the line for it. It is traded out, but again, look at the numbers. Still so favorable towards Guild. And the post plant's perfect. Another on the board for them, and that's after Liquid trying to explore so much, trying to find what Guild are up to by process of potentially elimination, and it still goes wrong.
I almost feel like Guild have started to use that against them a little bit because at least in the last round, they just played it as a 5. There wasn't like a crazy lurk. They realized they're losing map control, but the thing is for Liquid, either they push into the 5 players waiting. This is exactly what BBL did, by the way. Just basically turtled as a 5 and just waited for them to get aggressive. Either you push that stack of players, which you're probably going to lose, or you push the other extremities and you give them space to play with. And so just going back to this basic sort of hold for Guild actually worked wonderfully. And well, Liquid are now going to have to try and find a fix for that without actually having the money to do it.
And that's not going to be a pleasant affair for them by any means to try and come up with this. But I think you're right in saying that this isn't the first time we've seen them have potential issues dealing with this. So maybe they have already come up with something that can be implemented, right? Like maybe they've got a theory that can work, and it may not be in this round coming up, but the one to follow when they finally get a purchase behind them. Maybe a couple of facts to be found in this, maybe try and explore a little bit more. But I am impressed with Guild so far. It's hard to not be impressed by Trex individually. Because again, it's not, I don't want to say it's necessarily Liquid doing anything wrong, but Guild just seeming to have, you know, the kind of anti-venom, right? They're so ready with what works against what Liquid are trying to bring. And we were kind of talking about, you know, the preparation leading into this, and do Guild have, you know, the time invested to watching the tapes? And it certainly looks like that's the case.
Yeah, I think as well, like just speaking a little bit more on the Trek subject, we saw Guild basically reshuffle their entire roster to allow Safe to be the duelist. So for him not to be duelist just shows how good that they also think this guy is.
Yeah, it does give you a good idea, doesn't it? You're not wrong at all. And somewhat a simplistic approach, nothing too surprising at this point, but you got to be careful for Trex. He could get isolated here, going to depend a little on backing away, not overextending. And Russ leaning a little further forward to get that wall up. But for now, again, look at the pop out. Here's going to be Yampy just flying on in. He can't connect the shot. It was an ambitious attempt. Same can be said for Navera trying to play his life out. Stogas did find Trex in the meantime, and Coldamentus a little bit lower than he'd like, I'm sure. So Guild staying as this just pack trying to play together.
Stogas' aim has been nasty today. Like he gets a kill and then also I think just dinks one of the players down to incredibly low HP. Rotation already there as well for Scream. He's in such an unorthodox spot as well. Like he's just playing default. It's not the normal place for anybody to stand, but it's still going to be cleared.
30 seconds left.
Controlled from Guild. They've just got to worry about Link. The only thing is the time. Now, I don't think he's going to use this Rolling Thunder, but if he did, the clock gets low.
I was getting a little nervous. If Link had stuck around and or maybe just caught a bit of the timing on that, he could have punished it. Because you're right, you're absolutely right. The time was becoming that little bit of a worry in the back of my mind because things go wrong, right? A spike gets left, it gets dropped. That one player just, you know, it can become an issue. Now, we're going to need a little bit of that Soulcast aim to ring true once again. Does have the rifle. So maybe able to take at least a fair fight towards Safe, and not going to be the case. Safe making it seem almost unfair, and Xilv carry on forward for standing. And this is where I guess we look at what Liquid came up with in that timeout, right? Yeah, what's the concept? What's the theory? Because Xilv have the opportunity now to just switch something up if they want to. If they really want to just throw him a curveball, they could do something completely out of ordinary. But again, it's been working quite nicely for Xilv thus far.
Yeah, I think the issue is so far we've seen a lot of this space taken, and then I feel like Liquid sit with it. So you have Yumpy in these deep control positions, you try and hold on to Dish, you got caught out by timing. I don't think the plays they've been making have necessarily bad, but I also think they actually want to bump into Guild. I think they're hoping that they meet someone along the way, and thus far that hasn't really been the case. I would have expected maybe more of a challenge towards Tree, but I guess it's just not something they really want to throw in right now. And again, they've taken that control towards Arcade. No one there. They've taken Dish even. No one there. It's the same spots once more.
Yeah, similar scenes you're seeing at Trex. Quick to take the space as well. Going to try and facilitate the cross when necessary. Clears out as he goes. We know where the players are, but obviously they don't. He's just going to just send it into the smoke and finds nothing. Yampy wasn't far away from this, but still, the plant's going to come in. This will be a 5v5 post plant now, and we know there's plenty of ultimates online, but Yampy with a quick punish on Rust as he tried to back from the site, and he's considering those Seekers coming in. A flash comes in, doesn't find it, but Coldamenta does, catching a Link on the way back around. So again, it's Liquid taking the site, sure, but this post plant's deep, and you know why. Coldamenta has that already if needed. The Divide's going to come up as well. And now this is when it gets dicey for Liquid.
Yeah, that time having to be a little bit earlier than they would have liked, and they have to be careful just because of this Cosmic Divide being down. It's risky from Trex, but he's done what was needed. He's actually going to get killed off by the Blast Pack as well. Even still, though, Guild are worried about this Cosmic Divide, having to try and fight through it, but Coldamenta just going in with the classic is going to do enough. The round closed, and Guild get their sixth.
Taken aback. That was such a brawl because of that divide. They had to put bodies on the line, and as if the classic comes down the end. This is, you know, again, this is still relatively early in this. They push themselves in. They all try and get involved in this. It's all looking good for Liquid. Then Coldamenta just gets out the classic, best gun in the game, and Scream, well, yes, he did eventually get the frag, but by that point, way too late in the day. It was a little bit more brawly. Maybe that's what Liquid are looking for, but it still goes in Guild's favor. Still a couple of ults to be played with as well, and Liquid are getting their own back in eventually, but Yampy invested his. Soulcast as well put the divide in place. Liquid need to come up with a couple more answers, and quite quickly, I feel.
Yeah, I think firstly that like the fact that Coldamenta's Molotovs have now been super impactful in a couple of rounds, like just basically holding that piece of utility to make sure they can't get on the defuse. I also think Liquid were really unlucky though. The one player they lost early in that retake attempt, Link, Rolling Thunder, you combine that with a Cosmic Divide, I don't see Guild getting anything from that round because you would have been able to pressure them, you would have been able to take that control, or even just get the defuse to half. Instead, him going down was a big issue, and I think he actually was playing alone, trying to wrap around the back.
Yeah, he absolutely was. Big pickup for them in this. I mean, look at the buy coming back out. Scream rifled up, but everyone else on the Sheriff's light armor behind it, they need a round on the board. They need to do some sort of damage in this because right now, the pace, the rounds, everything is being dictated to them. Spike going to go down, Coldamenta at the helm of this, and Russ just trying to keep a couple of angles safe. But now with the wall being broken, and Link this time going to get the punish that he wanted before. Now Leo the next on the chopping block, but not an easy shot, but he still hits at least the tag on it. So Link trying to make something out of this.
Enemy down.
That's unfortunate. That's the one rifle gone. And just as they try and utilize that Rolling Thunder, Sokas again, just hitting everything with the pistol. Flank coming through, but Trex wins the battle. An important one at that.
And the positioning's still difficult to make this cross with Rust getting that little bit more freedom, tucking himself in. He has to be found by Navera and fast, otherwise it's all but over. Navera does get him down, but now they need to make the cross, and Trex still alive. Leo's still there. And it's all about timing. They just don't have it. Soulcast hit some belters this round. A couple of Liquid players did so well, but it's all for nothing again. Guild will give it up just for a second, keeping control at the very end. And again, look at that scoreline. It's starting to look deadly.
It's unfortunate because a lot of these rounds have been much closer. Like, I'm not getting the same flashbacks to Split where like the rounds were dominated from start to finish. They're able to do an awful lot, even with just pistols in play. Again, Soulcast, when he's in the right place, just lands the most ridiculous shots. But unfortunately, they're not converting any of these rounds, so they're not getting the actual punish onto Guild's economy, and they still have things in their back pocket like a tour de force. The other issue as well is I feel like Liquid have been pressuring that north side of the map almost every single time. And every single time we've seen basically an A main take or a tree push. Now, the one time they're going to pressure the other side of the map, Cordamenta is in their head.
Cordamenta reading this really well. Oh, sure, sorry. As Mitch would say to make you feel more at home. Cordamenta. Is that better for you, Tom?
Cordamenta.
Why does he do that, man? I kind of miss him, you know?
Because you know he did... Oh, do you not know he's half Spanish?
Right. Right. Fair enough.
Wait until he says shalabi. That's
one of my
best
favorites. No, you're not. You're not.
We
wrong
need that
there.
back.
We do. If we could just get clips of that, I'd be super happy. But Yampy, in the meantime, has actually just called off state. That was a little off camera, but as you saw the push out through A main. But while this has happened, Dish was taken. Guild approaching from that northern side, as you highlighted. The first time they've really approached from it and gone for it. But you can see Link bided his time, waited patiently, called off tracks. The big punish has to be forced to swing. Does get found by Yampy. Yampy doing Yampy things, and oh my god, Russ actually can't scream on that. And the trade comes out, Russ is still standing, and I don't know how. He has 3 HP in a dream, he's gonna get tracked.
Oh my god!
How's he doing this? No right to do this, and Soulcast is already being wrapped on. I do not know how Russ was alive and how he got those frags, but my god, it's lining up for Guild.
Okay, I know the Rosa ult meme was like a thing for Scream, like making the comparison. Where the hell did that ult go?
I don't know.
Like, it just disappeared into the stratosphere. Like, it looked like the freest kill of all time, and somehow he sponged it and then comes out with a multi-frag of kills. That's so unfortunate, because again, up until that point, Liquid, they get both openers. It's a 3v5. And somehow that round goes back in the other direction. They have got to be fuming.
It's an absolute madness. I'm tilted for them. That's just one of those. God damn. 8-2 though, Guild really carving a lead for themselves now. And they've actually looked super clean in how they've been approaching this. Liquid, they've tried to be proactive on extremities. They've been trying to take control. They've been switching a couple of bits up. But I mean, it's just not worked out. And you're right, Cordamenta is being a big proponent in what's working for them. And space being taken again. Look at Soulcast. But again, with all of this, you can see that slow build from Guild eyeing up that A side. They do need to clean it out carefully and cautiously. But again, the site's all theirs for the taking at this point.
You want to play? Let's
I think the unfortunate truth is the last round was the first time they've actually got things spot on. But they have gone for an earlier rotation here. They've gambled. They've taken some map control later into the round than they normally had, and so they're going to have them completely locked in. Nowhere else they can go, and they're just going to play around this trap. They don't even really have to break it, at least for the moment.
Okay. I do want to see the timing on this, because Trex is a little further ahead, and Yampy's trying to Cordamenta. This is good. This is finally the timing working out for Liquid. Right place, right time, and Guild just can't make it work for themselves by any means. They've got problems on so many fronts already. Scream becoming a nuisance over by the door, and you can see Yampy on the wrap. Players just about everywhere. Frost is being watched. Blink only gets 1 per 13 seconds. Unless they make some terrible errors, there should be okay. No. There's a plant coming in, and Yampy just missed an absolute sitter. What is going on here? Soulcast has been kept at bay. This is Scream and Soulcast, 2 of the top performing players for Liquid up until this point. Safe. Ult out though, gonna keep Soulcast humbled for only a moment. Swing comes in, but the double peak, Safe's got it. And now Scream surely noted before, and Safe's punished them. They can't catch a break here, Tom.
2v4.
Last round before the switch.
I think that was a 2v4.
It might have been.
I think now, like, up until this point, I think we've given a lot of excuses, because I think rounds have been closed. Sure. I can't give anything for that one. Like, this is a moment where both players are stuck within the site. You've got Leo swinging out top and not dying. Like, the kid's nuts. Don't get me wrong, but there needs to be trades there.
No. Like, when Leo hits, like, nutty shots or Trex does, you know it, right? It's just like, okay, fair enough. That wasn't one of those times. Oh, man, 2-9. Liquid head in the hand sort of moments coming in here. This is not looking pretty. This is when you're starting to get worried. Looking a little too much like map 1 than map 2.
Well, this is less the prancing horse and more the choking horse that we've seen before in many other games, so...
Being a Liquid fan has always been difficult for anyone. If you've been a fan in, you know, CS, any game, you know what it's like to feel that heartbreak. You know it. It is what it is. We move on. And we look at the buy, we look at what Liquid have left in the kitty, and any great deal. You got Guardians galore and a Bulldog in there for good measure. They've been struggling in the buy rounds. Feels like they just can't be in the right place at the right time. They finally are. Trek's going to take the space and send it. His does work, sadly, for Scream. That wasn't the same case on the other side, but the paint shell does at least find Trex. Can at least slow the roll. And Scream just trying to play into this now, just fully unleashing, taking the fight on the wrap. And now on the other side, oh, Navera missing it, but Link's got it. I got a little worried, but it's okay. It's a 2v3, and this time, surely you've got it locked down.
Oh, it was a 2v4 just moments ago. It's the same two players in the same scenario. I'm starting to get a little bit scared. He managed to get towards that spike. Navira's still not connecting the shots, and because of that, Leo's been able to wrap around. Not the prettiest of kills, but still, they managed to turn it, and now it comes down to just one remaining. This happened again.
Unbelievable. 10-2, and Liquid, that's a tilter. That's one that gets you absolutely in the bin mentally.
Same.
Happens once, fair enough. Twice?
In back-to-back rounds. That's two 2v4s in a row that they've just lost. Like, we could be sitting here comfortably on an 8-4 half saying, okay, maybe Liquid have a chance to bring this back, but... And it's the same players. The Safe and Leo, just so good in those scenarios. I don't want to take anything away. They had to work wonders to win that clutch, but Navira just... I've never seen Navira miss that many shots before, ever.
No, good. Like, Navira's been one of the most... I'd say one of the hottest prospects when he came into Valorant, for me. Because he picked up the game so quickly. He is sharp as all hell. He can play a multitude of agents, and he's looked good on every single one. This just feels like one of those occurrences where Liquid look cold, which happens, don't get me wrong. But Guild looks so in control in this game. Coldamenter's calling, his reads have been super sharp. But even then you add into that those 2v4 instances, right? It's so out of character to see it happen so many times. But for now, you have to sit back.
The other way around.
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
I mean, how many times have you seen that? Like, Scream bails him out something mad, or, you know, Soulcast hits something nutty, Link clutching up. There's so many occurrences where you see that happening, and it's just not happening here.
But that's the difference. In the game versus BBL, I can think of 2 3v5s that Soulcast won for them. And I'm not going to pin it on him that he should be doing more, but it's more of just like, when those go your way, fantastic. When they don't, well, you end up here.
It's tough to be here, and consider this. Guild chose this really to walk into. It could have been Haven earlier. It could have been their stronghold, right? And you're thinking, if you're Liquid, nice, we've got a really good veto here. You're coming in feeling pretty happy about it. And Safe, again, not pretty, but it gets the job done in that instance. Navera gone down. Spike is planted, though. At least a small win for Liquid, and Link blinded completely, comes back out of it just fine. And actually, they shut it down finally. Something goes in their favor. And a 2v4, surely not going to happen again, and it doesn't.
It's the same
there
players.
We go. It's all right. It's all right, Tom. We've been hurt in the past.
It was literally Safe and Leo for the 3rd round in a row. If that had happened, I would have also needed to be subbed out for the rest of the day. You would have had your 3rd commentator for the day. And I can't.
Who are they wheeling
I
out
wouldn't
for
have been
me
able
now,
to deal
Tom?
with that.
Who'd be next? Bloody hell. But I'm glad to see Liquid get something, right? Like, let's give them a moment to build back in. Give me a game on our hands, because honestly, one-sided games are kind of boring. I want to see Liquid find answers. I want to see, you know, that potential come in, because right now, yes, it's impressive to watch Guild find this form. Absolutely. Super enjoyable. But man, if they could keep doing it against a Liquid who's going to give you a little bit more.
This is reminding me far more of Mech Na'Vi than what I was expecting from this game, because ultimately I expect a lot from both these teams. They're both 2-0. Na'Vi, on the other hand, are not within that bracket. Scream, he's already taken a hell of a lot of control. We've seen the same pinch that happened on the side of Liquid, and, well, it's an afterplant. I don't expect much of this round at all.
Nope. Just, I guess, if we look at it in a more challenging perspective, keep it clean, build back into this game. I mean, you don't want an Eco Cobra to rear its head at this point, but you'd be happy to maybe build up some confidence, feel out the game a bit, because you've just been kind of backhanded for first half. Scream's
just like, what did you say? You don't or do? You want to see? Oh, okay, I'll push the smoke. I'll push the smoke. Just for you, Lauren. I'm pushing the smoke.
Look, it's only a problem if it goes wrong. Otherwise, it's ingenious, Tom. So you know what? How dare you doubt Scream?
If man shoot the head, then big brain play.
Hey, you've worked it out. For now, we're just farming. Not going to get that much. Seeing if he was getting close to his ult, maybe he could build up a couple of points towards it. And Guild opting to pretty much give up this round. Perfectly fine. opt in towards the next, and Liquid get, well, they get 4 standing. So again, it's perfectly fine at this point. Bear in mind, Scream was on that site, clearing it pretty much instantly.
I like the fact that Scream has then gone, I died, so I must buy a rifle. It's like, I'm not sure that was exactly what was the plan, but he's ended up with a stronger purchase. The issue is they're still investing more than you would like to see. I think that's mainly because Liquid realized the position they're in. Like, you are unlikely to just drag this back off losing and going 11-4 and then trying to win all the remaining rounds. Like, it's just unlikely. So they're playing a bit of a gamble in this one.
Gamba bad is what I've learned from live stream fails. So you love a meme or two, don't you, Tom?
do it responsibly, you know.
That's the one. That's what they say. So eyes this round turn towards Scream and Yampy, the 2 rifles they're going to bring across this. Otherwise, this would be a little bit more of a light bonus, but it's got intent behind it now. Of course, on the other side, a decent enough buy, rifles galore, a couple of bits of light armor here and there, but it's not the end of the world, but patience being shown.
They've still taken some deeper control. That almost double duelist spot currently within A main is a little bit terrifying, although the lurk of Navira might disrupt that a little bit. On the other side of things, they're having to break this wall. This is something that we've seen Rust do quite regularly, is almost just place this in a position to give you information. Let you know that they either have or haven't taken that control back, and it means that Liquid are actually wasting a fair amount of time just trying to get that control.
30 seconds left.
Let me go back around, and this is going to be Trex. This is going to be Safe to try and deal with this site hit coming through, and it looks like Safe's almost... Oh, he just turned away from that. I thought he was going to get caught out, but no, he's just fine. Trex now waiting for the hit to come in, and you can see it now working its way through. Scream just dives on him. Where's the trade? There is no trade. Leo's still standing. 3 kills for Leo, and Trex is there just to steal it. The rifles had nothing to say in this round. I thought they'd find a little bit of form, something, some sort of footing. They barely made a point of damage. Safe looking a little bit tagged up, but that's about it. Guild, clean as you like, and Navera, well, couldn't even find a target at the end.
I was about to say, might as well just go down and then bring something. I guess it would be reinvestment into shields and whatever anyway, so it's not that much of a difference. That shot from Leo, from his POV, I imagine is nasty. Just because of how far he would have had to flick and then flick back to kill the second. Like, Scream did his job. The only role for him there was take some space, allow the rest of the team to sort of crawl out, and instead, Leo's just too fast. And again, like we talk about when he is on, it's incredible. A lot of the rounds he hasn't had to be.
Yeah, Leo's one of those players, right? It's like you see that potential within him. Every now and then you get a glimpse of that game that he can bring, and it's just like, oh my god, he's something different. Yampy gonna start clearing those first bits of protocol towards A main, gonna at least force away Safe for now. Flash to follow. Doesn't quite catch anyone with it, so not gonna note how close by Trex was, but as said for now, Spike coming all the way back over here.
Interesting. I think Scream's actually opted to take that Marshall away. I don't know. I know the man is called the Headshot Machine, but he's never been known for his scopes. So intriguing the decision behind that. I suppose the strat book, maybe that's something that has been whispered in his ear. No scope, please. But they are going to start their execution.
Yeah. And he was trying. It went quite poorly. First man in, happy to just hope for a trade, and Russ has just dipped out. He's like, guys, it was just Scream. I don't know what's happened. Oh no, the rest are here. And the Spike, not yet to go down either. Something disrupted that, at least in this moment, and Yampy's going to find Trex. Quinn comes down. Russ, right place, right time. The perfect turns on the dime, and Soulcast gets backhanded. It's going to be 12 now for Guild. And just Liquid, where there was a glimpse, man. There was a glimpse, Tom. There was like, oh, okay, maybe there's a little life in them.
I think we're seeing a lot of different things here. Like, Russ's comfort level on this agent and the prior is clearly huge. I also am not really sure. Like, you have a flank coming in here. I guess they were trying to run towards him almost as a disruption, but that's just a spot that's not cleared at all. I also think trying to entry with a Marshall blast packing into the site is one of the most mental things I've ever seen. Like, you'd have been better off having a frenzy.
It did seem a little ambitious. You know, it's like there's method to it, but it was mostly madness. That though was a shot. Finally, Nevera needs to warm up. Couldn't quite find Coldamenta there. So again, trades it out essentially at this point, and Russ again just better equipped. It's gonna be Liquid with only 2 left here. Link and Soulcast. What you got for us? If anything, apart from eating the flashes, Link now blinded, and Russ is on the other side. Tom, this is looking all but over.
Spike down.
And I've got to say, Liquid looking a little flat for my taste on this map. And Guild just firmly in control on a map I just did not expect it to be on.
Yeah, especially considering these are the maps that Liquid have been happy to play throughout the tournament so far. Ones that they won last week, in fact, and now coming back onto their own map choice and the 3rd in the series and getting basically destroyed by Guild. Now left onto Soulcast. His aim has been crispy, but 40 seconds, 4 kills to find, and he's just hoping that he can maybe drag someone away here.
I mean, you got to give it a go, right? Play it out to your best capability. And he's got so many players all going to try and swing. He's going to punish 1, but it's all but 1. It doesn't really matter. As Guild closing down on, what, 13-4. Tom, this has been a bit of a clinic, if I'm honest, because we looked at this veto at the very start of the day, and obviously when you see Guild and you see, you know, a good tier 1 team against them, you expect certain maps to come into effect. It wasn't the case, and they actually looked fantastic.
Yeah, weirdly, it's the maps that they didn't choose that were the ones that look fantastic.
Yeah.
So maybe, I guess they can stick to what they know. And actually for Guild, I think that's actually a better sign. Okay, sure, their Icebox, it still has some teething issues. There's some things they need to work on. But the fact they look fantastic on Split, a map which I don't think we've seen from them this season, and now they go into Fracture, a map which they really struggled on and clearly fixed all of their problems. Remember, they literally lost this map to Big last week because Musashi just destroyed them. They changed their composition to one of comfort, and they dominate.
Yeah, this is a great look for Guild. I think a lot of us got a little nervous seeing that, you know, one of the results, you know, beating Mech, looking a little rusty in another way, but then this is a huge kind of, I guess, course correction of putting us back into a lot of faith, but we have to decide the player of the match, and that's where we're asking you guys at home. Who stood out to you? Who was your player to really make things work for Guild? Tom, any thoughts on who you think was your player of the match?
I'd probably lean it over to Trex. I think Leo was fantastic, but I just think that Trex doing so well in those entries, like playing so aggressively and taking them space along the way, was really impressive, especially considering he's recently switched back into that duelist role. It looks like he never left.
Well, it's been a great day for Guild fans everywhere. That was certainly a result you'll be happy with. Liquid, well, there's still more time. They're still towards the top of their group, so don't be too worried just yet. However, we have a whole new game to come up today, so don't go too far away. We'll be back after the break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next? What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got hit, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got hit, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a comes a winner.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blind and fly.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back, everybody. Guild victorious against Team Liquid. Breaking some hearts, but you know what? It's a good day to be a Guild fan. Joining us on the interview is Coldamenta from Guild. Jose Luis, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, doing very good.
Well, congratulations on the victory. I want to ask you something that has been kind of floating around. Team Liquid seemed to be a team that is difficult to prepare for. How did you go about that over the past week for today's game?
I think they're it's hard to prepare against them because they're very spontaneous. They are like very spontaneous players that can come up with like some individual plays. But I think as long as you are focused on your own game, I think that's the best way to prepare them, if you have a solid game plan.
Well, when we looked at the map bans, we saw you going for Split, Icebox, and Fracture. There were questions being asked. Is this really, the map ban phase that we were expecting? Did Liquid have an advantage through it? What was your game plan going into that?
Yeah, I guess a lot of people didn't expect it, but we just play all the maps, so we don't really. It depends, depends who we play against. We just decide, and that's it.
Well, now you're undefeated in your group. You're 3-0 up. Do you consider today being, an upset against Team Liquid, or is this going to keep on going?
Yeah, it's going to keep on going, hopefully for a lot of time.
All right. Anything you want to say to the Guild fans out there?
Thank you very much for watching and supporting, and see you next Sunday. Let's go, Guild!
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Coldamenta and Guild, on your victory. And there it is. Jose Luis, happy with the team in the back.
Yeah, it's good to see them happy. I love the fact that he said it's hard to adapt and actually prepare to Liquid because, it's very unpredictable what they're going to do in the server. To me, Liquid has always been around chaos and the way that they work around it. They always seem to be on their favor. But to me, Guild prepare for that, and we saw it definitely on Fracture.
It's kind of weird to watch Guild being like a hot and cold, right? On the first map, they were insanely prepared. They were looking like a unit. Then on the second map, they look cold and they were just getting dismantled, right? And then the third one, again, repetition from the first one. And it seemed like in this, on that map, on the third one, Fracture, I feel like Coldamenta's calls were really on point. It's hard to know that without hearing them, of course, but it's like every single bit of those rotations, executes were really well planned out and just left out Liquid in positions where they're always at a disadvantage.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like we were watching G2 in the sense that Guild would just keep striking A after I think they went B a couple of rounds only, but everything was working. And to me, it's the crazy rounds like this one that we're seeing here from Coldamenta. There is no time, even though Scream gets the kill. So many of the rounds got to clutches. I think that 2 players had 4K and the rest had at least 1 or 2 3Ks. It was a lot of individual performance, but the problem is that once you do it one round, you feel so comfortable that you can repeat it on the next one.
There were 2 rounds in a row in the 2v4s for Safe and Leo, right?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, those rounds should have never been won, right? There were good calls on how to execute, but then suddenly you just lose some duels and you're like, well, happens, right? That's just how it is. Sometimes you will just not even have a good plan on the execute. You're just gonna lose duels. But suddenly, when you have players like Safe and Leo, and your opponent will just overheat and overpeak everything and give you the opportunity to punish them, that's where those players will thrive. And it seems like Guild just had a read on punishing mistakes that Liquid was doing.
Liquid had quite a few mistakes in this matchup. Of course, we saw it on map 1, and it cost them again in Fracture.
Yeah, I think that there was something about the way that Guild was being extra overly aggressive that Liquid did not feel comfortable in what they had prepared, being like, we are supposed to excel at this. This is supposed to be our identity. What is going on? And on the other side, you have Guild being like, okay, guys, we just did it another round. Let's just go again. It's impossible to play against that.
Breakdown in details. We got Telestrator ready for everybody. Go ahead, Lothar.
Yeah, if you guys remember the one round where Tom paid attention to Yampi's position on the map when he was gathering map control for the defenders, there's actually that round where Yampi was just sitting. Let me zoom in on the minimap. Yampi was sitting on the spawn on the top of the map, and he was controlling the entire pace of the round. He was giving a lot of information for the teams like rotations. But then suddenly, even though with all of that, all of those informations, the read was still well done, but Guild had an answer to it. And this is where we're gonna focus now on the A main entrance. The anticipated push by the Guild will be through the A main, and this is where the players on Dish are just standing here to make sure that they can play off the contact of Cypher, who when he has the player in front of him, that's the moment when the players from the Dish either drop out or just start using their utility. And this is where Coldamenta's calls were just so pristine. Instead of going through that A main, they went through sand. They opened the doors, went through that area, which was completely unguarded because of that map control that Team Liquid gathered in the first place. And because of that, Link is trying to play off that contact of the Cypher, but he drops down because of the smoke, and Guild is just cascading, isolating the kills one by one. This is a great example of how to essentially use your disadvantage to your own advantage and counterplay your opponent's set play. So it's really well played by Guild. Like that's about it. It's a simple round in theory, but when you try to nail down how it went out from the beginning of the round, it's gonna hard to understand how can you read that without knowing where the opponents are on the minimap.
Well, a player of the match. I think it's a bit easier to tell for this one. Leo has been incredibly active through this whole game. And, well, you talked about the duo at the end. He was showing up the entire game.
I love the breach. I love the change, the adaptation. And he was setting the way that he was setting the ground with Coldamenta as well. It's not only the clutch plays. To me, I think that maybe Trex deserved it as well. I think that they both deserve it today, but for what they put on the server and how they are progressive as players and together.
And for me, Leo was always that breach player. I still remember his clutches on Haven when he was playing with the old team, and that's for me. This is like his back to his roots, you know, the way he played. Yeah, that's the Leo I remember from the last year.
Oh, a great way to start off our day. It's one of our 2 best of 3s, as always, here in VCT EMEA. What about our next game? It's OG London United going up against G2. It's time for us to have a chat, friends. Let's dig into it.
So of course these two teams are not, not coming in at the same way. Oglu is still waiting to find a win here at stage 2, and G2. I mean, it was very uncomfortable for them to play against FPX because of the things that they were bringing in new. So I expect to see some adaptation coming in from G2.
And in general, like this is one of those matches where Oglu, in this case, has nothing to lose, right? They play against a bigger opponent, quote unquote, and they have everything to prove to, they have everything to gain from this match, while G2 is in a group of death that they actually are fighting for that 3rd position, at least currently, with the current wins, right? So they cannot underestimate Oglu, and because of that, also Oglu has more reads into the G2 because there's more reps, more maps being played by G2, and in general, Oglu was playing less maps this year so far. So this is an uncomfortable spot for G2 to be at, and Oglu has, well, because of that, I feel like a small advantage in the preparation phase.
To me, when we talk about stage 2, every single team started facing the same problem. It's not only that the Fade is coming in, you have the Jet nerf, the Chamber nerf, the Sova nerfs everywhere. So each team took a different route to facing the problem. What Oglu did was not only changing one player, but also trying to bring in the Fade on Icebox. They decide to run it, okay? They play against Ascend, and they see that the Reyna, that Zenit is pushing onto them, that they literally have no chance of doing anything against them. And they're like, okay, we learned a little bit from this. We need to use the utility a little bit faster, yada, yada. Next week, they go up against Fnatic. They're like, you know, we're not going to see the Reyna again. That is like a one-time thing. The problem is that Fnatic not only has a perfect read onto them and not only allowing them, like they didn't even get a single round against them. So to me, there is much more that you learn from a defeat, but now they're really not fighting, like in their heads, it's going to be extremely complicated to make it to playoffs, but they still have to fight to make it into last chance qualifier, to say the least.
And also, it's actually very important what you mentioned about Icebox, how they played. When they played against Ascend was punishing their over-aggression on defense a lot. And one of the reasons why that was allowed is because Fade was being used in a very, let's say, obvious manner, where the utility being used on the map appears on the map, and you can read the position from Oglu's like players in that moment. And that was being done against Fnatic as well. So it feels like this is the time, if we play Icebox, of course, Oglu has to change the way they're playing defense and not to be over-aggressive with those pushes.
Our highlight head-to-head, Mozy versus Nuki. What does it look like?
I mean, I have to see what it looks like because I still haven't looked at the stats. But every single time that we talk about Oglu, someone that always performs, even if they don't get the win, is Mozy. And for the side of G2, now that they're going up against them, it's Nuki that we see and expect to be performing on the stage. So Nuki is on top of there because we know that he doesn't only play from a supportive role, he sometimes is also on the duelist. But to me, it's interesting to have this if we get that Sova head-to-head.
It's a rough head-to-head because you are against one of the most consistent players on the planet. Nuki is like, I feel like every time we speak about him, I say the same stuff. But it's like, that's what you want to have. It's a consistent player, right? You can repeat it over and over again. He's like the backbone of the team. You can always expect Nuki to be fragging out, but it's also like he will do it on every single character. And, well, hopefully, we're going to see him maybe on the new character as well.
Well, we actually got to sit down and talk to Nuki a bit earlier today, so let's see what he had to say. Good morning, Nuki, and welcome. Thank you for joining us today in the interview. And before we get things, nice and deep today, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Doing good, an easy one for all of this. And I want to talk about a bit of a more difficult matchup, the one that you had against FPX in week 2. Now, yes, it went to the edge on both maps, but what do you think were some of the difficulties that you faced in that game, and what do you think you've learned in preparation for today?
I mean, we made a lot of individual mistakes that we couldn't fix fully from the focus game, and it was shown, and a bit of mentality edge was on FPX. I feel like they were ready to face us, so I think that was the small advantages they had against us. Even though the game was close, we learned a lot from what we can fix, including map pool and picks, so we'll see.
All right, well, G2 has already played, the Neon, the Chamber, but no Fade yet. And if I remember correctly, in the preview to Fade, you said yourself that you'd see yourself playing the agent maybe one day. Is today the day?
We'll see. Depends on the bans and picks, whatever happens. Maybe you'll see me on Fade, maybe you will not. I don't want to give a spoiler yet, but yeah, that's all I can say for now.
Fair enough. Well, I'm definitely crossing my fingers for it. And top 3 finish and going to playoffs is, I think, something a lot of people expect, fans and G2 themselves, for, this is what we want to see. What do you see as changes needed for you to really break into that top 3 and hold on to the position in stage 2?
I mean, overall, just a bit of stability in the roster. Just people having a bit more, should I say, how can I phrase it properly? Just a bit more individual, performance on stability in that aspect, because we've been struggling. Either we perform really good, all of us, or we underperform individually a lot. So just stability for us to fight against these teams in the bracket we have.
You talked about FPX's preparation against you for last week. How do you prepare yourself for the upcoming 2 big games that you'll have in week 4 or 5, not even counting today?
I mean, I think the main focus is just working on your own personal game, like sort of say working on what works for your team and not looking too much at the opponents, and then readapting mid-game. So that's the things we were working on, just fixing all the small details we can, and then adjusting and sort of say getting used to the opponents and how they play, and then trying to create a plan of that.
At the top tier, the devil is in the details, and that's what G2 is looking for. Nukia, thank you very much for this interview, and good luck in your matchup.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you very much to Nukia for answering a few of these questions and shedding a bit more light on what is to expect today of G2, Kaquka.
Yeah, one of the things that I picked up from that interview is him saying that maybe the underperforming is a little bit contagious on the team, that they need to work on each thing individually, not as a whole. So I don't know how I feel about that, because we've seen this squad for a very long time already, especially this year with the new additions of Meadow and Hoodie. I think that Hoodie right now is one of the masterpieces that we have in EMEA, and definitely so needed for G2 to show up on every single game. And even though they had that loss against FPX, probably all the preparation that FPX put onto them took its toll. They were not ready, probably not expecting the swaps, and even though rounds were going in and out, and we saw finally that chamber that was the last one to be provided for, saying that G2 plays it on every single map, it was still missing that extra firepower, and if it's contagious, I don't know how it's going to look against Oglu. They have a fair shot to take the win today, and maybe it's what the team needs.
It's kind of interesting to hear that that feedback from Nukia about his team, right? Because for me, at least from my perspective, outside perspective, I always felt like G2 has a problem with the macro, not the micro itself, right? And that the reason of underperforming on an individual level is because they don't know how to like capitalize on the advantages that they gained, or like how to punish those mistakes, and they just have like the fundamentals are not the best, you know? But to hear that that Nukia has this opinion is just showcasing that maybe there's a different root problem that they need to find, but it seems like they didn't find it yet.
A root problem to be addressed for specific maps, maybe, which is kind of the theory crafting bit now. What do you expect to see here, Kaquka?
Yeah, so we know from Oglu that they do not like to play bind. So against G2 is a fair shot, because G2, you know, historically would love bind. And on the side of G2, I think like this is a match made in heaven, because they don't like Haven at all. And Oglu came in here being like, Haven is our home. So I expect those two to be the bans. My question is, will we see Icebox? And is any of the teams actually going to pick it? Will it end up as a decider? I don't know.
In general, the map pool is on the side of G2. They have a wider map pool. They played all the maps. They have, like, as you said, the bind is out of the question. If of course, Oglu will ban it, but we'll see if that's actually happening.
Okay. Whoa! Wait a second.
They've gone from picking Icebox to banning Icebox. I was going to say the one that picks the Icebox is going to lose the veto, but the fact that they left bind open for G2, and G2 decided to go to a different map tells us that they learned something, like maybe from BBL last week, that if a team floats a map to you, we do not want to go there. It's not going to be that easy yet, because they know that G2 love bind.
Well, directly into Ascent. We saw a breeze there. We'll talk about it later on when we get to it. But that's going to be a big one. But please, Lothar, take us through the agent picks.
So in general, we G2 on Ascent played KO, Raze, Sova, Chamber, and Omen last time I've seen so far. But the Nuki is on Fade.
Oh my god!
Let's go!
Let's go! It's the question.
What?
Jet?
Wait, what?
No way.
KO, no Chamber? What? That is absolutely insane. Those are so many changes.
They're mixing it up.
Mixwell is like, I would say, one-trick Chamber, right? And then right now on the Ascent, we're not gonna see the Chamber like we have seen in the previous time they played it. There's so many changes here. No Sova on one side, but I really like the Oglu actually composition, because there are two initiators, and when you can combine the Sova and Fade utility on one side during the attack, it's like almost impossible to stop. It's so hard to be actually holding a side with so much, like, recon power combined with those two agents.
You only have the flash on the Omen, so you're going to be very careful with that one. The last time that Mixwell moved from something else, I remember him playing on Cypher, on Sky sometimes. Personally, not my favorite. Do I love that we get to see Nukia playing on Fade? I love it, don't get me wrong, but I don't know how fair of a shot it is. How good is it that you get Hoodie performing and then you all of a sudden decide that, hey, he's a star, let's just put him on Jet. I don't know how I feel, but they're here to answer my questions.
It's an exciting way to start off the game. That's the least that we can say. And let's get it started then. Ascent! We got Pansy and Tom to take you through it. Enjoy.
Well, this has certainly turned my attention towards the game because, Tom, if I'm honest, I saw the matchup and I thought, well, OG's got their work cut out to say the least, but that comp has brought my attention right back in.
Yeah, I feel like we've got an awful lot to talk about and we've got to play a little video. So I'm just going to throw it off to that so we can get back and talk about the comps. Pineapple on Pete.
Okay, Tom, talk to me about this composition for the one and only G2 here, because, do you know what? I'm happy seeing Fade coming out. I'm happy with some of these changes, but give me some method to this. Talk me through it.
They've stolen FPX's comp, haven't they?
Quite nice,
That's what they've done. Like, obviously, they've removed the Sage and brought in the KJ for Meadow. That's just a comfort pick. Like, I feel like him on that agent makes a lot more sense in general. Obviously, it's the roles that are a little bit weird. I'm not actually too against like someone like Hoodie playing that more aggressive role. Probably one of the best Marshall players we actually have, which is not something you'll think too much about. But trust me, he's really good with that gun. Mixwell also going back to the agent we compare most to Counter-Strike. Well, as a Counter-Strike veteran, maybe it'll work.
We hope, right? You know, the Hopium Club, the one that you love so much, Tom.
I love it. The can't copium with it.
But I guess we wait and see how this looks, because obviously a lot of us really started to enjoy Fade, especially on this map when we got to see FPX bring it out, right? They were really innovative. It looked fantastic. Maybe a little one-sided to a degree. We didn't get to see its full depth brought to, but again, one of the maps that really seems to suit it. But we already see OG on the attacking side. Of course, that does then mean G2 will be on the defending side. And we have to wait and see, because I'd say this is, on paper, quite a one-sided affair.
Yeah.
But G2 haven't been necessarily clean this season either. But again, you'd still expect them to have that capability.
See, this is the thing. Like, it's a way that G2 can almost test the comp in an official game. The problem is they cannot afford to lose this game. Like, they will be in an awful spot, especially, I think they've still got, what, Ascend and Fnatic left. So, not easy games at all.
No, it certainly gets a little bit tricky at that point, doesn't it? Now, 3 players stats super deep on this site, so Kaquka could really do with this going his way, and it's a bit whiffy, but Mixwell does win it, gets to fall back side and keep his life for now. There are 2 more players tucked super deep on the site here, and already it's looking quite good for G2 with Hoodie finding 2, shot and a half from Destrian, and that's not bad. Hype! Living up to the name, putting Meadow under the gun, and now the spike's going to go down with only a couple of seconds left to spare. But trying to clear this player is going to be difficult. Bear in mind, while this happens, Destrian's already repositioned, and that's actually a shot from Meadow, but good positioning from Destrian to be proactive, put himself around towards Tree and make sure it was within trading range, but OG pulling it back from the brink there. That one looked like it was going to be G2's favor.
Yeah, I feel like getting a little too tunnel visioned in and just forgetting about other portions of the map. That quick wraparound being possible just... Well, both players so focused in that Hype does wonders for the squad, and yeah, getting off to a flying start. Of course, with G2 like testing basically a lot of things in this map, it's one of the best opportunities I think we have for Oglu to actually do some damage here, because I think most people, including myself, have them firmly in the sort of relegation battle rather than playing for a spot.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So I guess it's wait and see. Imagine there is a world where, you know, maybe G2 get a little too weird with it. Comp doesn't sit as comfortably as they'd like. You know, it could happen.
Do you know what?
But it could.
This will sound like madness, and it is.
Go on.
I genuinely believe there's a world where G2 lose this game and win the last 2 and qualify. That would be the most G2 way to qualify for something ever. Just I think that there's a world where they beat Fnatic on the last day and we have no idea why.
I do love the fact that people have just realized you said pineapple on pizza. You were really putting faith in that 10-second countdown, weren't you?
I said like, what can I say that would be controversial and, in case we're hot mic'd? And that was it.
I'm glad I didn't go off the absolute chain and just say something mad. Oh, dear. Okay, we've got to walk up middle. And again, you can see the purchase that G2 has. This shouldn't be too much of a problem for OG under the assumption they don't leave it too late or get caught out potentially. There are 3 players on this B site, so maybe make it 4 with old Tommy. He's putting in work. Trying to. Not gone well so far for him, sadly. And Nuki is going to at least find Destrian, but it is all effective trade so far. And no subtlety to his pull back either. Feeling the full force of Fade as the site is taken. Spike should be able to be planted, and they have 15 seconds to spare.
Yeah, not really any danger left in this round. Like, there is utility available for G2, but I don't expect them to use any of it. Just wasteful going into the next round. And Becky as well, just trying to basically get as many ultimate orbs as he can. Not a bad round for Oglu whatsoever. Of course, like, a team ace is always nice, but in these sort of rounds, you almost kind of hope that someone farms the frags, because now they go into this bonus round with no ults. Well, I'll say particularly close. Maybe Destrian can get one online.
Could be. Certainly a potential for a B, right? It's quite nice to prop up a couple of players if it does give you one of those ults that really can be an instigator or a game changer to a round. So as it stands, no one quite building too close to it. You're right, there are a couple not too far away, but you wouldn't particularly say hype's going to be changing the way a round goes down at this point. But someone like Destrian certainly could be. But we do see the bonus now coming through, of course, for Oglu. I have to say OG, I can't say Oglu. It just upsets me. I don't know why. But on the other side for G2, a good purchase.
Let's call him London then.
You sound like you're from London. Yeah. Hoodie. Gonna find Vecu. And a nice little first pick. So no naughtiness could be happening towards middle. But again, you look at what they can really achieve with the spy, and it's if they can do damage, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, just being delayed. Again, smokes out from Avova. Not really spotting anything in this direction. So because of that, they rotated the other way. It might give a little bit of extra space. Prowler's going to give away that there's still players on this side of the map, and relying on this hold to come through. Still 2 players to the back of site, especially with the range advantage, could be quite difficult for this take.
Yeah, I want to see if they have the capability to close the gap or if it's just kind of a little bit lackluster. That's not going to actually help G2 too much. That's going to force him to the back of the side. That's fantastic. Now, yes, it does reveal a whole lot of information, but Meadow is in danger. He's going to be able to keep his life now and actually find individual fights until the final one of Molesy going to catch Meadow and now get the upgrade for himself, but a 1v2 presented and no spike to hand just yet. Has to work that back, get the plant, get everything on his side. It ain't going to be easy either.
I have the spike.
A mixed one of Avova to deal with.
They're both waiting patiently, not wanting to give up any control. They know that at this point he has to go for the plant and almost just using their utility to perfection. 8 seconds left. Again, they're just going to fall back in. Not going to have any utility to play with himself, and the time's already gone. All Avova has to do is survive, but all in all, that's not a bad round for Oglu. Yeah, incredibly costly. Mo's even going to get to keep a rifle and get his ult closer to being online, so they've done very well there.
You take that. You'll absolutely take that. You're not really meant to get the bonus rounds, but you'll take what this was given, and I mean, you could see how dangerous that got. If Meadow wasn't able to bail them out on that extra frag, picking up hype there, potentially that could have been different, but again, and look at the buy coming back in here for G2, it's going to be pretty rough to say the least.
Yeah, luckily they've got a Blade Storm, so I assume that Hoodie's going to try something pretty audacious going into this round. It's going to fight for mid in the early stages, but yeah, they've got a Spectre, 2 Spectres in fact, in the mix, playing into a round which ultimately they need to try and win.
Certainly no ease to this.
Face your fear!
Ooh, okay. I mean, that's a big investment here. Hoodie can barely know anything. Vision hindered, everything. But no punishment on it.
No. They've used basically all of their utility from Fade, and he's fine. He's just chilling. Like, I don't really understand that. Like, you throw in the ultimate especially. The whole point is that you're meant to put the pressure on because he can't hear you. He can't even really see because the Prowlers hit him as well, but a little bit wary out of the opposing side, and now they're going to be pushing into what is the utility stack again.
So, there's the contact, and they know what's up. We did see there was a little bit of a lean away. You know, Hoodie had already gone exploring towards tree, maybe just off the back of that early contact. But you know where Oglu are. This isn't subtle. It's 30 seconds. You see waiting patiently towards CT is
30 seconds left.
Hoodie, hearing all the cross, gonna call it out. Actually gets caught up though. Hype gonna punish it. Smoke towards the back of the side, but a great bit of timing for Nuki to swing out. And they're still gonna be running that clock pretty low here. Multi finds Meadow, which is just about fortunate enough until then. Disaster strikes and Nuki gets 2. That's brought this round back into check. Keep in mind Avova, yes, he's got the rifle, but Mixwell doesn't. He's got an upgrade available, so he's ready and raring to go. 2 on the site though for Oglu.
They've got a fair few flashes to play with as well. Paranoia, the first to go through. Pop flash on the other side to get anybody close, but it hasn't worked for Boo. And the trading from Oglu is on point. A conversion of round 4, leading them 3-1 up, and more importantly, putting the finances of G2 into question.
Okay, Oglu have a real shot at carving a good lead for themselves here. Just the way the money's gone at this point, the way the rounds have been faring, and being able to survive a round where Nuki's done that, it's a big tick in the box here, because again, a lot of things went, I guess, technically away from where you'd expect, right? All that early investment towards utility and mid, it didn't quite convert into a kill, but then, you know, the repump towards the site worked out so nicely. That's very impressive that we were able to convert that. We did note that the buy was a little bit here or there, but again, G2's money is certainly not out of the woods just yet either. Sheriffs, and that's about all she wrote. Ult's coming through, sure, but the same's can be said for Oglu in that first cycle of things coming online.
I think the main worry for me at the moment is the fact that most of these rounds have only really been close because G2 are getting multi-frags. Like, the fact that Nuke is able to get way more than he should have. The fact that Meadow is able to get way more than he should have. It's like, these are sort of moments that, if anything, thus far, Oglu have been the better side, which, as I said, I almost feel like if G2 are going to qualify, they need to dominate this game. Look at what Fnatic did. 4 rounds over the series went in the favor of Oglu. That's the level we expect from G2 if they're going to be making it to Copenhagen.
Yeah, there is something to be said about playing like a favorite. You know what I mean? You don't have these close games. Hoodie. Oh, God. Oh, God, what is this? This is already just the absolute scenes.
Undo.
The timing could have been worse.
What is going on? Meadows found one as well through the smoke. This is starting to get really dangerous. Not like this. Of all the rounds to lose, please, not like this. Oh, no.
Oh, my God, what just happened? Tom, I am baffled. Okay, that first shot, nice shot. Okay, cool. That's just, you know, it's a banger, right? They happen. You pick up a nice little, like, sheriff shot here or there. What happened after that? Because you're the analyst caster, Tom. Break down this round for me.
Mayhem. I don't understand how Meadows survived on this site with basically just his turret and a pistol. That's what he had in this round.
Mate. He's absolutely putting in work.
Oh no, and it takes away everything I just said as well, which makes it even better.
Find you.
The pick from Hoodie's nasty, but from then onwards, again, like Meadow does fantastic work being able to survive that long. They've actually popped. Okay, they're really trying to get this opening kill. Not bad. I think there was a couple of tags.
2? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mixwell and Nuki both on the receiving end of this, but Hoodie in the meantime has taken space, which I quite like. They've given up this mid control to an extent. Hoodie's pushed out towards the other side, playing the extremities. Not a bad idea, but doing this against pistols can get deadly if they are just playing for trades potentially, but Hoodie capable to get out of there if he has to. Lovely work. Good for 1. Backs away. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. And they seem hyper aware of this mid presence, which is no... I guess there's no subtlety to this either. Nuki should be aware, but actually gets caught off a little bit. Feku going to find the timing and work his way through. And now look how isolated they're going to feel on that B site.
A bit of a sleepy boy holding mid, it seems. Hoodie now at the back of the site, though, is going to be very, very difficult to clear. They've both been caught off, though, and can't actually move because of this. They are stuck in the mud and didn't hear the steps going in the other direction. We are having back-to-back stinky rounds, it seems, as somehow Oglu are now in the driver's seat.
Spike planted.
This is one to watch for sure. G2 caught sleeping a little in this round. Stacked up on Cat as well, going to make it hard for Avova to work his way in. Meadow now put to the challenge. A 1v3, sure, they're tagged, but he doesn't know how much by, and it's time to back away. What on earth just happened this round as well? Those 2 players at the back by Boathouse just got battered.
Yeah, they got seized.
I love it.
That was
like,
the
don't get me
problem.
wrong, this Yeah, I've actually really started to enjoy Fade because of this map specifically. Seen her on a couple of others and it hasn't quite hit as hard, but seeing this, oh man, this could be a fun one. If Oglu are up on it, right? If they are feeling comfortable with Destrian starting to hit his form on this too, this is going to be lovely to watch because this puts G2 under the gun, right? And makes them play a better game. I'm more than happy to see that. And if Oglu can keep pushing this, because now they had 3 standing, they brought the operator through, that's lovely. Every player's doing their job as well. It's not just one player having impact. Man, this could be fun.
I love the fact that they're abusing.
Look at that.
The deafen. That's the thing that I enjoy, because I feel like a lot of teams thus far, they've been able to utilize the fact that they get stunned up. We've seen how strong the haunt can be, like, oh look, they're here. But I feel like not as many teams as I'd like to see have abused the fact that they can't hear footsteps when that comes through. Because they know that they're in that back corner because they've already got the trail, and then they throw the season, that catches both, and then they're having to almost split which direction they're looking in, and because of that, they get caught.
I'm really enjoying it, and it's, as said, one of the first maps I really got to see the implementation of it in great detail. Obviously, if you hadn't seen it, guys at home, if you're watching this and you're wondering why we keep referencing this FPX game, it's because the first time you went, oh my god, you can really see what you can do with this. Now, Fade is absolutely looking on the money, but again, seeing this being implemented by, you know, not I wouldn't say to the same degree, right? But again, seeing just how impactful it can be here is absolutely fabulous. And if you are wanting more of an analytical breakdown every round, make sure you check out Sliggy streaming right now. The man's like just constantly on his little telestrator. It's great. But a 4-2, Tom. When do we start? Because obviously this is a weird comp from G2. They're trying things, but I don't want to take anything away from Oglu, who are actually playing a very good game.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent. I also say that the B site has been a little bit too predictable for my liking. Like the fact that they're able to basically just, all they've had to do is put pressure on the back of the site. Like that's both rounds. We've seen the paranoia come through, clear the close corner, and then the remainder have been forced into the back of B. And because of that, they can just spam utility in that direction. It's something that has been done before, but I feel like it's something that needed to be adapted to. Have someone on the cross, have even some just cheekier angles, or not give up B main. But either way, Oglu have been able to counter that play almost directly, and now look to head into the A site.
Right. The timing couldn't be better. Feck, you already going to crack this open. Avova punished. Oh yeah, there's still utility there, but nothing to really hinder them yet. Mixwell just playing with utility. The flash is good, but Pedestrians are still fine. Turns the flash, no problem. Meadow investing the ult to this. But for my mind, that's still a plant at the very least. They're just fine on this. This is very limited pressure. Sure, they have to evacuate the site, but again, what do they have to fight back in with? We've got 2 sheriffs, 1 rifle. G2 need to suddenly take control of this round because I've got to say, Oglu is still looking super dangerous here.
Again, high impact paranoia just forcing them back, and okay, they've doubled up, lined up from the operator. Oglu now 5-2 in the lead on the attack, and although I do expect with the compositions that are being run, like the pop flash is available to either side, I do expect it to lean in the attacking favor. This is getting scary for G2.
It is. You got to stop the rot now, I think. If you're a G2 fan, you're kind of hoping that's what's going to come through for them here. Get a little bit of a grip on even just that B take we've seen coming out, or, you know, some aspect of dealing with what Oglu are bringing here. So I'm hoping we get to see some level of adaptation, or maybe just that noting of what's been going on. Hoodie looking like he wants to challenge off the rip, which he actually did well at before. He actually found the pick that was necessary, but again, on the other side, Oglu don't seem too unaware of the possibility of this. The trade out of information towards middle.
And it seems like a very passive stance, and being forced back out of mid as well just basically gives all of this control to Oglu for free. Like, sure, we're seeing setups of one-ways in towards A short, but it's not a position that has been particularly pressured just yet. And because of that, we're now starting to see that pressure taken from G2, getting a little bit more aggressive off the back of Hoodie. The problem is they're now going in the other direction.
Let's see how this looks. Smoke in towards tree. Gonna keep Avova at least a little out of sorts. But again, Oglu taking their time here. They've been doing those later round hits, but we're still around the 40-second marker, so they've got time and they've got ultimates. So they're gonna make the most of it, pick up the pace a little bit, take this line. You can see Destrian putting in work here. Has to be careful of that KJ utility that's been in place a couple of rounds. Yet to keep his life. And the rest of Oglu gonna make side control happen. Already gonna have players ready to put that push, and a little bit of a jump spot coming out from Mixwell, but Molzy more than aware, gonna spam out a little bit of utility, chip damage galore. Door to be shut as soon as he can. That's gonna go down, reinforced a little bit, and buy some more time.
Oh, timing's everything here. Destrian was going for the wraparound. He's managed to at least drop Mixwell. The trades have already come back thick and fast.
Hoodie is desperately trying in this round. You can see him putting every bit of work here, but the defuse going to come in. Avova going to get towards halfway at the very least. And Hype, what can you do about this one? Can you deny it? Oglu shutting this down. Avova, last one alive, and Oglu keep the rounds building. Dom, they're making me a bit of a believer of this side.
Yeah, no, I'm worried for them as for G2 as well, because this has been scrappy, and Oglu have been winning a lot of those fights. Like the 1v1 for Mixwell and Destrian was everything. They then had to worry about their flanks, but even just this push back in, like Meadow just didn't know where to look. Hoodie eventually trades, and then, well, it just comes back down to that 3v3 scenario, which, considering on the entry, like how much damage was taken, and even wary of these flank spots coming in, Oglu are actually just winning more of the duels at the moment. Destrian as well, like 11 and 3, 8 assists as well. He is performing to a high standard.
Oh, for sure. It's been beautiful to watch. Wow. First time I've really got to actually cast this Oglu side as well this season, at the very least, and it's been quite impressive so far. This on paper looked relatively like a one-sided affair, but so far, putting up a good performance.
Maybe you're the good luck charm. Let's put it down to that. Maybe we balance it out. We just get a good game. I'll take that. Is that, hey, I'm genuinely very happy to see G2 challenge, because we know their depth, right? We know that these guys are, you know, international tournament level teams. You know, they can go to the bigger teams and bigger tournaments and do very well for themselves. So I want to see how they compare, right? This is a really good way to kind of get a bit of a grip on it. But interesting rotation off the back of this. Becky Goody trying to build forward. Trade comes in. Destrian, good for it on the trade. Takes no point of damage. And Becky trying to punish that rotation. Didn't quite get the timing right on Nuki. I thought there could have been a moment for that to happen. But again, this is Sheriffs. And that's about it. Oh, this flash has to be everything. Nuki with the fadeaway. Gets one. And now Mixwell as well. It seems like the pistols are just so much better for the side of G2. And while the time ticking down, 3 players at the back of site, they can't even rotate towards A at this point. They have to push into them, and with Meadow still holding that back line, it's going to be rough for them to get anything here.
They're giving it a damn good go, though. 7 seconds. Destrian still firing on all cylinders. 5 seconds. He has to try and make something of this. 2 more players to find, and he just simply can't find them. No time to play with either, and you're right, G2 and Pistols. It's a deadly duo. They seem to make it work more than most, but they're clutching at it right now. They needed that round. It wasn't just a one. It's not just a freebie. It's not just a bonus. That was a bit of a desperation round to break the streak. 3 rounds on the trot coming in from Oglu, and in some quite dominant fashion. But again, you can see the danger. This was down to the wire.
Yeah, it's not something that's sustainable, of course, for G2. I think the other thing that's really interesting, of course, is that you actually look at this group and sort of why we're calling it that group of death. You have the champion of champions, which is still a weird sentence to say, and then the top 3 from the first season of this year. So it's like one of them has to fall. Someone has to go. Look at the pace change, though, from Oglu.
Yeah, but look at the utility in the right place for it. Nuki gonna find Boo. Meadows gonna be pinned down in the back of the side. So much utility invested towards him. Can he at least keep his life? It doesn't look like he... Oh, he can! Takes Destrian with him. But that's the best you're gonna get right now as Mixwell eating his own flash, trying to clear as he goes. But that spike still yet to be planted. Now about to go down, and Hype has to hold that cat cross.
Already getting smoked off, but it's something that G2 are going to have to clear. Actually going to pop the Hunter's Fury proactively. Try and catch someone on the cross. It would ping someone for Hype, giving that extra information. Instead, though, Nuke's there for the swing.
So valuable. We're now down to 2. Vecchio and Molzy, what more can you do with this one? Vecchio still good for 1. Takes one with him to the grave as Molzy now called upon in a 1v2. Far more feasible than before, but now being surrounded. G2 finding a little life in them yet.
still, it's so scrappy. Like, it's not how I was expecting this game to go, but I love the pace change from Oglu. It just doesn't quite work. This time it takes a lot longer to isolate the player at the back of site. There was actually a moment in that round where I'm pretty sure everybody on the B site couldn't hear anything, was completely deafened, because I think it was Meadow got caught by the Seas, and then they got all hit by Nightfall. So it's just like no one can hear everything. Anyone's running around just trying to get kills, and well, it's a 1-for-1 trade, which is absolutely fine. I think the biggest kill of the round, though, is still going to be Nukia just taking that space back. Like, if they allow that lurk, they allow that flank, it's much more of a problem.
Yeah, 100%. 4-6. We go again. Hoodie, different side of the map, though. Joined by Avova. Bit of a smoke to work with, but the timing. He's actually going to... He's walking. This is just so dangerous. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, get out of there. Get out of danger. You could feel the absolute downfall of him just around that corner, but he gets to keep his life and back away for now.
Yeah, I'll admit, my cheeks were clenched. I wasn't sure he was getting out of that one safe, but he's been able to rotate around. Now, mid has been one of the issues, I feel, for G2, just this control given up for free. So having that operator there from Hoodie would definitely make a difference. The problem is, if they're actually going to spot each other, they're definitely wary of the potential of him being here, but it seems like it's all going to be down to timing.
I mean, can be everything. Count to 3, pull the trigger. Morsey did it first! Bye, Hoodie! Mid's now open, and that B site again looking a little vulnerable. Nookie and Meadow, any adjustments, any changes that you can maybe pull through here, because this is going to be dangerous. The amount of times you see this become an issue. Again, Nookie, nowhere to run and hide. So noted. So many problems. Feku closing in. Meadow now tucks his head in the corner, just tries to play his life. It doesn't matter. Oglu just have everything. They have the book open on the table. They can see you in every occasion. Now this is a fight back, though. Mixwell and Avova still going to find a couple of entries, at least to try maybe force Oglu to sweat a bit here. Just post-plant was looking so good.
Well, they know they're all in the site, at least. Information to be had. Still a paranoia available, which will be thrown in. The other two just watching the other side. Trying to isolate this is not going to be easy, but Avova's done a decent job. Left it onto Mixwell. First goes his way, but still standing. Much healthier is Feku on the other side. And the time is ticking, but Mixwell lands the headshot through the wall. And he's got this one comfortably.
Comfortably is a strong word, Tom. I like.
The time on the defuse.
The time on the defuse. Yeah.
Not
you're
the
right.
round.
Not the round, because that was squeaky bum time. That was getting a little bit dangerous, but it's fine. It's fine. Because I mean, let's kind of hit the brakes and kind of roll this back mentally, because I've got to say, OG for me on that attacking side initially, really garnered my attention and in some fashion. But the scoreline doesn't necessarily depict that anymore. They've closed the gap enough here, G2, that we get to see what they're like now on their attack too, or at least very soon. 5 rounds is plenty of buffer in my mind, and this recovery has been essential. Because they've, near on breaking the money down a fair amount, and you can see that, yes, obviously Feku does have the ult, but also a Spectre by his side. So, I mean, for me, I'm just curious to see, does this just bode well on the attacking side, having that fade? Is that something we have to come to expect, or is Oglu the real deal? And with G2 now putting the pressure right back towards them, this does change the dynamic slightly. And look how deep they're sitting on A.
God, it looks like they're almost giving this one up for free. They do have the lockdown available, and okay, there's going to be some utility on the other side that could destroy it. I'm sure this is something that Oglu has thought about going into the round, but yet they're still going to go in for this execution.
Held together on a knife's edge here. Mixwell. Actually gets punishing Hoodie. Just getting close by to the smoke. If he walks that, Boo would have been so ready for it, but still, the spike is down, and they're going to fall back towards tree, it looks like. This just looks like a straight-up brawl. Hoodie unaffected so far, still trying to fight this out, going to lean on into it. Gets punched by height. Going to invest the ult and now get the grand reveal. They are nowhere near to be worried about at the moment. We're still pretty much laughing here. KJ ult comes in, and again, Avova at least finds Feku, but now Hype called upon, finds it, catches it, and gets detained for it.
He's kind of stuck in the mud, but I guess it was a worthwhile trade. Buying that extra little bit of time. Meadow needs to get a couple of kills here, but he's sticking it all the way. It's gonna get stopped by Boo coming in from the other angle, and well, Oglu have themselves another round. I really like the way they actually played this one, because they obviously everybody knows the normal spot for the lockdown. It's the same place every time around tree. And so they fought for it. They made sure that if you're going to place it, you're going to have to place it so far back that we can have more ground than we should be able to. And that ground was taken over short. And that's why it's nowhere near as easy for G2 to get back in on the retake. It's why Boo has much more safe positioning to actually hold. And it's why basically all of G2's plan was disrupted. The fact is that lockdown was something that G2 had as a plan, but Oglu saw before they did it, which is always good if you're reading your opponent's economy.
I'm just stunned that it's a 5-7 because it felt almost more dominant for OG on this. Like, genuinely for
They should have got more.
It felt like it. Let's see what the intent is behind this. Really gonna get slingshot out of there. Hype puts him out. And now you're gonna have 4 to work with it. Held back by a smoke. Maxwell's dead. He's not looking good here, Tom.
No, they've also just lost any flashes that they would have had to try and get out of this position. And Meadow can't leave. They're waiting for a smoke. I imagine they're just going to try and put it down, but they know he's here. They know he can't escape. He's just been spammed down to 50 and having to now just give this a bit of a wipe just to make sure that they're not going to get killed off. This is rough.
Oh, poor old Meadow, just being bullied. Nasty. Okay, well, where do they find their way in here? Looks like there was a look towards mid from Nuki, but they're not particularly backing away, but they've got 5 to get through. They've still got that camera in mid, so Hype's like, don't worry, we can sit in this, we're fine. Nothing to worry about just yet. Multi towards Cat. You can see the smoke does come in, and Meadow's happy to put his life on the line first, and waited a second or two, and it's shut down. Oglu off to the perfect start in the second half.
Yeah, really clean. Had a nice setup in case they went in for a fast B take. Had the smoke ready down, and from then onwards, it just seemed like a simplistic round for them to take home. Pistol on the board, 8-5 up going into the defensive half. And yeah, I expect that, again, with the utility that's been invested, especially when you switch up a comp, a lot of the time you're going to work on your sort of executions within this comp. And if they have stolen from FPX, Lauren, that was the thing that was exciting. Like, some of the executions that FPX have were gorgeous. Now, if G2 can recreate that, they have a chance here, but they've already put themselves in the gutter.
Yeah, it's all good and well to see someone do something great, but understanding the complete extent of it, we have to see if that's something G2 has, right, to expand on. That, and, well, Feku not looking too shabby with it. Gonna punish Hoodie. And, well, where else can we go now? G2 just clutching at straws this round. You're hoping for the best and really expecting the worst. So, as it stands, Oglu looking to keep it clean. If they can build up some of their ultimates as well. Oh,
it's a gorgeous setup.
Right. Sweaty, isn't it?
I love it. They've got the cam up above to see when they walk through that doesn't actually give the sound cue away. Then he pops the cage, walks into it, and then they have the dart so that he gets a free kill. That's a lovely setup from Oglu.
I really like these little pocket pieces they're bringing out. And if they have more of that, if Oglu have a couple of other looks like that, I'm super happy with this.
Yeah.
And again, this is their map choice, so I kind of expect them to be as prepared as you can imagine. You're coming up against an on-paper more established side who's, you know, got good results. You do have to be well-versed, and you can't take anything too lightly.
Spike down.
But for now, they're playing it to their full capability, it looks like, and not giving too much away. Nuki, still filthy with it. Still just absolute filth, but it should be a formality at this point.
But yeah, they almost don't need to go for anything over-aggressive here, and, well, I feel like Hype actually put that down so that he'd be ducking under it, which if he did, that's evil. He was ready for him to be there. So 9-5. Obviously, this is a round that G2 must win. It's their first proper purchase facing off against what is mostly Spectres, a Marshal, and a Pistol. So ultimately, it should be a formality, but nothing has been in this game so far.
I'm honestly sitting back with bated breath at this point, right? It's just like, okay, what do we see now? What do we get treated to this time? And it looks like that a bit of a play over towards A main. Trying to build up a little bit of map presence. Forcing Feku away towards middle. Just going through the protocol list for now.
Yeah, they've also got some pretty deep control, though. Like, okay, sure, it's patiently being watched on the other side by Avova, but Boo is pushed all the way up. This is where that Spectre is going to have its real value. And it's not like they've just left another spot on the map open. They're consistently watching and waiting to see what they can find. Avova, though, could be a problem.
Normally is. We'll see. It's all about timing on that fight as well. It's going to be a weird one. And you know he knows now. 4 players stacked on the other side. Becky, would you dare? No, slide against it. Probably the right choice. They're going to back away. Boo now feeling the strain as well. What's about a couple of players, though? Still going to take Nuki with him. Destrian.
The damage.
Yeah, they are the walking wounded. Meadow's down low, Hoodie's down low. This is certainly doable. A little bit more chip damage as well, but not a great deal. Could have done with that. Not going to happen. G2 going to keep their lives here with 2 left. Hype and Molzy. And you're right, that they are damaged. So this could still be a dangerous round, but they've got to do damage, and Meadows really kept that in check. Not allowing too much to go astray, and Molzy trying to bait the attention. No one's really chomping at the bit to lose their life here on this HP.
And they know where he is. That's the thing. At this point, I think it would be lucky for G2 to get away with 4 players alive, but they should. Like, Molzy may be able to steal away 1 here, but I only really want to see Avova taking any level of contact, and well, even got a cheeky little jump spot and a shot through the floor. G2 keep it clean in terms of how many alive, but yeah, still none of these rounds have looked particularly convincing.
No. Now we see the buyback in for Oglu as well, so this is where I'm mostly paying attention as well, because G2 need to bring out the A game, right? This is when we need to see the method to picking this agent, seeing the composition work out for them as well. We know that it can. Obviously, Oglu have given us a front row seat to that, but we need to see it in action for G2. How well versed do they look? Already Operator coming out to play for Feku. Leaning in from short. See if he can spot anything, but again, do just have Nuki over towards that B site. Trying to maybe give the look of that intended piece, but it is going to be this A hit coming out, and that's going to give away enough of the game that there is presence here at the very least.
They left a lurk on that side before, so it might put into doubt, but with the amount that's already spotted in terms of utility, can probably keep this one a little safe. Already, though, no command thrown in. It's going to leave with no utility and likely a free site.
Now this is looking more and more like a retake by the second. You can't really just challenge midway through, but I am eyeing up Feku. If he's going to go for something a little bit risky here, try and maybe catch someone sleeping, dips, just his toe in the water. Don't know if he caught a glimpse, no, but he has to now turn his attention back to the rest of the map. Hype looking for a way back in through short at this point. A 5v5 post-bomb. This is going to be chaotic to say the very least. Both still in play, but it's Oglu with the first 2. Mixwell and Hoodie go completely untraded, and Meadow's just going to try and keep his head down, spammed away at, maybe considered, but not cleared. Gonna get 1, gonna get the second. It's everything Meadow would have wanted, but he's still got so much work to do. Tried his best, but left it in a 1v2 for Nuki.
No charges.
And what can this man do about it? Gonna probably get it to at least halfway. He does, and the reveal's gonna show him at least 1. That's gonna be the punish. Catches Boo. Ult goes in, but the defuse is happening.
Oh no!
I don't think he can stop it.
Oh, it seemed like he played everything to perfection. Feku left at the end, blind, half HP, basically just stuck in the mud, even revealed roughly where he was, but that smoke kept him alive. His teammates' parting wish before he actually left this one. Again, though, just the entries back in from Oglu were just superb, and the fact that even with a multi-frag coming out of Meadow just wasn't enough, and this ping up giving away that info. Like, it was a nice attempt to sort of shroud it with the smoke, but damn, that was close.
Ooh, but pace change coming in here, it looks like, or at least a very intended take towards that A site, because every single player just piling on in. They're not slowing down either. Okay. G2 going back to what looks like basics, but they've taken at least a fair amount of space, and a little overzealous from Feku gets punished up towards heaven. You can see Hoodie now can just take his time, sit in a little bit more, make him work for this. Oh, that's unpleasant.
A little bit lower. Little bit lower. I don't think they're going to get anything from this. Hoping that they could do a bit more, but in fact, they baited out a lockdown. I think that's the moment you have to come in for the save. I'm fairly certain that at least aspects of what G2 attempted in this round in terms of the take were that same sort of execution we've been seeing from FPX. Like, remember the players just running back through the door with that fragment. That wasn't something that we witnessed in that previous game, and forcing them out of the site made things a little bit awkward. So there's definitely been aspects of G2 like learning from the mistakes of their prior matchup, and hey, after a very, very close round, they force Oglu to save.
Okay. It was a lot behind there, though. We've had a couple of rounds with a fair amount of quote-unquote all-in-ness, I guess. I still think across the board, though, I mean, it's the Stinger going out for hype, which kind of sucks, but across the board, Oglu still looked pretty solid, and it looks like, hey, rinse and repeat, run it back again, let's hit this A piece. Now, we do have hype setting up the utility on the other side, but again, it's a Stinger, so depending a fair amount on Boo to really put in some heavy lifting here for them. And G2 making no subtlety to this. It's going to be the set piece coming out, and just the pace off the back of Hoodie. Going to take everything he can, move in towards this, and there it is, dealt with. G2 just back to basics, and it works wonders. Spike can come across, Plant can come in. And those 3 left alive, what are you going to do with this? You have no information for so long now. You've lost a little bit of that timing on this. You've lost information on the rest of the map. They need to come back in and hit some shots quick.
Yeah, either that or they're forced into a save again. And I wouldn't really blame them for it. Hoping for a miracle spam, but... Oh, I was going to say nothing comes through. Avova does have to move. He almost got killed through the wall there, so it would have been something at least, but... can't really expect them to just throw the weapons into the wind just for absolutely nothing. And it is the same execution again. Like the C's in combination.
Oh,
nice
that's
shot
a loss.
from Nuke. But also, yeah, having that fragment to cover off the door, Prowler to clear some of the closer spots, and it's so difficult to deal with. I don't think we have seen a team necessarily counter that just yet.
Not yet. And let's see if anyone can learn on the fly, I think, is the next big thing.
Oh.
Bloody hell.
Oh, why? Don't do that.
Hell. 8 to 10. Are they doing it again? I'm just waiting to see if they go same approach. And probably a tactical timeout for Oglu, I assume, at this point, Tom?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, the back-to-back rounds, same execution, just to try and clear out the players holding the cross from tree, making sure that no spam can come through the smoke. A lot of players in general will just run through that smoke anyway, just to try and do some damage. So it's a very good execute. The thing I want to see is whether or not you're going to get Oglu now try and play retake completely, just almost allow that to happen. Play further back within the site, which again has its risks because you're almost giving the entry fragger just an opportunity to fight you. Or get aggressive. And that's probably my favorite of the lot, but it's definitely easier said than done. Then again, when you have a Blade Storm available, you also have a couple of weapons to play with and a bit of a weird sort of financial purchase. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that in this round.
Yeah, I think I'm interested to see what they come up as their solution to this. Because again, in your head, you're like, surely they're not going to run that again and again and again. But you do need to at least halt it once, right? To force them into that adaptation. But again, the purchase in this round is going to be absolute dog water. So you're trying to stop it with very little. You can have Boo with what? I think it's going to be a Frenzy. Destrian does have the rifle, and you can have Blade Storm behind it. That's going to be it. Boo puts his life on the line, gets nothing for it. Maybe sets up Destrian, but gets nothing for it either. They've done chip damage, sure, but it's not enough. Hoodie's still going to power forward, and Vecchio's going to have to back away, and now you're left in a retake with, I mean, not ideal weapons, to say the least.
How many rounds in a row will we see Molesy save? Turret doing a lot of damage, 1 kill off the back, and he's going to try and get some spam, and once more, just willing them into a B take. I think that's the thing. When you've seen someone just spam off this Odin in a retake scenario multiple rounds in a row, you probably just go, well, you haven't stopped me getting A. Why would I run into your trap on B?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be surprising. Now, the one thing in my mind is G2 really do just like one site on maps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they'll find one site they're really into.
Icebox, A site.
Icebox, yeah.
I can't. Like, that's the thing. There is a reason they were incredible on that map. It's a reason it's banned in this series, because their A site executions are fantastic. And also, the A site is really hard to defend. So I don't disagree with them at all in terms of the way they just rinse and repeat things. And the problem for Oglu is, I feel like the second you do try to adapt to it, they're going to change something. And then you have to try and adapt to that new scenario, or they'll just keep doing it. You win it once and they do it again, and you're likely not going to stack things up.
Surely they won't do it. Yeah, it's the classic. It's quite a weird scenario, and we already saw before this replay, it looks like it is time to go back into it. But
guys, I'm going B with my Odin.
But there is a buy against this, and Feku's got an operator,
it's the same execution.
So it looks like, okay, we're going to take control towards tree, we're going to try and play a little bit towards middle, clear mid, there's nothing there, we know that now. But obviously they didn't know that from the very start, but Hoodie going to be slowed on his roll, and actually gets punished. Hype's going to find him, and Hoodie, the first man to fall. This is huge. And look at the damage on the way in of Over. Barely breathing, Meadow down low as well, just going to try and get the spike planted. And the wrap's much quicker this time. You're going to have that flank coming into play. This is a good adaptation from Oglu.
Yeah, I really like it. A little bit of counter utility thrown down to almost get them stuck in the mud, and they take so much damage on the cross because of it. Even still, though, a lot left to do. These players may be low, but they're not out of the fight just yet. Forcing off the angle, but it's slowly now diminishing. Only going to be Meadow to get a kill. And that was a much better round. As I said, like they threw down a counter seize as they ran in, and that was the reason they got absolutely owned on the cross.
I actually love that. Simplistic, but it works so well. Good time to hit that adaptation. 3 of them playing towards tree to facilitate that. You know, keep in mind, if there was an alert quicker on cap from G2 or something like that, that could have been 3 of these players cooked, but not the case at all. Super nicely done. But now this is the question you posed, right, that we were discussing before, Tom, is that surely they won't run it again. We counted them once. Do we now stack 3 players towards tree once again, or do we, you know, assume they'll go back to more of a normal play? So the reins are still somewhat in G2's control, even though Oglu do have 11 rounds. But they broke the back of that one set piece. So now we have to look at what's left. What else do G2 have for us to look at?
I'm not going to lie, I really wanted them to do it again.
Yes.
Like, I really wanted them to just run the ace, like, because as I said, like, if you look at the setup now, it's not the same. Like, okay, you still have the trips available to catch them on the cross, but it's not quite as deadly. This is a little bit worrying. They're gonna have to use this just to try and escape. Estrian, very aggressive, and he's caught well. That's the spike.
That's devastating, and look at them, they're gonna turn the screws even further. They're stacking up towards middle, 3 players here. There's no shot we're getting a brawl in middle. This is ridiculous stuff.
Cover going out.
Spike left loose. They have to go on a recovery mission just to pick it up at this point. And while all this happens, keep in mind that Oglu have taken a bit of space. They can back away now. They can leave G2 to have to invest this utility. Take all this space back in, try and recover the spike, which they've done, but it's cost them time. 40 seconds now. Still plenty to play with, but it looks like this B piece is finally coming through.
There.
40 seconds left on the clock. He's been waiting such a long time to use his Odin. Doesn't even have it anymore. Multi back with the rifle. We'll be waiting. Now again, you're going to see this info garnered. The paranoia is good, but he hasn't been able to be cleared just yet. Hoodie lands that shot, but Mosey goes ham anyway. Leaves it into a 2v2, a winnable scenario, and they need to get the spike.
Oh, again. This thing's slippery and not Destrian. Just as the smoke dissipates, you've got him on the punish towards Nuki, and Hoodie just wants in. He wants to punish, and they are just not landing by any means and waiting patiently as hype. And there it is, the reveal in the end, and it's going to be 12 for Oglu. Huge round now. Stringing together a couple just to apply a response. G2 ran over them for 3 rounds in a nasty fashion. This is a really good way to get yourself back in, but Molsey finding 2 there was massive.
Yeah, I honestly think, though, that this is some of the best, like, solo utility usage we've seen from Fade so far from Destrian. He has been superb. Like, they had the same execution every single time. He denied it with 1 piece of utility. They try and get the spike back in this round. He actually, again, just puts down a solo piece of utility in the form of the C's to stop Nuclear being able to get away and basically revealing his position at the same time. Like, he's just been so brilliant with his reactive utility that, wow, if I'm giving it over to one Fade, he has definitely Fade diff Nuclear. I don't think it's arguable.
No, which is quite surprising, honestly. To me, Nuki is obviously a very powerful firepower player, but he's also very good at, you know, with utility, being a support player. He can do everything. It's the one thing that's ridiculous about that man. But you're right, Destrian has looked more comfortable, more well-versed. It's an enjoyable watch, to say the least, because it doesn't happen often. So already G2 eyeing up their options. Hunter's Fury gonna get popped, and do they have a close? They do. They've got the swing coming in on short. This is so sick. The Hunter's Fury and the pressure from short. That's Drew caught in no man's land though. And it's just gonna be a brawl, Tom. They're just fighting it out in middle. Who's gonna find Molsey with a punish off the back, but Boo still towards middle. Flash comes in, Mixwell even. It pops down the knife. He's gonna know a player, but by now, Feck, you just found Meadow. It's G2 trying to find this fight and losing this fight. And look at the Rat Hoodie. He hits a mad shot. I don't know, Tom. And Hype's just got the classic out. It's not over. It's a 1v3. Spike down in middle. He's fighting players everywhere. What on earth is happening?
Oh, there's certain rounds that you love to witness and some that you never want to see ever again. Somehow, he's managed to steal that spike. They were ready for it. They even shot him the second he collected it, but this gives Over the chance to do what this man does best.
The clutch player, Tom, you know that capability. 23 HP though. Oh, Boo on the timing, comes around the corner and catches them in the heels. Does not let that man get the hot hand because you know what can happen. But this scoreline is not what I expected to happen, Tom. We got 13-9 and Oglu just beat G2.
Yeah, especially after the matches we've seen from Oglu so far this season. Like, you might have come into this matchup, maybe you saw them last season. You're like, they went 2-3. They actually had a chance to maybe make it to the playoffs. Why is everybody being so down on them? Last week, they got 4 rounds in 2 maps. They got absolutely slammed. They lost one of them 13-0, and they've come in today on a map they haven't played yet this season, and they've just taken the head of G2. This is a series on our hands now, and G2, they are in a very shaky spot.
Let's go to a break. Let's get map 2 on the way.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
For the love of the game, I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. 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 I do it.
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you're just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it.
I
for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
The surprises keep coming today. And no, you are not mistaken, ladies, gentlemen, and MPs. It's 1-0 up for Oglu. OG London United take map 1 against G2. We're back on the desk to break it down. I'm Milosh. With me is Kaquka and Lothar. Friends, let's have a chat about this because this was unexpected.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The fashion in which Oglu was getting the first round made me a little bit insecure, and I was having some PTSD, but the setups were definitely there. Like the way that Destrium was playing, especially on the attack, it definitely looked like the plan was working. Maybe the post plan still had some flaws that G2 could read into, but to me, if you take a look at the screen, the highlight is Hype actually being part of Oglu. We were talking about the new faces that we're seeing on teams, and Hype was one of them. The problem is that he was not still performing, but what he did on this map, alongside the rest of his teammates, actually made us, understand why they decided to go for that pickup.
In general, Oglu impressed me a lot. Like, they had really nice, cool setups. Maybe sometimes they were lacking some discipline when it comes to post-plan situations, a little bit overheating when it comes to the peaks. But in general, every single round was planned out. And it was very nice to see that they are actually well prepared. And you have these all the small setups with the Cypher and Sova that we're gonna break down later. But Destron, I would say, for the first time, we see how much of a stopping power Fade can deliver with just the C's. The C's just single-handedly, I think Tom said that the same, single-handedly stopped G2 from rushing on sides. You throw the C's, the Jet cannot dash away from it. She's being DK'd, she doesn't hear anything, and then there's so much recon power in that lineup. The Soba Dart, the Cypher camera, then we have the Hound as well, right? It just allows you to just completely dismantle your opponent.
Yeah, probably what we were expecting to see maybe on Icebox, but I love the fact that they decided, listen, Icebox is not working as we expected, we're just going to ban it. And on the other side, let's talk a little bit about G2, because we saw some swaps. I think that the last time that we saw Hoodie on Jed, Peepson, his coach, was playing on the team with him, because after that, Giants got Fitinho back, so that makes a lot of sense, to let him play on that agent. But it's not only that. Mixwell, I think, got cut off on short on like 3 or 4 occasions, having that maybe too flat. Yeah, well, that was it.
Well, dig into detail. You talked about Cypher. How about you go ahead and tell us illustration, Lothar? All yours.
Yeah, so, there's a big talking point with Destron being so efficient with Fade, but I feel like the backbone of Oglu's success was the setups that we have seen on B with the Cypher and the Sova combo. So typically, Sova is like, use the recon arrow to gather information for you that would be like, oh, they're going B, now we know they destroyed the recon arrow. But how Oglu actually approached it is they used the recon arrow as a tool to get kills instead of getting information in the first place, because we have a Cypher alongside him, and that's the combo that we see here on the B side. Here, it's very interesting to see that Oglu is playing completely like in the mid. Look at the minimap position. They are prepared mentally that G2 might push through in the first tempo for the B main, and they just don't want to be exposed to the paranoia. They don't want to expose to the Hound that is being put on the left side of the site, which has the range just ending here, right? So now they're standing in the market behind a smoke. Why they're making that decision? Because they have so much recon power. They know that they can rely on the traps. I'm gonna delete now all the tools and just pay attention to how they reactively play. The Jet just comes into the trap and just gets deleted because of the trap here that is just anticipated to be broken by the Jet when she dashes in. But not only that, after the jet is being demolished, we have a B position in the main that is also being exposed because of the recon arrow, and there's still the camera that's getting the information. And the same thing that happened later on the B main with another setup, which the camera gives the info that there are players now, we know about it, and the recon arrow is the kill tool. That is what enables the Cypher to get the kills. So it's like a swap of the roles. Sova is still delivering the information, but it's later than earlier when you don't have the support of that Cypher.
So the thing is, we were talking about Oglu and how they got the plan, and maybe they were lacking discipline when it came to post-plan. The problem for G2 is that they weren't even able to get onto the side. Of course, they had some runs onto A. We know the G2, our wonderful casters also mentioned it. But the problem is, when all those setups, wherever Hype was, that side was impossible to penetrate.
Our highlight player, Destrian, for this first map. What is there to say about this man that's performed incredibly in map 1?
I mean, if it wasn't the utility from Hype, it was definitely from Destrian helping not only prevent the plan, but actually giving that extra information that Oglu definitely needed to close this matchup. So very happy to see how Destrian has performed here compared to what he did previously on Icebox.
And it's also very important to showcase that on Fade, he's very flexible. On attack, he was like the secondary reveal character, like on A side when they were doing executes, Sova Arrow was being put on the backside, while his Haunt was being put on short. At the same time, it was so hard to stop. And then on the defense, his main tool is the Caesar, as we mentioned before, right? So he's like a very flexible agent that can be just carved in a way that the player want her to be, and that just allowed Destrian to be so efficient at assisting the teammates.
Well. Now for another surprise. You were already looking at the scoreline thinking, wow, Oglu really took map 1. Yes, they did. And now we're going to see a first for stage 2 here in EMEA. Breeze is our second map. Yes, bring out your party hats. We got it ready.
Thank you. I requested this because, I mean, I wanted a bigger celebration for the first Breeze. But do you guys remember that week that Mech had last stage where they had to play 3 maps in a like 3 matches in 3 days in a row, and they completely destroyed O2 everyone? One of the highlights was definitely Breeze on their side. One of the teams that were on the receiving end was Oglu. So the last time that we actually saw them playing on this map, it wasn't looking the best. I think it was like a 13-1.
That was one of the matches where Chronicle just went absolutely nuclear.
I think all of them, like those 3 days were just insane for him. So, you know, for the side of Oglu, maybe not the strongest. We still have to see what any team has prepared on this map. But we know that the last time that G2 was playing on this map, it was against Loud. It was actually the map that they picked their Masters, and actually the closest one that they got. But you were mentioning, we have the nerfs. Chamber and Jet are suffering from that, and those were the 2 pivotal parts of their composition.
Yeah, and there's now, I would say, a lot of creativity like enabled with this new patch when it comes to Breeze. There's a possibility of playing, as we have seen on Ascent, Sova Fate together for that very hard execute to stop on the sides. But also, we have seen Oglu play with double controller on this map with the Astra. I wouldn't play maybe Astra myself on this map, but Omen or Brimstone right here with combination of the Viper is actually a very neat tool to control the space on mid and in the holes. So there's a lot of room to be creative in the compositions. And remember, Chamber has very limited map control now on Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. We expect to see the changes coming in from G2. Maybe, you know, now that Hoodie's been moved to the Jet, is that going to be permanent? Are we even going to see the Chamber on that side? You said Brimstone, I thought of Paper X. Please no triple duelist here. That's all I'm going to ask for our region.
I mean, if EMEA needs a way to kind of wake back up for it, maybe this is the one, talking composition. But Breeze, at this point, are there too many options to bring in? Can this confuse our 2 teams going into it?
Right now, like, you have no prep going into this map, right? So, which is
that a good thing or a bad thing?
Exactly what I wanted to say. That might be a good thing for both teams because they can focus on what they prepared themselves. And of course, a good IGL can read the composition of their enemies and say, well, we have to watch out for this potential synergy because they have those 2 characters combined, right? And there's a lot of possibilities. And we'll see what is going to happen because we're going straight into the IGL.
Yeah, and are we going to see Sky? Are we going to see that KO? Me personally, I think that KO, that Hoodie is an amazing KO. I think that we all agree on that one. So I would like to see it. Boba is going to go on the Viper. He used to be on the KO. Nuki
on Chamber. Who's Mixwell playing then? KO?
No, Sky.
Okay, I'm really confused because...
And mostly moves from Sky to KO.
Yeah, it's really confusing for me because the natural evolution of this map metagame is actually to change Sky into KO because KO delivers so much more impact when it comes to shutting down the Sentinels now. As you can see, Oglu is actually playing 2 Sentinels. There's Chamber and there's Cypher. The defense is gonna be stacked on the traps. There's a nerf on Chamber. Well, what do? We add a Cypher in. And now we have 3 traps on the map.
Oh, and just wait until next patch that I think we have next week where everybody's going to get the information on all of your utility. That is going to be brilliant. But I agree with you. I think that KO is going to have a major impact. Still, I think that teams are kind of used to playing against the Cypher. So you were mentioning the impact that the IGL has to have on this one. I think that Nuke is not going to have a hard time reflecting on how Hype is doing. But based on what we just saw from Hype on Ascent, I'd be scared.
Yeah, it's actually a huge difference in an approach because G2 on attack still have the Jet that is able to create space on the B side, not as needed on A side, while the other team, Oglu, don't have a duelist, but they have that defense that will be so hard to stop.
Well, G2 are still fighting for that top 3 spot. Do they stay in the running or will they be upset here by Oglu? Let's take a look.
Yeah, I don't feel like this could be a 2-0, Tom. You know what? I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I just don't quite see it here coming into Breeze. Where are you sitting on this? Do you think there is a chance of the 2-0, or do you think this is now a full 3 series?
I'll be honest, all my expectations are in the bin after map 1. So I was kind of saying, going, it will be a 2-0, but to G2. So the fact that we've ended up on a second map with an advantage going in favor of Oglu has me a little bit worried, especially because like there were a lot of maps that Oglu got boomed on in the past and have had to sort of recreate and fix things, whereas like obviously this map hasn't necessarily been played too much, but for G2 it always looked pretty solid, like a very close showing versus Loud, beating FPX and Fnatic last season. Like they didn't really need to switch things. Now they definitely have. Nuke playing a much more aggressive role is something that excites me. I'm not certain about Mixwell's Sky though, because I still feel like his initiators is not his strongest suit.
No, I'm actually in agreement with you. It does always catch my eye to not see Mixwell traditionally on something that's going to have an operator on it. I still think, you know, he is one of the players that can do some serious work with it, but again, what do I know? On the other side, of course, anything standing out to you particularly? I think Feku being on Chambers, nothing surprising. Like, it will make somewhat sense to me.
Yeah. I like the idea of Malsey having an opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. I think on this squad he has a lot of individual skill to give, I guess. So putting him on the KO makes a lot more sense because that's what you expect him to do, to disrupt, to be aggressive, to take space, almost work as the duelist that they don't have. Although I still... Chambers a duelist. Let's stop with this now.
Surely no one's really even... discussing that.
No duelist comp. No, it's not. No, it's not.
But in the description, it said. No. But a name that I hadn't said too often, which I do want to be seeing a little bit more of, is Blue. And well, Vova just battered Becky. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's too early in the day, mate. We shouldn't be seeing these sort of scenes. Destrian last one alive. Gonna make him work for it at least. And there it is, found in the end. Comfy on that, really. No sweat at all for G2. But again, I do want to kind of turn back around to that. Boo was a player that did catch my eye in a couple of their games. It's probably rolling the clock back a little bit here, but I do want to see a little bit more from him now. And again, Avova, this was just, all right, fair enough. He's been doing his aim labs.
Yeah, I feel like the really tough thing that's going to be there for Oglu in this map in general is it has a lot more of an opportunity for that sort of aggressive freedom. Like, I feel like you can have those same sort of defensive pushes on Ascent, but they're very much expected at this point. Like, you know those sort of aggressive points, you know the push and pull of the map. Breeze has a lot of open ground that you can challenge, and I think that the fact that you've now given Nuke what is basically the free entry duelist role is a terrifying prospect, because he is someone who will use and abuse it. Like, I'm thinking back to his Heretics Reina and stuff like that, where he was the most terrified person in the whole region. So giving him now a chamber, giving him that one-tap opportunity with a pistol that's basically very, very cheap and he'll have every round, I do worry that that's going to be too much for them to face off against.
Yeah, Mixwell, not bad. Gonna find Hype, but Xilv did go the other way. Flash eats it, and Molzy gonna get a little bit of a trade out, but you're right. Nookie still just fine. And we look at anything across the board and do well. It's not looking good, is it? No, no, it's not.
You wanted to see more from him, but I feel like that might have been a slightly unfair point to have him as a focus on 1 versus 4. But yeah, this is where realistically the game gets going. And okay, you've basically got yourself a couple of rifles to it in a sense, because you've obviously got the Bulldog that was bought, but also you're going to have that trusty Headhunter to try and get some damage done with. And as said, like, I feel like there's not going to be too many rounds where UK isn't at least getting a little bit cheeky. As said, the only thing that really worries me is potentially like Meadow switching away from what is an incredibly strong role from him in terms of the Sentinel, and Mixwell. I want to see how he's going to actually play off the back of this.
I think it's a good way to look at it is like a temperature check to individually how some of these players looks, because again, in my mind, I do see G2 being more comfortable here than OG London United, for that one person in chat who's getting annoyed by Oglu. I got you, don't worry. I'm not going to do that again. It will be... I'll just start calling them Igloo at that point. But no, it's... it's just given up. But again, yeah, it will be a nice temperature check to a couple of these players on Age, and Meadow actually is I was dealing out way more damage than he was, but in the end it's been actually kept in check, and Nookie the last one alive. And it's Judge. But he's not Yampy, so...
We can't... He's waiting. There we go. A Headhunter back online. I imagine that will come back into play.
You think so, wouldn't you?
A couple of low players here. So they do have to be a little bit wary. Of course, this round is all about cost. Reducing the ultimate potential of your opponent, but also getting rid of some of that weaponry. Gonna get a free fight, and okay, he takes down Hype, one of the healthier players remaining, and the other two have to almost back away. Destrian will eventually kill him through the smoke. It's going to be a first round onto the board for Oglu, but now is where things get a little tougher.
Yes. I guess they did what they needed to in regards to at least keeping 3 alive, building their way forward, you know, all the things that we generally say. So they did enough to at least keep themselves in a position going into this round that they can get a nice buy beside them. I am looking at Hoodie now get himself an operator as well. See what sort of impact he can have with this.
It is really interesting that this squad has ended up with Hoodie on the duelist after the whole Kellogg's thing, right? It melts my brain a little bit, but...
Are you trying to apply logic?
Yeah, that's my
That's
mistake.
your first
I'm
mistake.
sorry.
Yeah, work on that. Hoodie, though, being forced to fall away slightly here, has to respect the utility invested. OG going to start building their way towards the site, and this looks quite simplistic, but it's going to potentially get the job done. I don't know what can deny unless Hoodie decides to get involved. Destrian quick to it, though. Punishes Hoodie, and that's the operator gone.
Yeah, one of the real danger weapons in this round just removed completely from the A site, and now trying to get back in here is not necessarily going to be easy. No ultimates to play with on either side, and actually this is an incredibly passive hold, just leaving one player, and obviously that player, Spec, who has an easy escape. Oh, I thought for a minute Avova was going to win that duel, but it's not to be.
I was a little worried when it became a little bit of a laboured spray, but you're down to 3. Meadow, Nookie, and Mixwell. And the positions actually worked out quite nicely to find at least one of them, but Meadow and Mixwell are still doing some damage, but time is of the essence. And they're buying it pretty well here. Meadow still just having to wait this one out. He can't do much about it. Destrian's attention turns, handles Mixwell. Another tap on the spike. And simply put, they've got bodies to expend if they really have to, and this looks like a sealed deal for OG. And there we go, Meadow gonna overextend, tries to get the punish, and actually it might do just that. It's costly, but it is a round.
Yeah, and the thing is, in terms of economy, it's going to put both in a weird spot, but Oglu, obviously winning, will get those extra credits available. I'll be interested to see what the plan is here, though, from G2. Like, do they invest back into things? They've almost got the Tour de Force available. If they could maybe get an ult, or that could be a difference maker to at least get this one a little bit more costly. I don't think they'll be buying around it, but with how close this round was, you could see why they might.
Eyes on target.
Yeah. As it stands, G2 coming in with the sheriffs. There's armor scattered around, and the odds aren't far away. A couple of things going their way, you never know. And it is G2 with pistols, so we know what that means, Tom. They're probably going to win the round.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong, but I don't disagree. Already spam through. Hoodie's been forced back at least a little bit further into the site. Hot flash being set up on either side. It's left a lot of players blind and spamming. Meadow's got a double shock dart. They combined it with the snake bite. Glorious stuff out of the side of G2, and they managed to force them all the way back. Hunter's Fury even going to be popped here. Somehow, though, a fight back coming through. Hype again, stepping up when they need him the most.
And they desperately need him now. Like, you're going to find at least Nookie and try and recover this absolute tragedy of a round. And you can see the HP is still not pretty. There is still a chance for Mixwell or Meadow to do something. The M&M combo looking venomous here as Hype does at least catch Meadow. Quells the danger in this round because, my word, we said it and almost came true. Mixwell going to find Feku, but there's still one on the site and they know where Hype is, but he can't quite corner in time. Hype saves this round for OG because G2 are about to do G2 things.
That was such a beautiful combo. Like, to get 2 with that is just unheard of. It really doesn't happen very often, especially anymore, but just the perfect timing on this play. The flashbang leaving them both blind, putting them in an awkward spot, and then, yeah, that's as good as it gets. Completely ruined. The problem is just Hype. Like, managing to get 4 kills, like, sectioning them off through the tube. I mean, honestly, it should have been a G2 round, and okay, now they get to buy back in. They have the tour de force. They have some decent ults online as well, but
let's play.
It's similar on the other side. It's a level playing field.
Oh, this is fun. We actually get a real game on our hands. I'm liking this.
Right here.
I'm liking this. 2-3. Still want to see that fight coming out of OG, though. They've got to keep that tempo up, keep that pace up, because, again, on paper, to me, in my mind, G2 is still... They've just got more reps, a higher level. So, you know, you put your faith in what you know. But OG looking to maybe change our minds. But again... Oh, Nookie! That's a punish. So, pound for pound, already going to get things started quite nicely for G2 here.
Doesn't seem like they've shied away, though. Still looking to try and pressure in on towards this A site. Seekers are going to give that information up, and I imagine there's going to be a relatively fast rotation. They know that there's a flanker in mid in the form of Hype as well. It's something they have to be wary of. But at the moment, it still seems like a lot of this is going to be onto Hoodie, just sat within this corner.
And Hoodie, fantastic at his role. But you're right, but they turn.
Oh.
They have to clear him. He's still good for one. Finding Molsey, leaving them just with Boo and Destrian. This is when the worries start to begin. You're going to need one of these players to step up phenomenally, do a lot of damage this round somewhere. Meadow could be vulnerable, but no, still keeps his life. He melted down.
Player standing.
But again, leaving Boo on just 5 HP, it's looking so unlikely. Surrounded on all fronts. Gonna take one with him, but it's a quick cleanup for over. And that will be G2 now closing on the scoreline at 3 apiece.
I genuinely hope that we just see UK invest into an AWP. Like, I don't really see the point of him doing much else. Like, just being that little bit more aggressive, being cheeky with his plays. As I said, this is something he has done on multiple agents for an incredibly long time. He is someone who has, I think, one of, if not the highest skill ceiling, maybe in EMEA. Like, the guy is nuts. It's like him and Scream that I always just think of. Like, these guys can take over a game and are consistently solid. Meadow as well is off to a flying start, which is great as well. Like, the fact that he's on that Sova, I don't think it's necessarily one of the more comfortable agents for him, but he is performing. And, well, the double shock dart earlier made things that little bit more exciting.
It definitely did, and you're right. I think Nookie's one of those that has one of those skill ceilings we probably haven't seen the peak of yet. That's the thing that scares you. You know what I mean? Like, you could argue you've seen Scream mechanically at his best. You know, glimpses of it. But Nookie, I mean, the guy is an all-rounder, so that always keeps you guessing just a little. But at 3 apiece, we have to now turn our attention to this round, because OG have another go at things. Looking to explore middle a little bit after that last exploratory mission, but Hoodie's already considering this. Depending on that Viper's Pit to keep him safe, gives him a little bit more freedom to take a look. Of course, plans will change after the back of that. Just to facilitate the cross, but again, you know what's on the other side. This could be a disaster in the making. Hoodie, he's been caught out, punished in the end. Hype's going to make the most of that. The reveal on him, and he's just dead to rights. And now, Avova feeling like he's on an island. Yeah, he's a little safer, but the support's on the way. But Meadow doesn't expect him so close. Hype's already there, finds the pick, and now Avova's in danger.
Don't know how he's managed to survive even this long, and his teammates are trying their best to do something on the other side. Okay, quick to react and at least garner that extra little bit of control. But you can see how comfortable Oglu are in playing back towards the cave. They're going to leave their one aggressor in the form of Feku's just so close up that there's nothing they can really do about it. And Nukie, well, he's lost his last teammate while trying to clear some of these angles. Won't win the duel either. And Oglu do well to get their fourth.
Pretty comprehensive too, taking down the one player who could have really denied that. Hoodie just opened the gateway, right? And then you saw the reveal coming in towards Avova. Everything worked out.
I think he sacrificed himself. So, like, I'm pretty sure they droned through the Viper's pit, and so that control wasn't completely given up, Hoodie runs into it, and Avova runs out. So he gets hit with the tag, and then goes, okay, I'll just dash away, not realizing they've lost all mid-control, and so just gets wrecked for it. So it was a I like the idea from G2. Like, you'd never want your Viper to get caught by a drone, but you had to then realize what control you'd given up for that, and that's where it went very badly wrong.
Which is quite surprising, because you'd think the logical reaction to losing, obviously, that A main access would be maybe a mid lane or, you know, looking elsewhere. So a little surprising that it kind of fell down the way it did. Now, I do see Nukia on the AWP, so that is out to play. Operator to hand. I want to see how well he does with this, because, again, to my mind, you've got Mixwell, who's very capable in that regard as well, but probably not going to see much of it this map at the very least. And even though that same look towards middle is there, it is that lean back towards that more traditional take towards the site.
Seems like Oglu have really taken a leaf out of the book of G2. It has just been an A-site simulator, the same executions, just going through, taking that space, getting into the after plant, and basically just using their utility to make a lot of these fights very awkward. The problem is as well, Hoodie really hasn't had a whole lot of success of actually getting damage done, and well, he's stuck in the mud again, just getting wrecked by utility. Into the open he goes, and well, it's all too easy.
Yeah, there's no safety for him. There was nowhere to run, literally nowhere to hide, but the backline of G2 are doing really well. Boo with a big punish, though. Catches Mixwell, keeps them in this round. 25 seconds, the spike, and now makes way back towards the side. Maybe a plant can be facilitated because G2 are knocking at the door. Spray comes in. Boo just about keeps his life for now and gets away with 16 HP.
Way too close for comfort, but they've escaped into these after plants once again. Utility not in the best spot, though. They're going to be already using up their dart, which is one of the main pieces they have. And actually, Destrian's just decided to swing. He's going aggressive on his own. Already taking down a couple. And Nuke's trying his best again, but with an op.
He's read it. Nuki's read this. Oh, he's such a nasty player, but the shoulder peep from Destrian just gives him the advantage now. Toy with time. And you've got to say it, Destrian was the MVP for me on map 1. He's just now made a good bid for it here in map 2. That was a huge recovery of that round, just dipping back in towards main, catching that glimpse. Ooh, OG, 5 rounds now. They're making a bit of lead for themselves. And this has depleted the cash. They're down to 3.6 now. 2.8 on Nuki. I mean, he'll be just fine. He can kind of skim through the economy just to an extent, but this was huge. There's actually a Vova he finds. For a second, I thought it was going to be Meadow because he saw more of him, but no. Man, that is good stuff from Destrian.
Yeah, I think they really need to have a change up because, like, the Hoodie is just getting destroyed. And then playing this A-site, when you have, like, you're just being bombarded with utility. He doesn't have anything to really slow them down. So I would much rather see, like, if you're going to have Nuke with an AWP, if he's hitting those shots, put him in that position. Put him in a spot where he can actually play. Because right now, he's got 9 kills. All of them are on the retake, I think. Maybe one wasn't. Which it just, that seems like such a waste of this agent with its ability to escape, which is the problem he's having.
Yeah. Double stack close towards main, though. They're going to have to wait out a little bit of this utility. They do want to continue to the same look. Now, of course, yes, we know they're on pistols. It's not as much of a threatening round. Looks like Morsey aware of the chance someone's dipped close, but actually G2's going to slip away. Respect the utility was going to come into practice. Try and fall towards side, but similar scenes from OG. Not changing too much about this. But Hoodie isn't alone this time. He does have support on the site itself in the form of Avova, who wants to just try and spray in a little bit, maybe catch someone on the way up. But he has found Feku, so there's a little bit of danger to this. And if they don't clear, that's when the danger can really mount. Meadow's still going to find Destrian as well. It is down to a 3v2, but keep in mind the weaponry. But Nuki doesn't care for it. The grand equalizer to these sort of rounds. And Boo,
30 seconds left.
He's popped the ult on this. He's got a 1v3 to find Tom.
Trying to be a bit cheeky around the back of it. They are holding passive, waiting for him to try and make this move. And of course, Nuke is going to land the headshot. G2 win in the most G2 fashion ever. It's genuinely frustrating because firstly, how does Hoodie do more when he has a classic?
Yes.
The bunny has a gun. Oh. Oh god.
One enemy remaining.
That's got to be so frustrating. Again, just the reclaim from Nuki at the end of the round to get a couple of kills. Like, he has been so deadly all the way throughout. Tour de force already in play. I'll be honest, I'm looking at Mixer at the bottom of the board. Half the time I forget he's playing because he is that B-side anchor and just, there's been no one there.
You can't even blame him for not...
No.
Like, you can't do anything. Guys, they're not B. Guys,
Well, I flashed
on the
deep
way. I'll
into
be there
B.
10
There's
minutes.
still no one there.
Yeah. This could be like a change-up of looks. So again, they've done that indicator that maybe we're exploring middle, like careful of double door. But I actually quite like the fact they're exploring a little bit towards elbow, so maybe a little bit of layering to this from OG. Maybe the first time they test that side, because it's easy to rest on your laurels if you are Mixwell, because you just haven't had that test, right? But look who's coming back around for a second glance. It's Nuki, and it's perfect. He's going to punish one. Veku now fallen. You're looking towards... Who else is there? Any trades? No, but look how they're trying to approach this now. Mixwell has to be careful. There is still presence here, and if he doesn't get checked on Nuki... Oh, the timing's great. Mixwell looks back for just a second, catches a glance towards Hype, and, well, Boost slipped through a little bit, but this would be a tall task.
They're trying to reclaim the spike, which they've been able to do at least. That's something. But the time is ticking. Like, basically, they have to get a very fast entry in onto the site on Mixwell, and then they have to basically hold on in the afterplan. Now, the first is possible, but if that spike goes down, the round is already over. Mixwell could end it on his own.
Last player standing.
Well, it's looking like, as you said, round is pretty much done. And Mixwell, look, it's a tick in the box, right? Because it does suck being that player on the site that just no one's coming to. You're sat there, your score's looking like absolute booty cheeks, and you're just like, well, can't wait
I'm
for
gonna
another
get blamed
VLR
for
thread.
this.
Literally, like, can't wait for it. Let's go. But again, he's doing his job. The one time they actually lean towards B, they try and exploit a little bit. Of course, he did have the support there of Nuki coming in perfectly through window at the timing of that. But again, doesn't overpeak, doesn't outdo, you know, anything that he needs to. He's just playing it very well. So credit to that. As OG, they strayed from the plan, Tom, and that's where it went wrong. They got to go back to what they know, the A site.
Yeah, the problem is they've now got no money left to do it because a lot of these rounds have been very costly, so they're not really going to be playing with much. We've seen them pop a Hunter's Fury or two in the past. Again, we're going to see this cross into mid. They've got to be careful that the cage doesn't run out before they actually escape, but they have made that play forward. They're also using a screen. I feel like there's so much information right now about where this push is coming from.
Yeah, and Hoodie's going to look towards it as well. Operated by his side, and Meadow just tapping towards main. My game taking a moment to catch up, but it's all good. Boo. Just going to find Meadow in the meantime, but it's all swiftly dealt with. As the scoreline now leaning favorably towards G2, who are asking for adaptation and for, you know, players to find comfort, like, you know, Hoodie, for example, who was just left in no man's land, constantly getting pinched. And they have, to be fair. They've found a little bit of that footing. Double AWP, too.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I don't know how much of the adaptation is on them. I feel like Oglu have now tried to force the issue elsewhere. Fair enough. Their plan didn't work. They lost to pistols. You go, okay, that was awful. We've got to do something else. And their initial take was very, very good. I think their A-site execution's been better. Now, though, you've got Hoodie with an operator. So it's a completely different ballgame going in towards this site. He's going to be taking a fairly aggressive stance. Even waits. He waits for the knife.
Oof.
Look where he
one
is.
tag. Oh, that's unreal. Hoodie. This could be absolute filth. And on the other side, OG are none the wiser. And the guillotine comes down. Finds Veku, and he can just get away from this. Hoodie, no danger of being traded. Does the damage and backs.
They've actually popped the null command here. They're going to try and make that execution. The double stack of utility didn't really work out in time. A little bit late. And, oh, Nuki again. That rotational operator from above has caught someone so many times. Boo left to try and fight, and well, this is what they needed. Double operator seemingly working out for G2, and Meadows there to close it. A strong resurgence in the end for a half, which, I'll be honest, probably should have gone to Oglu.
Yeah. Yeah, those final couple of rounds being strung together were huge. That changed the entire dynamic of what this game was feeling like, because you're right. I looking back on it, OG seemed to have, like, the remedy, right? They had everything they needed for this A take. Like, yeah, a couple of rounds you had of Over doing some damage and bits and pieces, but again, the take looked pretty solid. They adapted, they tried to explore middle a little bit, which I did not mind the concept of, but again, maybe overcooking it a little bit when they had what was working. But it is what it is. At this point, 7-5 is still a decent scoreline for me. I don't know how OG match up on this, and if we're having a weird day from G2 where they're not having a good performance necessarily, it could be hard to judge. But 7-5 is a competitive enough scoreline that hopefully we see a good game now in the second half as well.
Yeah, I want to see more out of the likes of Mozzie and Feku especially. They're the more aggressive agents, and they really struggled when it came down to that attacking side. The fact is, though, this is a straight-up B play. You've got the setup once again. Now, this has worked wonders in the past, just looking for the tag to try and get a kill on the cross, but I think actually both players took shots through that smoke.
There's damage on either side, so it kind of looks like it. Spike is down. And G2 going to get themselves into that post line nice and quickly. Now,
you rat. No, this is not. You're basically still in spawn. A spawn camping of over is going to win them the round. I feel I need a bomb.
That was unpleasant.
Get me a cold shower after that one. I feel dirty.
Oh, Christina Aguilera dirty. That sort of degree. Like we're rolling it back. It's the classic, like, why is he in spawn? And this time he actually is. It has worked really well.
This is where he types in chat, like, Soz AFK at start of round.
Just got back, lol.
But the screen was going up midway. No. It was typo, sorry. BRB.
8-5. Oof. And this is where, in my mind, and this is where I'm happy to be proven wrong, I see G2 take control of this game, right? This is where maybe the comfort on this map comes into effect. You expect a little bit more of that. And simply in my mind, I'm still a little bit new to OG. I don't know their depth. I don't know their, how they're going to look on a map like this. They've had some pretty poor results in the past. So again, it does, weigh a little bit heavier, but maybe to be proven wrong. For now, similar scenes, and look who's in spawn again.
Spike planted.
No charges left.
Ratman. I think just gonna have to try and clear him. But the fact is, it doesn't matter, because even though he's here, even though they expect him, Ratman is somehow finding all of the kills.
That's Ratman for you. The protector of Gotham.
No copyright, please.
I did watch Batman, was it yesterday or the day before? I tried to, and I got a little bit bored halfway through, which is not good.
I was about to say, which one?
the most recent one. And then I ended up watching Fifth Element instead. Really went for it.
But you didn't like Goth Batman? It didn't work out for you?
I do, look, I like emo Batman, but it's just like, like I'm already moody enough. I don't need to watch a movie about it, so... It was interesting, though. I'll probably finish it today, maybe. At 9-5, though, we do start to beg the question. OG need to make the stand now. If I see double digits with G2, I know that one of these people, be it Ratman, be it Nookie, one of them will probably pull off a round, right? They'll have a round. Now, if OG want a chance back into this, in my mind, I want to see it start now, and it has to run pretty quick, because this buy back in from G2, not bad by any means.
Yeah, they went heavier on the rifles, and then Evova's actually, even though he lost one in the last, has decided to buy one back up. So I think they're feeling incredibly confident in this side of the map. Are we about to go from one team rinsing the A site to now the other team rinsing the B site? Is that the game we're watching?
Such a treat casting Valorant sometimes. Just the diversity
mix
in
it up?
sight hits.
Can we get someone to edit them together so that we have a difference of rounds?
Oh, Hoodie. Just giving Destrian the fight of his life.
I will take Autorb. Thanks, Hoodie.
Good work.
Worthwhile trade.
Oh dear. Right. Where do we go now, G2? Where are we off to now? There is a Molsey in mid. I want to see if he gets a little bit of a fight. They are leaning back through, so Nookie might get... I wonder whose timing works out, essentially.
He gets tour de force off this. If he gets a kill, that's tour de force for Nuclear in a bonus round. I expected him to be a bit more patient with the shot. I guess maybe expecting Molsey to turn, and instead it's Mixwell finding one with the Marshall. Now this is a heavy investment than you'd normally see in this sort of round. So for G2, it's actually more about winning it rather than just doing damage.
All right, Evover and Meadow, I think, are the two ones that can really facilitate that, unless Mixwell gets given the someone over peaks or makes a problem, that would be Boo if there was going to be one, because the side take's coming in. You can already see the pressure coming towards him. He has to try and keep alive, play his life, and he's going to do the best he can, at least towards Avova. But there was another fight. It was Meadow swinging through. Now, Feck, you're going to find Avova, but look at what's remaining. 2 players, Meadow and Mixwell. This would need something huge from Mixwell as well, trying to play off maybe the back of the pillar. No flash to hand yet either. 20 seconds off that is the gun in the hand. That's all he's got in a 1v3. One of the players is low, but you can see them doubling up. They're not taking too many risks here. They want to find this final man. And a rifle, the timing's atrocious.
I was thinking, I was like, there's definitely a rifle at his foot.
There's a gun around there somewhere.
But I guess he just wanted to try and catch someone and then switch, and that person never peeked. So, hey, it's a 6th round on the board for Oglu. Plant might facilitate some sort of investment here for G2. Like, they're gonna have a weird economy, and actually because of the tour de force, they're gonna go for it, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, it's nice to see timing in another angle. 9-6. And the buy, I mean, it's actually not that bad. It's not great, but it's not the worst.
This is a nice spot.
Guardian out for Avova, but otherwise, pretty decent. Let's see what Nuki can do. Tour de force going to be popped. I assume has been popped.
If Avova ends up in a Viper's pit with a Guardian, I am gonna end up laughing. Because it's just like, he's so close to it. I'm like, I understand, of course, on this map why you've gone for a Guardian, but if they manage to get into an afterplant, it's just one of the worst guns he can have, unless he's just going... I guess he could just go for straight, like, chest shots and just hope that the person's taken enough decay. Very slow round, though. And honestly, I know that a lot of the time you're going to see Nuclear calling here. I wouldn't be surprised if the call was, I'm going to try and get a pick.
Yep. It's a pretty decent call, to be fair.
It's the best one they've got.
So you're just like flipping through the playbook and it's just get picked.
Me.
Right.
It's just a picture of his own pick. No, he opens up his book and it's just got a little mirror in it and he's like, yes, that is the
found
play.
it, boys.
And closes the book.
Someone could maybe make a little cartoon of that. I'll give you like 10 euros or something. I'm down. Let's go. For now, though, 35 seconds and they need to make this work, but... Oh, Pansy just eats that flash, still swings it, still good for a 1-for-1 trade. But again, 25 seconds, they're leaving this so late. Look at the spike. Went through the long way around, and Nuki needs to hold this cross. He better hold this cross, but Hoodie is the one to swing out again. Trades coming in, not so effective this time. Destrian's still alive. All comes through. And there it is. It's what you desperately wanted to see. And actually, Meadow taking damage as well. Ooh, just about to keep his life. 26 HP and still standing. And Meadow pushes out to find Destrian, a 2v2 now.
Spamming out of it with the Guardian, hoping that he could find something. Still, though, this has come back to a winnable position. Meadow waiting on the edge, the spam ever so close, and Hype will find him in the end. Now it comes down to Avova with the Guardian, and well, who could have seen that going wrong?
Time for vengeance. Don't worry. Oh, looks so poetic. Scoreline closing in a little here for OG. 9-7 now. And where's the money at for G2? Because that last fight was a bit weird. Sort of 2.7, 3K. Oof. Things are looking a little rough around the edges. And this is still a pretty competitive series. For what I thought was going to be G2 trying to, you know, stamp off, do a Fnatic sort of performance, right? Where it's like very, very concise, you know, to the point. Not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a Bucky and a Bulldog.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. We've got the shorty on Nuke, but it's sort of like a... It's misleading. He's not going to be using it. So I'm like, if it's on any other agent, I'm like, nah.
What if he does, Tom?
He might, but only if he gets into a position where it makes sense. It's not just like he's running around with it like an absolute madman, like you might see in your matchmaking games. There's actually some thought process here, which is nice.
Oh, you're saying that with so much conviction and wait for him to do the weirdest stuff.
I always believe in Nukia. Always.
It's a fair assessment to make. And really, this was all maybe sent into motion by Hoodie finding something in this round, and he's got nothing for it. So Meadow and Avova, damage would be great, but I don't know how much you're going to get of that. Money not quite completely stable for OG, but it's certainly en route. They could do with a nice clean round here. And Meadow already going to find Boo, so probably not going to get what they wanted. Becky's a little low. And Avova, always dangerous. Always a threat with that man. And the flash, quite good. No one able to make much of it, though.
Yeah, just an awkward standoff. Shock dart's not really landing.
30 seconds left.
Time going to eventually be the main issue for G2 here, but they're just trying to do damage. And, well, I think Meadow just looking the wrong way. That's a nasty little shot.
You're not
They
going
do
to
have
lose
to be
any more
careful.
weapons. You're not going to lose any more. Oh, double up. Good.
Okay.
Good. Glad the spacing wasn't a problem because I was starting to get a little nervous. Okay, 9-8. Now we do have the money's back with G2, so they can fashion a good purchase. One bonus to this. But again, OG are not looking walkovers in this at all, Tom.
Like at this point, you have got G2, I think, winning both pistols, right?
Don't ask
Yeah,
me these questions.
they've won both
My brain
pistols
is
in this
small.
game, and it's 9-8. So if anything, OG have been the better side. I think especially in the first half, they won 5 out of 6 rounds, and it was only like the 4 blitz at the end that ended up going back in the other direction. Now they've managed to actually really stabilize on the defense after what has only been the pistol and follow-up. All the other rounds have gone in the other direction. So that's the thing. If G2 pick Breeze, win both pistols, and lose, that is not a good showing from them at all.
No. And maybe why there is a timeout coming in as well. Time to discuss and expand on a couple of maybe the indicators or issues they've been having so far, because they do need to address something in this, because as you said, with those indicators going in their way so favorably, normally you do see the close. This game is, MR12 happens quick, man. It's those couple of rounds you get off a pistol are actually massive. So we are going to see them buy back into this round. They should have a decent enough purchase. No operator coming out and no, obviously, tour de force for Nukie. But beyond that, they should be in good form. Feku on the other side does have his, however, so do keep in mind towards that, a mind's eye towards it. But I'm worried about G2 if they start hitting a little bit of a wall in this. But for now, we have to see what this purchase looks like for them.
Well, even going back to the interview that Nuke did earlier, it seemed like there was frustrations in the individuals, which is an awful sign for the team if things start going wrong. And he sat there top of the board and going, well, that ain't my fault. I'm telling you that for sure. So could get a little bit scary. Speaking of that, Destrian's position, not the normal spot for a Sova with full util. But hey, if he gets something, he's turned away. Oh, timing is everything. It's like a standoff, but neither player knows the other is there.
No, Destrian. Oh, Mixwell's got to keep his life for now. And no overextend. The temptation to chase, I'm sure, was there, but Destrian going to back away, dip away. And they've seen scenes like this before. They're getting flashbacks to Ratman. They know what this could be. They have 3 players here this time, and I wonder how long they stick around. I'm looking at Feku towards CT. Destrian spotting a whole lot coming his way around elbow as well. So this is looking relatively committed here from G2. Holding for a second, waiting for that peek from mid-window. It's not coming. We know that Feku's on site. He's sitting waiting for this one, and they have to make the hit happen now.
Vova already getting the entry in. Nuke's found another one. It seems like they might have just come up trumps when they need, but they haven't cleared Hype just yet. Finally, he will fall, and the remaining players are too far away to deny. Oh, thereabouts. Doesn't quite reach him.
So close. Trying to play this back in is going to be so difficult, though. That wall in place, the post-plant positions are so complementary on this. Molsey and Boo, they got their work cut out right now. So yeah, you can be a nuisance towards Nukie, but the cross is still being watched. And they're just being given nothing here. A burst coming out of Mixwell. Quick shutdown on 2, and it's what the doctor ordered for G2. They needed a round like this. It was looking a little bit dangerous, that mid-presence coming through. There could have been something to it, but no. They kept it all in check, and that burst towards site. I mean, I was expecting Feku to do some real damage.
We've seen, and it's a shame that I feel like we genuinely should have just seen Oglu continuously go A and G2 continuously go B. It's not a good strat, but it definitely seems to be the one that works.
It's weird, isn't it? I mean, I do feel as though there's a reason we haven't seen that much Breeze this season so far. It does just feel like a map that's fallen out of favor so quickly. I don't know. I kind of like Breeze. How do you sit on the Breeze train? Are you a fan, or are you one of the people who greatly dislike it?
It's not as bad as Icebox, but it's definitely close. I feel like I see, the thing is, I love the maps that really show creativity, and I feel like a lot of teams on this map have sort of stagnated because like you almost have to have certain pieces. Like we've seen the Chamber almost become a must. A lot of the time, a Sova is a must as well. Viper is then a must, and then there's a little bit of wiggle room with what you do with the like extra Initiator, or maybe you throw in a Sentinel or something. But there's not like I'm not going to come into a day and go, wow, that's completely different to what I expected. Even with like massive role changes, like we even had that going into this map. I said to you, I was like, oh, it's very similar, and I was like, actually no, they have changed a lot, but it's like.
Yeah.
It sounds. I just don't care. Like it's it's the same agents that I see every week. They're not going to teach me something new about the map, and I think that's what I enjoy. That's why I've loved seeing like Ascent recently. It wasn't always one of my favored maps to watch, but because Fade has been so popular there, it's like, okay, this is really niche. This is really cool. It's also why I enjoy Fracture at the moment as well, because I don't feel like anyone's nailed the map on the head. Like there's some very good comps. But there's not one that everybody has agreed this is the comp. In fact, it's wildly different between different teams, so that makes it fun.
Yeah, I do think it's one of the defining qualities of Valorant is, you know, the ability to bring out such a different looking composition and completely change how a game runs, right? I think, you know, Optic obviously gave us a glimpse of that to an extent with the Neon coming out and looking like it was one of the most logical choices that no one had seemingly made so far and made it look fantastic. I know obviously Soulcast had been trying it out, but it never really found that same footing. And then
it's
suddenly
like
you're like,
Crude
oh, wow.
did it as well. Like I remember Crude being one of the first to try it, and I was like, there's definitely something here. They've done well with it. What can others roll? And then you start seeing the sort of like finesse executions, and it's just so nasty the way that you're, especially when people weren't expecting it. Like now people are starting to see like the same things done again and again, but it's like watching Kushner on this map. I really enjoy seeing how aggressive he is playing Fracture, because even though you know what he's going to do, you can't stop him.
I mean, isn't that one of the most telling things? I think you can look at a couple of players and go, well, I know what they're going to do, but how am I meant to deal with it? It's actually kind of wild. At Tente, though, we dive back in, and thank you for your patience. We'll be picking up where we left off, and G2 showing a little bit more capability now, starting to look a little bit more comfortable. Still going to have a purchase here for Oglu, and keep in mind, their ult economy is in a very good position, excluding Beku. So, at this point, we'll see what they can achieve here, because they need to get around on the board, I feel, because at the moment, you're seeing G2 really take control of this, and Hoodie with the punish, baiting off the back of the Aldra, and just going to swing and, well, find Molzy, and actually find Beku as well. Hoodie, oh, a bit of a tear. Oh, dearie me, this is a disaster for OG. You're going to be feeling silly after this one. Hype finally puts him down, but look at what's remaining.
Yeah, he basically has to solo hold the site and only just about manages to make it around the corner. He's got his cage. I do love this man's setups. They're quite ratty, but it seems like they're not willing to push into it. They've just gone, okay, we have time. Screw your cages. You're going to be left with nothing. And it works. That's the thing. When the clock isn't low, his setups aren't anywhere near as deadly.
Spike planted.
And, well, Boo's on the other side of the map. He's on the non-fun side of the map, at least if you're playing against G2. And there are a couple of questions I do want to address. Obviously, no Hypoc, but still have tech timeout. Please explain. Well, that's a great question. Maybe I'm the problem.
He's here in spirit.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching at home. Sat there on his couch, just going through the motions, which he normally does.
I bet every time there was like a mental round that couldn't be explained, there was just a smile. Just a smile on his face.
Or a tech timeout.
He wasn't asked that question by you of what happened, and I'm going,
no idea.
That thing.
Yeah. You're super welcome. 11-8 though, G2 kind of just grinding their way through this game, it feels at this point. It's not particularly, well, that round was quite nice because we had what I think it was Hoodie kind of popping off, but I mean, this just feels kind of meat grinding. We've seen literally this map in, no, you know, normally there's like a very hard game to cast, for example, is like when you have a very one-sided, you know, first half, or you have another one-sided half, or you have one-sided maps. They're quite tricky to cast because there's no flow to the game, there's no fight back, it's all one-sided. But I've never had a game so polarizing with it being one site on one half and the other on the other half. It's a really unique affair in that sort of aspect. Now, we do see that OG still able to facilitate a purchase, and again, so many ults online still to lean into. You can see one of them being popped here. Destrian trying to make something happen.
I'm actually surprised how much they've got here, because they've gambled on the side of the map, which ironically you just spoke about.
Yeah.
They didn't really play. They managed to find an opening pick and do a little bit of extra damage along with the ultimate. Like, that's so much committed into A side. That was a hard read being attempted by OG London United. And now just look at the deep control that they've got instead. They rely heavily, of course, on Hype to hold down B, but honestly, at this point, he's been fantastic at delaying. It's just when he's the last man standing that it becomes an issue.
This is going to be tricky, though. Again, only got the Spectre. Seeker's about to come out as well. You're feeling so vulnerable. Rotations are coming in. You're going to have support through on CT, but the crunch is going to happen. But the cross I'm watching, how do they make it through this? One flash did come in, but again, they'll be out of it by the time they try and make the cross happen. Is Destrian to punish Nookie? The next one in line. Mixwell, I don't know what the entire plan was to this because the rotations were in.
Spike down.
OG, right place, right time. 5 stand. And they read it well. That little aggression over towards that A side, the ult invested behind it was a risky read, Tom, as you said, and it works out, but the rotations were fantastic too.
Yeah, just being able to almost play back off of the control they garnered. And again, like, this is the thing that, okay, there weren't necessarily kills coming through from Hype in this moment. He can't clear him. They can't push him because of his cage setups that they know there's trips somewhere within. So they have to go elsewhere. And just the time that takes alone is enough for the full rotation to come through. That's why someone like him is so valuable to this squad. Because even if he gets nothing, even if he gets 0 kills, he still facilitated the time that is not just G2 getting into an afterplant.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Now, already at this point, though, we're going to see G2 starting to kind of lean into these defaults, kind of holding that aggression, which is probably the right choice after we saw that OG were happy to start walking. Now, that was off the back of the Hunter's Fury from Destrian, so you obviously can't do that, 1-for-1 again, but I like the theory from G2, hold a default check, make sure no one's trying to get information, which is obviously high on the priority list for OG. Are we going to see the same thing again? Is it going to be the same APs, or are they going to start trying to explore other things? You want to cheat that player over early, try and get that player in the right place. Maybe Molesy, you try and hit that rotation, but already we see them trying to lean back towards B. I do wonder if they start going walkabouts for information or try and find some facts, because I'm sure they're getting tempted by this.
Interestingly, they've actually rotated away from this side. Again, like, the pressure about to come in onto Hype. Delaying is going to be everything. You can already see the cage there and just the spam coming through, already tagged up by the drone. So they know exactly where this man is. But again, they've ground to a hole. He's going to swing off it, though.
Okay, that's a little too risky for my taste, and Destrian doesn't hit the shot he needed to at least slow the roll. Spike's already towards the back of the site, though. Already made that cross. 2 players as well peeking towards main, and Destrian still keeping himself sitting pretty, which I do not know how. Really looking to be a difference maker towards mid as well. Look towards that connector, and no one's quite there, but players already coming in towards the wall as well. One towards CT, and OG are getting close. And this is an awkward battle so far. No one giving Hoodie any easy targets. Those knives just going astray, and it's actually Nookie and Meadow find Boo and Beku, but now this is all falling towards G2. And again, the rotations, Tom. Wrong place, wrong time this time around. This was a curious read. There was nothing to really give away that A piece, unless I missed some utility or steps or an audio cue that pulled them away from the B site, leaving once again just one man trying to deal with 5.
Yeah, it looked like Hype really just tried to hit a timing there with all of the utility, maybe expecting them to be a little bit closer because they know where you are, so it was being pressured from it. But yeah, I definitely agree. Like, it's been such a heavy B lean from G2 that I guess at a time Oglu are just going, okay, they got to go A now. They got to go A now, and it's like, well, look at your own setup. Look at what you were doing. Like, so they've gone for the same execution again. Like, Hype's in basically, once his utility's gone, he's in 50-50 duels. He has to look for a timing where he catches someone and hope that that's enough to delay, drop the spike, whatever. And it wasn't. And Destrian's just holding the cross onto the remaining players from getting through. But it's such a hard thing for Hype to do consistently, to just basically be this B-side anchor. We've seen so many players really struggle with it in the past because it's such a huge map. Like, you can't just allow for, okay, if we have one player on A, that's never going to fly. But when G2 are playing like this, I feel like you can't have one player on B either.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't. I mean, the logic's missing, right? And you're highlighting it, right? Like, Hype is very good at this. But the best he can achieve is playing his life to an extent. And as I said, beyond that, you just end up in the impossible. They're holding the default, nothing's being given away early. So unless you're going to go exploring, you are gambling, right? And you've got to go off what you know, which is so far, they really love a B site take. Now, of course, that means that G2 gets the options to run where they want. They could flip the script and go, well, guess we're going A this round, screw it, why not? Let's toy with them. But again, you got to hedge your bets a little bit. And once again, it's this A lean. 3 players leaning this way.
They're just going to Viper's pit it? Is that it? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. That makes more sense. Because I saw them, like, they had this early aggression, like, basically using the cam to check outside B. Nothing there. So then you just see Hype leave, and I was like, okay, where is this going? But they just want to lock it down. Have those extra players elsewhere. Still keep one in the form of Destrian to try and cover in towards mid. I think it's a good adaptation. G2 don't look scared by it at all.
Nope. We saw them split through mid, though. They utilized elbow before pretty perfectly. No one was playing towards window. There's no punish from it, so they may lean back into that. They don't look too afraid to run the clock down either. Now, this is the first utility that they've really heard coming in. They got to know it's going to be this B piece, and they're like, surely not. There's a Viper's pit here. It's like, well, there's other ways to the site. Don't worry, they found it. There's a whole mid open. Hoodie's just going walkabouts. Happy enough clearing as he goes. Now, they can't quite clear the players in the Viper's pit yet. Destrian's still good to find a Vova. You can see Hoodie going hunting. Tried to find it, but look at the ring around from Boo. Gives him the fright of his life, and there's Destrian still holding down the line. Finally, there's some help on the site, and it's not just one man alone, and Nuki just wants to keep that operator, and that's the name of the game. 10 is going to be found by OG, but they will not have that Viper's pit next round.
Yeah, it's something that's definitely not recreatable, but it's the same way we can sort of look back at the last half. Is that going to be enough to force G2 to actually start changing up their style, to start moving in a different direction? They had a lot of success in mid. I think about that 3K that came through from Hoodie in one of the only rounds where they went in a different direction. Because of that, Oglu haven't been able to take that same level of space anymore because they have to be wary of someone waiting behind. This was just so well played from Destrian and Boo, though. Ring around the Rosie, supporting each other, almost baiting players in, using Boo as like, okay, we need to shut this guy out to get rid of the pit, and then Destrian uses that as a moment to take that space back. And I think if we're looking at an MVP of this series so far, he's the only one that I could really see even close to it. Like, Destrian's been superb.
Yeah, even just... I mean, Map Bomb was a highlight, but even here, you're seeing that value certainly showing. Now, again, does G2 flip the script now? They are at least in control in the mind games of that regard, because they've set that tempo of we're going B no matter what you think, but it does seem as though OG's ignoring that, because they have been cheating 3 players over towards that A site early on. However, this time, of course, they've tried to supplement that, leaving Destrian, our main man himself, over there, but now we do see the side hit coming in. Actually, Feku gonna eat that. I didn't think he was in range, and Hoodie gets the freest kill of his life. Molzy left stun locked by this as well. All drops, and yeah, the spike's gone down. Hoodie just unleashing at this point. Finally quelled, finally dealt with, and Molzy doubles down. Mixwell's gone too. What's happened here? It's a 3v3.
Oh, this afterplant's nasty, though. Multiple shot darts, snake bites, and, of course, the Hunter's Fury. Like, there's even the operator in from Nuclear as well, which can just keep contact for now. They also don't really have much in terms of actual smoke to section them off. They're just going to have to take raw firefights versus a sheer afterplant. Yeah, you're right. Destrian just trying to get up in their face, and, well, he's not going to win the battle.
No, and you're right, time is of the essence. You know, here's that fated voice line to come down, and Hype knows he is done for. Molzy can do nothing but watch, and the post plant was too perfect, and it took a moment or two to hit this A site. Half of the game was spent on the other side of the map, but they finally make their appearance. They still show as much diligence as is required. 13-10, G2 gonna get us back on track to a degree, but I'd still say that was a close enough game that keeps me wondering for map 3 now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I was expecting Breeze to be, I guess, further in favor of G2. I think, obviously, we came into this series with a 2-0 on the cards almost in most people's eyes. So the fact that this has gone to a third map is a much better sign for Oglu. And, hey, it's meant to be a middle ground. They've done well on their opponent's map choice. And maybe Destrian can continue his run of form. The guy is honestly fantastic.
Well, Fracture's on the horizon, so let's not wait too long. Let's get there as soon as we can. So we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, you'll be joined by the desk.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Put in that work, ain't no giving up for real. You know the deal. It's written in stone. We stay going strong. They already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we coming with stamina. Put a new vision, no camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax. It's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof. It's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful the fire we bringing this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back, friends. We just saw a breeze between G2 and Oglu, and G2 were victorious. Yes, breeze was a bit windy. It took a while to end, but G2 still take it. I'm Milosh, your host. With me are Kaquka and Lothar. Friends, how do we get to this second map win for G2?
I mean, let's take it from the top, right? Let's talk about G2 and their defensive half, and also how OG London United was, attacking on A constantly over and over. But of course, there's only so many things that G2 can change to face it, because at some point they think that they will go on to B. So it's not like they can just decide and be like, yeah, we'll take it from another time. So surprised to see that Oglu with that strat gets 5 rounds on the attack. Some of them extremely close. But then when it came to G2's attacks, we saw so much depth, so many different plays coming in from them. Of course, a lot of things that were definitely prepared for this matchup. And, talking a little bit about the role swap, seeing Hoodie back on the Jet with those entries, to me, it was also mostly about Nuki on the Chamber.
Yeah, and on defense, Hoodie, you mentioned him like on the Jet, right? But he had troubles playing on defense. He was being caught by Oglu so many times. That's where the nerf just affects you so much. Something that Chamber is like, he can stand there all the time. He can TP whenever he wants, right? Jet, not anymore. You have to play like efficiently with the dash. But in general, I would say that G2 really played well against the double Sentinel setup. I was a little bit disappointed that Oglu wasn't playing as tight as I thought they will play on the defense. Even though they had the access to 3 different traps that I can set up on the maps, they still had some pieces of the map not being controlled in many rounds, which is very odd.
And to me, that was a big difference between the two teams. I do not think that Oglu thought that they were going to see Breeze today. I think that as they thought, we're floating bind, we're not banning it. Of course, G2 is going to fall into that trap, and probably they had something ready for that. But here on Breeze is not only being and feeling flat on the attack, is as you mentioned on the defense, okay, Hype is going to be on to B, he has the nice setups, but G2 actually was able to read onto that.
Yeah, by the way, also, this was a 13-10, right? But let's not forget about the fact that G2 won both pistol round, converted the second round after the pistol round, and still the match was so close. I feel like if Oglu would have been a little bit tighter, G2 could have been just under the bus right now.
Well, our head-to-head for this map, Destrian and Meadow, top performers, I guess, in many ways for their teams. They even saved G2's skin, as you were just saying, Lothar.
200 ADR. That was Destrian was pulling on the board. He lost, by the way. Don't forget to mention that.
It's actually kind of crazy. This is not ACS. This is ADR. He's on the losing team, and he deals average 200 damage. That's crazy. And I mean, both Sovas were performing really well, and it just showcases how Sova's instrumental still as a character, even after those brutal nerfs that he has right now on open maps. Icebox, Breeze, those are his maps.
Yeah, especially on these occasions, we need them, because I feel like especially Meadow during Masters was not having the best of performances. So see him back on the server, of course, it warms our heart, and actually the way that he was playing, as we said, around the new roles. What are your thoughts, though, on Mixwell on Sky? Just on defense, he didn't have that much of a, but I understand.
Yeah, we just wanted to backtrack to Meadow for one moment. You have to mention those small setups with the snake bites and shock darts, by the way. Really well done by G2.
Let's go to the lab. Lothar, you got something to break down?
We have so many topics.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so first thing that I wanted to break down is I wanted to introduce to you to the new piece of utility that was now introduced in this new patch, and it's called Avova, the Trap. So essentially, that's how it's worked. That's his role right now. Because there's only one trap on the chamber, we're gonna zoom in on the minimap. Look at where the trap is, right? The trap is guarding just the spawn in case someone rotates through a main, because typically when a chamber trap was being used, it was being placed either in this spot or in this spot here, right? So, and then the second one is being used for elbow control, so you don't have to worry about those flanks. But now with only one trap being set up, this is why you see Avova just controlling the entire elbow possibility of the flank, and because of that, he's able to get 2 kills, because I feel like the teams are not yet expecting that a player will be holding flanks, because Valorant as a game just has so much utility that allows you to control those flanks. And second clip is a post plant on A, where gonna zoom in on the minimap. You can see already there's a Viper wall that is used for retake, but it also leaves this small gap here for the plant. And that's something that Oglu will use for the plant themselves, but they got actually insanely lucky, because that space is being there for a reason. Avova wanted to spray in that position. Unfortunately, he misses, and now he has to use his orb for the A control, because his Viper wall is useless now for the retake because the plant is in front of it, right? But unfortunately, he misses it by an inch, and there's a small gap, and Destron, with this quick read, he's like, there's a gap, I'm taking this space. And this is why Destron was also performing so well, because he's quick on his feet when it comes to just exposing and punishing mistakes that are being done by the opponents.
Punishing mistakes. Fracture. That might be something that we'll have to dig into even deeper.
A lot of punishing.
Yeah, compared to what we saw in our first series for today. Of course, this is our decider for this best of 3 series. Kaquka, what is there to expect?
I mean, I expect definitely something different from OG London United. I think that they were not very prepared for Breeze, as we saw in the attack, which brings to me at least another question. Why did not decide with the composition that they were running to start on the defense? But moving on to actually talking about Fracture, they only played once during the entirety of Stage 1. They were having good performances before that, but it was against FPX that they had that loss, even though they ended up winning the entire match. And for G2, we saw them last week playing against FPX, probably FPX performing some changes that they didn't expect, but G2 looked good.
I mean, G2 did look good, but also were, as you said, facing FPX, which didn't play Euro anymore, and played very efficiently. So now now G2 has that learning process being initiated by the previous loss, and it's gonna be, I feel like, a very tough map for Oglu right now. Even though they showed on the first and the second map that they're a very efficient team, they have good defensive setups, at least on Ascent they were really pristine, on Breeze not so much. But on Fracture, you can be very creative with those defensive setups.
The pressure is still all on G2 for this, because they're the ones that need to take this W, get the extra points to remain in contention for the top 3 spot in their group.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that after not only getting the first one, but actually making the second one so close, Oglu is super hungry. They used to run the double duelist on this composition, as we were seeing on our screens. Multi on race, something that, you know, we always like to see, but looks like the changes are going to come in. I was expecting that Destro was going to go on the fade.
Yeah, there are a lot of changes now, because we have Brew on Sage, right? Multi on the race. Multi on the race. Some people kind of still associate him with only initiators, but don't forget, he was also playing even Reyna in some matches before. He's a good duelist. Now on the other side of the coin, we have G2.
So Hootie is now the Neon, and Nuki is on the chamber.
I feel like Nuki was like, you know what? Just give me the carry, you know? Like, I'm the most consistent player of the team. Just give me additional amount of weapons so I don't have to worry, and I'll carry the team. I mean, his as Tom said, also mentioned during the game, right? Nuki did put a little bit of a light on the current perspective of the team, and it seems like he just needs to do more work himself.
I wonder how also Feki is going to work on the breach, how much he's going to use the utility, you know, being used to playing for himself, let's call it that way, how he's going to perform with the rest of the team. Also, I mean, I think it's kind of an evolution, not seeing the Viper coming in on the side of Oglu.
Can G2 take the victory and get those points sorely needed to hit the top 3? Let's get into the game and find out.
Yes, let's do that indeed. And Tom, this composition change or I guess role swap, I don't really know what to talk about it when it comes to, you know, how G2 at least are looking. What are your takeaways of this? What do you at least like the concept to it? Do you like the theory behind it?
I'm still just thinking why Kellogg's was taken out of the team. It feels like a bit of a weird one. I guess they're just trying to patch things up with the roster they've got, and so they've moved Hoodie to a more aggressive role. It allows Nuke to basically play the star, which I'm fine with, but it leaves Mixwell in a few odd spots, and I think that's where things become a little bit more awkward, because I'm waiting to see him have a solid performance on some of these more supportive roles, because we didn't get to see much of his Sky in the last map.
No.
I don't think his KO is anything to write home about, and now he's back there again. And I actually really did used to enjoy the KO that came out from Hoodie. So the fact that this has been a decision that's made rather than Mixor going back to the duelist, there must be a reason behind it. So we'll wait and see if it works. On the other side of things, I don't mind the swaps. I think bringing in a more utility-based composition, moving away from the old double duelist and giving Molesy the chance to be that superstar. I think he has the ability to do it, and they're going to need him in this game.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen... It's not that we haven't seen much from him, but I guess in my mind, I've seen Destrian in this.
Yes.
In this best of 3 at the very least for OG. So I guess that then puts my attention right back to... Okay, well then what do we see from Molesy? Does he have that capability? Sure, Hype was worth his weight in holding the site, but now I need to see a little bit of punch from Molesy, which could be a nice concept if that does come in. And of course, on the other side, there's a lot to be looked at. Does Hoodie look good on the Neon? Does that suit him well? Is it something that, you know, he can, I don't know, handle to that extent? Does it suit him in playstyle? Nuki on the other side of things as well. We've seen the guy be a superstar, but now he's been given that role. How does he suit in it, right? Because Chamber it's the big role these days. So, I mean, I guess wait and see, right? They've got every step towards A that they need so far, and OG are holding deep.
This is already looking like a setup for the retake. It's going to have to just be the straight-up main push. Spam might find a little bit of extra damage, but they're waiting. I like it, just making sure that it's going to be a relatively easy cross. They're actually looking for all of the trips as well. They're like, okay, there's a smoke down and Hype was here. That must mean there's a trip somewhere, and there is. They just haven't walked into it.
Yeah, all good so far. And none of the utility having too much of an effect. I guess Hoodie being pushed out of position, but he's still going to claim Hype with him. So if anything, it's a bonus to him. There's a long old flank on the way, but it's not going to come into practice for a while. And they need to win the fight on the side, which they've done at least towards finding Hoodie. Still need more, though. Meadow's still here, and he's still flying. That flash was weird. Didn't do what it wanted at all. So Meadow actually going unchecked on at this moment. Surely they swing and clear, and they don't. And it's a disaster in the making. The control almost got in that pick on towards Destrian as well. But Mixwell closes down the round, but how could you ignore someone like Meadow on the site?
It's a weird one. Like, the flash coming through almost sells, like, maybe there isn't someone in that corner, which I don't think was the intended use of that flash. Almost just attempted to almost counter some of the other utility coming through on the other side. I think also the aftershock that they utilized to clear that corner wasn't deep enough. So there was an aftershock that was put through earlier in the round, and they waited. And because it didn't go into the corner, Meadow just sits there. Whoa, you're probably not going to check that on the way back through because, hey, we cleared that.
Wow, okay. First one for G2 here. A little bit of a fumble, I'd say, on the side there. We can chalk it up to that. But again, we have to see what OG looked like on this map to me. Mixwell just going to flash through. And also this does kind of call into question some of those notions of what do we make of Mixwell in this role? Does he look good on this map? How, how much do we, how does we read into it? Is it still new in this role for him? How long have they been working on it? There's a lot of questions we don't have answers to. Simply put, we're not a coach and we're not in in the voice call with him. So it's in just that level of comfort as they go on, because this round's pretty much a throwaway. They went for a gamble stack on A. Obviously, no one was there.
Well, because even the other thing as well is, even if it's enough to get them the win today,
is
it enough to get them the win versus Ascend and Fnatic?
No.
I would say no, and that's the thing. We're not really talking about this matchup of, okay, do G2 beat Oglu? Because ultimately, we expected that from the moment this game started. In fact, we both probably expected to be done by now, especially with this round. Because it's definitely got a bit closer than it should have been. But yeah, the fact is, we're almost judging the performance today on, okay, was this good enough that you can run it versus the top teams? And I don't even think we're close to that.
No, especially if we look at Ascend's form, to my mind, has been very nice. Very solid, looking really well-rounded, enough for a tick in the box for me. Fnatic, their performance really, put me back on track. I was like, yeah, absolutely. Even on the other side of things, your FPX coming in, composition changes here and there, you know, new looks, you know, really garnering attention, setting a bit of a tone for other teams on certain maps. If you're throwing him in the mix with that, I don't think this performance has been quite enough to call into that sort of level of effect. However, we do have to look at this round because there are 3 rifles coming through, Meadow, Hoodie, and Mixwell opting into that, and we do have the 2 Spectres left with Nookie and Avova, and on the other side, rifles galore. So this is a big round coming in, and actually OG fighting for the control this time.
Yeah, they're in a good spot. Stun going to be avoided as well. Smoke definitely going to make things a little bit more awkward, but they don't even expect Mosey to be here. Then the spam comes through on the other side, and, well, slaughtered. Every single member dead that actually had a weapon worth talking about. And now, well, it's the Spectre gang slowly making their way back around towards Dish.
You can make little t-shirts for that, maybe. Spectre gang. Ratman.
Yeah, Ratman I like. Ratman.
Okay, you wouldn't be part of the Spectre gang?
No, I don't think so. It sounds... firstly, I think there's probably someone who's already patented that for some sort of ghost club. Like some...
Oh, yes, I can see that. Yeah. No, you're
some
right.
bloke out there like, guys, I'm part of Spectre gang. We're like the Ghostbusters.
Damn. Yeah, the offshoot of the Ghostbusters, infamously known as you can see here, the Spectre clan. Now, if they make it on site...
They touched the ground.
Yeah, they touched the ground. We'll leave it there. OG quickly getting control things, and we have seen, at least in the last map, G2 were able to get, both of the pistols? And still have very close games, so keep that in mind, that this has been, you know... Look, OG just want their work cut out. They like to run it back after a 0-2 start. So we'll see now we're into the gun rounds, but again, not clearing close on A main. Because the first 2 rounds, they didn't have any fight on it. Come on now, I'm kind of waiting to see that there's layers to this, right?
The pistols almost seem like they're everything, because both maps have been won by like 3 or 4 rounds. Oglu won both pistols in the first map, and G2 won it in the second. So they've actually been the difference makers both times.
It's ridiculous, isn't it, when you look at it that way so tangibly. No fight this time as well towards A main. Should be a bit of an indicator of intent, but still 2 rifles to look at and note. Avova and Meadow with them, and excuse me, 3. Mixwell has one as well. And this site take, waiting on the verge. You do have the cross being watched. Mosey and Hype unaffected so far. Let's see what the timing's like. Oh, huge pickup. Hoodie's gone down. It's naughtiness coming out from OG. That's a big pick as well. They want to get the plant. Mixwell toying with the concept of it. Does he go for it on his own? He's trying to now. Commits for the plant. The smokes are still up. He still has the support system in place.
Already, Boo gonna drop another pop flash through, but nobody to really make a move off of it. This is just Mixwell's attempt to try and buy a little bit of time. Ultimate's not there, so they're almost reliant on somebody just popping off in this round, and Wall is already putting down to try and isolate some of these players. The trade's still just going in the favor further and further, and okay, there's a Molotov, but that's not gonna buy enough time. It's going to tick it down at least a little bit, but still so much to do.
You need something from Nookie here as well. This guy can deliver, and he's not right now. And now it's a blow over the clutch man himself. That's not bad, and just the body block on the other side. He's desperate for it.
Hey, let go.
Off the spike.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
You know, breathe a sigh of relief.
I mean... Bloody hell, that got a little close, didn't it? 2-2 now, so... Avova, he made something of this. It shouldn't have been this close, but
do you know what's been missing? We have missed the BS Avova clutch of the day. Like, there's always, like...
True, there is always
a
one.
ninja defuse or something ridiculous. Like, we got it out of Scream and Navera earlier in the day.
Yeah.
It feels like that was a few days ago at this point, I'll be honest.
That's
Like,
a
that
different
doesn't
week.
feel like the same day. But... yeah, I don't think we've had the crazy of overclutch yet, so I'm looking forward to that coming up in this map.
Lucas heard all of this. Oh!
And we're back! The G2 BS round that comes every 5 rounds.
Give them pistols and they'll bloody win the thing. No shot. No shot. This is ridiculous. Why does this work on pistols?
His ult ran out.
He's fine.
He gets the kill with the classic instead. Oh, OG London United and letting rounds slip away that never should have been. They've still got a little bit of presence from the side of Destrium, but I don't feel like they're going for this at this point.
I can't believe G2 again. It's their ecos they're one of the weirdest teams to watch for it, right? Because it's so often, it's not just a one-off. These guys do it so often.
Down and out.
It's so impressive to an extent, and it gets them rounds, which is ridiculous. And OG, you're gonna have to deal with that. Be it a pistol, they pick up 2 at the start, and then they convert this one to make it their 3rd. Destrian and Boo just clutching hold of the rifles. I'm just... Oof.
Nuclear went back to the old faithful strat of me.
Right.
It's genuinely one of those things, though, that just... I feel like every time OG London United gets straight into a spot of like, okay, we're building up some economy, we're getting to the point where we'll have a lot of our ultimates online. Oh, we lost a round to pistols. It's like, no, this is the problem. Like, if you fix all of that, I think you're probably 2-0'd, in all honesty.
That ult coming in, I mean, it's to facilitate this crunch. And it's actually worked kind of nicely. Feku's found Mixwell. And the just exchange of utility is mad. And Vogus got Feku back and Elmo. What? This round's a madness. 3v2. Hoodie and Nookie need to fight their way out of it. They're kind of boxed in on this one. And actually, Hoodie's all alone. And he's still going to take Multi with him. And the 1v1.
Don't you... Is he actually going across the zip?
Yes,
he's mad. There's no one in their right mind would do that. Why?
What was...
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
I can... There will be nothing that anyone can ever say to me to justify why he did that. I'm gobsmacked.
This is wild. This is one that just...
You want to play?
There's been some moments in this game that are absolutely off the charts. Nookie, let's see what you got this round. Tour de Force in effect, and the first punish, Molsey just lackadaisically walking back through a lobby. Not going to work out for him at all. And now player advantage swiftly to G2. You can already see them exploring the rest of the map as well. Hoodie going walkabouts himself.
They found my wire.
And what do G2 do with this now?
I'm still a little bit upset, I'll be honest with you. I haven't got over that play yet, but we are going to get into the site. Hype is here. Doesn't seem like he has any utility remaining to play with, so it's not like they're going to walk into a trip and he can get a cheeky kill off of it, and they're watching the smoke, very wary of this position being in play. Now, if they can reclaim control into main, they can get the res off, and that seems to be the plan, but there are a lot of people waiting for this.
Good flash, though, gonna get them to step towards it. Forces one away from it. Nookie has to come back around, try and face it, but look at the timing on this. OG, the timing on the crunch is gorgeous. Maxwell, though, still delivers 2 essential frags at this point, and Hype put in the corner, and he just wants to try and do something with it, but flash after flash. Tries to turn it, punishes Meadow, but they've got to know where Mixwell is, and he was holding that line. Mixwell just came up clutch this round for G2.
Just in true G2 fashion, they managed to break back after that previous round. It was an aggressive one, it was a messy one, but it's one nonetheless that they're going to be able to take things. And more importantly, it's just the damage that they're doing to the economy on the other side. Like, again, Oglu are never really able to get into any sort of position where they're financially strong. And that's so beneficial for G2.
Just, yeah, this has got to be a bit of a heartbreaker for OG, because this game has been relatively close so far. I mean, scoreline wise, right, the scoreboard wise, it has been relatively close, but I'm a little worried if you start seeing Mixwell finding a little bit of momentum for themselves, if you start seeing a little bit of these rounds just trickling across, you know, the clutches coming out, and let's say Destrian's not having that same sort of impact. Molsey, 4 to 6, it's okay. I'm worried if G2 get that momentum and start rolling with it. That's where I get nervous, right? Because they're one of these sort of teams that can build off that so substantially. But again, with the money being where it's at for OG, well, we've got 4.6 on Boo, but everyone else not looking pretty.
I don't know why
G2 worked it out, man.
I
What
went
have you
and
done?
watched it again.
Why?
Because in my head I was like, was there like low time on the clock? No, there was over a minute. Makes even less sense the second time around.
It's one of those. Okay.
I love him for trying it. I love and hate him at the same time.
An aggressive start, but it's actually just going to push them in towards the other side. So Hype's waiting here with that player who's been made to be the beast, which is Boo. Flash comes in, eats a fair bit of it, but he does get to keep his life for now. No one able to close the gap, and the rotations are coming in, so they're kind of pushing the pull, trying to force G2 to show their hand, which, well, I mean, they're done to a degree. Smoke goes up. And the scary thing is that there's not like depth to this buy, right? Feku's going to be still down on a Sheriff. Molsey's still down on a Sheriff. They don't have armor behind it. It is purely a hero rifle, and that is it.
I love that. So Destrium basically rotated to put down a smoke, to bait the fact that he's no longer there, so that he can go back to B and play Judge in tower. That was the whole play. Just trying to get them to move towards his position with this gun. Now, the re-aggression in towards Dish is going to be caught. Nuclear dropping one. If Boo can get the trade, it's not a bad position, but Nuclear again. Taking down both, leaving only one man to really defend it, and unfortunately for Feku, he's only got a pistol.
Yeah, and you can hear all these steps, and you're just feeling a little hopeless, and this is going to give it a damn good go, but the reality is that Mixwell was situated so well. And again, G2 keep things composed now. And I want to see G2 play with this composure, right? Like, it's been one of these crazy sort of games where it's been just kind of super out of the ordinary, not very robust in that regard. Like, okay, if anyone who is just one of these people like, oh, why are they being so mean to G2? They're playing great, they're winning 5-6. Right, okay. Well, then go back and watch, you know, FPX in their games. Go watch Fnatic's game. Go watch some of the other teams who are towards the top of their groups and tell me it's looked this quote-unquote close, right? It's not. And again, OG are still one of the teams that are relatively new to this league as such, right? They're one of the newer teams coming into it. I got to see G2 play like their favorites, right? They're one of the quote-unquote teams that can play internationally. I want to see them play like a team that's favored right now. Credit to OG for pushing them. But man, some of these rounds from G2 are making me nervous, but maybe that momentum's sitting behind them a little bit now. They need to fight for this lobby control, which they're starting to do. Nuki going to deal with Boo, who's the backline player. Mozzie isn't really falling back from this yet.
And again, just giving this man jewels. That seems to be the one real danger at the moment. This lurk from Nuclear on either side of the map has caused issues, being able to find frags with the pistol as well, and even just claiming up the orbs here. Like, you look at the ults that are already online, you've got that Rolling Thunder available, but I don't know if they're going to utilize it because they've sold a pretty decent fake here.
The hype's still around, and we know that his value is just waiting gold. We saw it on Breeze.
Let's go the other way.
Is solid, and it's like, yeah, nah, don't fancy it. Let's go for a wonder, and maybe rightly so. They can clear back through. The last contact they had was towards Molsey over by the door, so they can make this push up, but Molsey's sitting a little bit deeper this time, maybe ready for that rotation. But actually, the re-aggress towards the site already utility invested. Molsey has to back away from this, but he might be able to stop the cross. He can! Punishes Mixwell to flash a little too late for this, and Nuki now has to take on the challenge, and they're still unaware. Molsey, this is huge! Massive impact, and again he's denying them. No one is making to the site. He's spotted Avova. Or I think he has. At his 10 seconds, Spike recovered, but no clutch in sight. And Molsey, thank God he stayed alive at the start.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most impactful neural thefts we've ever seen, which is not something I ever thought I would say, but just that one kill confirms the full rotation. And the thing is, I don't think they had enough smokes. So because of that, it's one smoke on a cross. Molsey had utilized the fact that he had all the information of where they were. He knew no one was in sight. He knew no one was in dish. So he can take that control and then just watch as they cross into the site. And well, I would expect that man to land those shots every single time. So fantastic work from Oglu, but it literally is just that one kill that came in on the other side of the map that actually ended up losing the round for G2. It's a little unfortunate.
Well, these tech timeouts. What's going on? We were doing so well. I did, you know, it was the last week, whenever it was, when I was working with Mike. Smooth day, no issues. I worked with you, Tom.
Oh, you're trying to blame me for this. Of all the people, of all the tech pause people, you're trying to blame me for this.
Yeah.
Let's just agree that somehow it's Doug's fault.
Oh, it's absolutely Doug's fault. Yeah, you're.
He probably woke up. He's like having maybe a little bit of lunch, just like, oh, you know, I'm gonna watch some EMEA. Oh, Pansy's on. Nothing bad could ever happen. Oh, cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no worries. You gotta keep him in line. You know what I mean?
Keep him on his toes.
That's the one. But don't worry, Tom. I'll have a little read of chat. I'm sure we'll get some good insight of the everyman of Valorant. That's where you gotta go. Sadly, though, North America's woken up, Tom, so I'll actually ignore that comment I previously said. So,
is it just where is tens? Is that what's being typed in chat?
I heckin' love tens, bat chest. Yeah,
it's going well for him
TSM
recently,
waiting
isn't it?
room was one comment. Right.
That's a classic.
It's a new one. We've never heard it before. Never been done. I love it. It's all right. There's no. You know what, there's no need. We're not going to go for it. Hopefully, I get an update as to what the issue may be. Because, good lord, how long will this take? We don't know. We are in this with you, and sadly, you're stuck with us. You could mute, but well.
Yeah, you could use this time to go get a drink. Like, the fact is, the longer this tech pause go, the more delayed TSM are actually going to be. So that's at least something a little bit funny about. You saying that has caused the technical pause, whoever that was. This is all on you. Definitely don't at whoever it was in the chat. Definitely don't do that. And blame them.
That goes there.
Gotcha. On it. It was just I think it was just a little bit of an admin moment to make sure everything's good. And we will be back underway. So it wasn't actually like a tech pause, it was more like an admin pause, but we're good to go. 4 to 5. Back into things. I need to sit up again. I started, slowly just slouch in the chair.
He was actually checking if someone's actually allowed to use neural theft effectively, because we don't know whether that's in the rule set because it's never happened before.
Okay. Punished by Boo this time around. Boo was the one who kind of copped a fair bit of damage at the start of the one before, leaving, who was it on his own? I think it was Molesy who then, stepped up and delivered. But one thing I do see is that Hoodie, he's got a pistol. Now, does have an ult as well, so I don't know if that changes things, right? It does kind of even things out to an extent of G2's likelihood to win a round.
So what you're saying is he's going to step it up into high gear and then throw out the overdrive.
Right, Tom.
Yeah, my favorite ability names.
Is it past your bedtime?
He's throwing up his speed lane.
Sometimes they question me. They're like, why don't you call it what it is? Why don't you say what the names are? I'm like, have you heard what they're called?
30 seconds left.
All right. Well, that's a little bit of BM. 25 seconds left. I have a feeling there might be something going on because this is quite a weird decision from G2.
Why are you not talking about the
bunny
game?
Hopping.
God.
I'm assuming we're back in a technical pause.
We might be. We'll see. We'll find out. It's kind of fun, right? Who knows? Oh! It's looking like it's happening, Tom. Because all the maps, all the rounds weren't enough. We need all the tech timeouts.
My favorite. Yeah, knife kill. The G2 decided they didn't want this round. They wanted to give OG London United a chance. I also wonder if OG win this game, will this be the first important game that OG as a Valorant roster have ever won?
I don't know, Tom. I really don't know.
I could go look through their history, but I don't want to. Their French roster has definitely been some sort of weird decisions being made within it. That's why we haven't really seen them so much in a while. But that's going to be the thing going into next year with a lot of things changing, like how it's actually going to work for some of these big organizations. Because that's the thing, you've got the likes of OG who've now sort of partnered up with London United. Obviously, you still expect to see the likes of G2, Fnatic, like your Liquids, but I don't know. I'm interested to see what sort of roster moves we're going to have and what sort of teams are going to be created going forward. Because, let's put it this way: after we've already seen it with for example, teams like T1, right? So, what's going to happen when this Masters goes through? Because ultimately, there are a lot of teams on the chopping block at that point.
Yes. Yeah, it is going to be that kind of grand shuffle, isn't it? And it does become just that free market, so it will be interesting. But I do believe it was Molsey who disconnected either now or in the last round, whichever one it was, essentially. So I think they're remaking one of the rounds. I don't know.
Okay.
Someone was talking to me. I did hear it, and then it went one ear and then out the other. So apologies for that. Probably should do my job better. But tech timeout. It's really worked down the energy in the room. But wait and see if Molsey is back yet. Still in the tech timeout, so hopefully it's not a long one because it's OGG too, Tom.
Okay, so I think basically Molsey disconnected. It's going to be 4 Oglu 5 G2. I think that's the scoreline.
Okay.
If I've got that wrong, then that's a shame. More
That's a shame.
interestingly, I want to know if you could take 2 players from EMEA teams, stick them onto one team, who are the 2 players?
What do you mean? Just any team?
You get to start a super team. What are the 2 players you're picking?
God, that is
it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. Like as a whole package, like the player behind it, or just like purely just in
whole package. Like if you believe they're toxic, then they are. Like that's how this
What
works.
have you worked out? What have you worked out? I was gonna say.
And more interestingly, who do you believe is? No, I'm just...
That's funny. I have to say Nookie. Surely, like Nookie to me is one that I'd have to. I don't know, man. That's actually kind of hard. I'd say Nookie because I just think he's an all-rounder. But the problem is I don't know if I'd want him in the role he's currently playing compared to some of the other players that could play it. But just Nookie as a player, like the whole package of what he could do, I want Nookie in there. I mean, it's such like a base take to say just like Scream just because of like mechanical ability because it's Scream. But like, I don't know, maybe Navera as well. Like those two, like Nookie and Navera, maybe Leo. Oof.
You're splitting up the brothers. That's what I've heard. That was the first thing I took away from that.
yeah, that's fair. No, I'd say somewhere in the region of like your Nookie, Navera, sort of like Leo sort of deal, I'd say. Where some of the players I've really enjoyed, like not just like within one role, but like their span in Valorant so far of what they've done. Because it's very easy to look at like one player on like one role and be like, fantastic, I want that player to be that Jet. But I don't think this game long term you can do that. I think it's very hard to be a specialist on one role. So I'd say somewhere between them, I'd say they've filled a good couple of different roles. What about you? Where would you go?
I'm torn between. I think Leo's definitely a great shout. I think the one I'm torn between is either Chronicle or Durka. Like, I think those two are just like. I think Chronicle might edge it just because he can do anything. Like we've seen him play a Brimmy to like the highest standard of level.
Absolutely.
Then we've seen him switch over to the other side. I think if I was going like raw duelist, then I probably would just end up with Durka on the team. But that's again, I just feel like those two are like Leo. I just feel like you could genuinely have him on anything and it would work. It's why actually, if you're talking about pure recent form, I actually consider Soulcast as well because I just think that that man is. Like basically he's just a chameleon of Valorant. Like he's switched up his face so many different times that I'm like, what can he not play? And I think just because I've already put like that's what I've basically gone for. To start the team, like Leo and Chronicle is just nasty because it's like ultimately then whatever other pieces I get, I have people that can fill in the gaps.
Yeah, and that's it. It's like, I think if you get the kind of cornerstone of those two players, like either way you cut it, to me, I just think, that you can get yourself a decent duelist who could just purely fill that role. You know what I mean? If you're looking at players to purely pick up, it's like, I want someone who can fill that, okay, the meta's shifting, or okay, we need someone to fill this, and that they'd be able to. So, no, I think that's actually a pretty good shout. Yeah, I didn't even think of Mech, and I really should have, because they've got some great players.
There's another one that I feel like is criminal that would Shao.
Yeah, Xiao's solid. Xiao is really solid.
God tier.
Xiao
has dropped like the highest kills I think I've ever seen on an Omen. Like I started playing Fade and it looks dirty.
Oh, his Fade is unreal.
One of the still probably could stick him on a Jet or a Raze and he'll do damage. And so it's just like, again, it just fills any role that I could ever need, and then I can just put in the rest along the way.
Okay, then hold on. Duelist from North America. Where would you go?
But I feel like I have to go yay.
I know, right? It's like, I was just wondering if you'd stray away from the course of probably the most logical option. You sticking with yay?
Yeah, I think like if he wasn't an option, there's other directions I could definitely lean. Like I think the way that Som plays, but then again, he's been sort of moving into different roles here and there. So like maybe again, just going for someone who could play at a few different positions at the same time. But yeah, I feel like if you don't pick Yay, you're making some weird decisions.
You're probably feeding.
And unless I really want to troll, and then I can just be like, oh, I'll pick someone who's actually not North American and go with Sire player, who's also a beast.
Yeah. And again, apologies for the delay. We are talking nonsense because there's nothing else to do. We'd love to go to a break, but we can't. They've lost the button for the break. I wish I could find it.
They've broken it.
They've broken it. So you're stuck with us. And again, we don't want to be here. We're like you. We want to be in the game. No one wants us to be here going,
the way you said that. We don't want to be here.
We don't. Don't worry. So we're in this hell together. And I hope you're having a terrible time like we are. No, it's fine. It'll hopefully be resolved soon. As soon as we get updates, we'll let you know. It's just player dependent, right? When the player's back in the server, we'll be good to go. So thank you for your patience. I do appreciate it. And do please let us know your thoughts. Give us something else to talk about because we're going to run out of options. And that's dire times. And I love the way everyone's just gone instantly for like, oh, I want, X and Y, just like give me the, duelist. It's like, yeah, okay, but give me that specific role. Give us the two that, okay, Chronicle and Durka, yeah. I kind of feel that. Do you think Durka's shown us depth beyond like his capability on Jet, genuinely?
I think he did initially, but I've been told there is a savior. So I don't have to waffle anymore because we're going to a 2-minute break and I'm going to use that to go to the toilet.
Save
so
us.
Have fun with whatever music you get because I'm going to pee.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions. Do it so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop by that talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
They've told us it's good. They've told us, Tom, that we're good to go, and I'm gonna believe them. And at 4-5, bloody hope it is.
Yeah, you know, we if not, we could be here a little while just predicting what teams we're never actually going to get the chance to make. But hey, it's always a fun game to play. 5-4. I won't lie, I've almost forgotten everything that happened, but I remember some scrappy rounds. I remember Nuke has been off to a decent start, but more importantly, we started to see a little bit of a resurgence from the side of Oglu. Still though, in the last round, I think we saw an entry frag going in the direction of Boo, but it's a different setup and no real surprise there.
Okay. 4 to 5, we come back in, making sure that's correct. Seems good.
You are correct.
I'm nervous now, Tom. I've lost all faith in things.
It says round 10 at the top, so, you know, it says 5 to 4. So I'm going to believe what's on the screen and the fact that Enrico told us that's correct. Nonetheless,
okay.
Avova has managed to catch the aggression. The thing is, there's a flag coming in, but Boo's holding it.
How did Boo
decapitated while he slides?
Ow! It's still not over yet. This is getting messy, though. This just looks so unrefined. The ult comes in to buy a second, maybe even to recover that spike potentially, because that's a bit of an issue. And Avova going to try and grab it to hand, but quickly dealt with, traded out eventually, but Multi still stands and Multi still delivers. And Oglu, back to business.
Again, there seems like there's opportunities in a lot of these rounds for G2.
Scoreline didn't change, Tom.
We're at 5 to 4 forever. No matter what happens, it will always be 5 to 4.
It's just like straight up Donnie Darko. Time doesn't exist correctly anymore. Oh no.
We're in the loop.
It's the Truman Show, dude. It's the Truman Show. I've just woken up to that same day, man.
You want to play? Let's
never leave.
All right, now this becomes a memory game.
I'm not
so
good at those.
The scoreline is 5 to 5. Let's see how many rounds it takes us to forget.
I've written it down on my notepad.
Oh, good, because I haven't.
Well, good luck. And here we are in minimal casting mode. This is what we get paid for, Tom. This is the real deal. I like it. Here we go. There's gonna be Hoodie just trying to lead the way in, but Hype sitting up towards the top of the site, gonna find him instantly. And poor old Hoodie's having a bit of a nightmare game. Has he hit? Too many targets and not enough time. Multi just dipped the hell out. It's like, guys, it never happened. I promise you, don't worry. And Nookie has somehow been ignored. You can't ignore Nookie in these rounds. OG had every opportunity to deal with this early on, and they've absolutely whiffed it. And now just one player left alive, Destrian. God tier performance before, but he's gonna have to somehow kindle something insane to do any damage here, and I think he knows it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's that same strat again. And you know the one I'm talking about, the one when UK just kills everyone and we call it a good round. It's it's something that just seems so unsustainable, but this is the thing. He's put himself on an agent which is basically about fragging that earns him abilities that will allow him to frag more. He gets a free operator in a round where they basically didn't have the finances to go for much else. They try and use the overdrive, which, as we've seen so far, has achieved very little. And having fun. We're in to learn to count, and Destrian's learning to spell.
Last round before the switch.
5-6, Tom. In favor to G2.
Okay.
Don't sound like you're taking notes. You're like, let me get my notepad out. 5-6. All right. Good to go. Oh.
Now I don't think we lost count in there. I don't think we lost count, but
we're good. Don't worry about it.
You said it's 5-6, and it says 4-6.
It made it harder for me. It's one of those days.
There
Tom.
was one round and we lost count.
Oh, and Nookie is just doing him dirty. Takes Hype down, dips away, takes none of the utility work that was invested towards it, and he's looking to go back for more. Nookie, beautiful work. It's 2-for-1 trade up, but you take it, because look at what you've taken on the other side of the map. Hoodie can do what he can, but again, it's a little bit labored. He does come through the frag towards Feku. But again, look at the numbers of what remains. It's 2 standing for OG. The damage was done early on. I don't know what you can do to get back into this now.
Smoke's down.
Destrian hoping he can try and isolate one of the jewels, but this is all just bait. The thing is, he knows it. He's trying to Molotov off that corner. I don't think it's quite gone far enough to actually clear the position. So Hoodie still just sat within it. Teammate of Boo trying to make his way into the site. And the scoreline is now...
Go on, you can do it.
Switching sides.
Come on, Tom.
I love how Rico's going. It's 5-7. It's 5. Don't say anything else. It's 5-7.
We love Enrico. He is our producer and he does the best he can. He deals with us. He is sadly having to babysit us.
He's got a little tally chart out right now.
He does. He's got his abacus. He's like, right?
He does. He just told me he does.
We're all in this together. Nice. It's 5-7, and your chat's helping you out. They're saying what it is. Apart from Rubio, don't you tell us it's 4-5? Don't you dare? How dare you? 5-7 is the scoreline, so do not fear. We're on the case.
In favor of
G2.
G2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I got there in the end.
Nice.
Thanks, yeah.
Now G2, what side are they on? Are they on the defending side, Tom?
Too complicated.
Got
I'm gonna have
you.
to go back a year.
I mean, the UI just did. We've got the rollback UI. Shout out to you. All right.
Oh,
we can do this. Oh, Mitch Volt forced the fight. Yeah, still works out. As if he gets away with it. I expect you. That's a bit of a nightmare. Oh, that's going to haunt him as well. Completely unaware of Boo creeping up on the side. Nuke somehow finds that shot and the spike's going down.
Spike planted.
Still a very good position for them. An attempted rear grass coming through from the attack as they know they have to try and take that little bit of extra space. And actually, it hasn't been spotted so much. This wraparound really possible. Trying to almost lock them in. And they have to deal with this Hoodie, though, is already going to pop the head of one. A second found as well. And Height, good luck. He actually gets two, though. And that was a chance to find him over, but is burning and gets the shots taken out as well. It is a little bit scary.
Okay. We do have a scoreline now on this view, which is great. So we're okay. We got it. Now, if someone can get in paint, makes a little overlay where it just says G2 on that right side and then OG on the left. That'd be lovely. Don't do it. Someone will get shouted at. Don't get creative. Just don't. All right.
Where is Mel? Bring in Mel. I want Pepe G2.
It's okay. There. We can work through this. It's fine. And look at you showing us the buy. Observer. God, you guys are great.
Smoke's down.
Shout out to you. So thank you for that. But at this point, you now look at what sort of damage can be done back, right? Like, where can you find that little bit of margin? And OG, I hope they don't run out of steam. But when you talk about depth, we talk about capability of, a roster, and do they have that to go to? You know the G2 do, right? Like, it's been proven in droves. We know that through time. But now we look at OG. Okay, do you have the capability to maybe pull off a round that we know G2 are synonymous with, right? Yeah. Like, is there a chance for that? So we have to wait and see.
I think the unfortunate truth is we're back in the world where they've lost both pistols again. So it's like we're looking at what has been a back and forth game, a close one at that. But the problem is you lose both pistols. There's a very slim margin of you actually being able to win the game. I think it's like something like 80% of those games are converted by the team that won both. So it would have to be a miracle. And in a game where they've brought it much closer than the other matches we've seen, it would be a shame, but they've got a lot of work to do.
There's no doorway there. You know there's no doorway. Damn it, there we go. Maybe you dropped, you can see it. Oh, that's great. G2 going to find 2 for a 1 trade out, and you can see the numbers now just drastically starting to favor, and OG unable to do too much damage. As G2 going to keep 4 alive and keep moving forward almost towards those double digits as well. 5-9 now. G2 starting to look a little comfier, but again, we know the pistols can kind of stand on their own accord, right? We've kind of seen that in the other maps where it has been pretty telling, but again, I'm waiting to see if OG can maybe do it in the gun rounds, right? Like, you got to hope there's a little something to it in that regard. Oh my gosh, it's working. It's working.
Okay, we've got other HUD.
It's working. We're 5-9.
Together.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I remember the score now.
It's in front of you, Tom.
Oh, I remembered it just before it came out.
Right. Right, sure you did. Hoodie's had a little push-up he has. He's got one of the rifles. Hoodie?
Maybe he really wants to earn his overdrive, everyone's favorite ultimate.
Maybe.
Probably
Tom.
not, though. I think he's just going to try and get a kill and get out of there.
That would be interesting.
He has to fade away. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Didn't seem good. Didn't seem good at all.
Has the molly. It doesn't actually clear everything. I think they could sneak through it, but it would be a huge amount of risk. They've already taken control of Dish as well. You can see Meadow almost just setting up, trying to delay them, deny them that further presence. They've just got to be careful they don't get flanked.
And it's going to be Meadow on the case trying to deal with this. He's got to know now this presence, and that's a problem. Here comes the pinch. OG is surely going to commit on this. There it is. Cage goes up. Becky finds Hoodie. And Meadow just waiting for it. But the timing delayed for just the second. Hype gets it perfectly, and OG doing the damage they needed. Now the buy wasn't good from G2, but Mitchell still making some damage out of this. We're into a 2v3. It's far more feasible than it was before. Looking to follow up, but again, those Spectres, Dom, they just can't find the range, but that could.
Oh, he's only got a couple of bullets left. That's the only problem. Still, both players having a submachine gun available. And with the health of Vacu, maybe there's a chance. That's the thing. Even doing damage here would be a nice little bonus coming through for G2. This crossfire, though, deadly as ever. I'm not going to give them a moment's notice. 9-6. G2 still in the lead by quite a margin. And now we get to see them actually with some sort of purchase.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight back moment. We saw they're willing to be aggressive. Now that might have been more just kind of cause of the buy, right? They didn't quite have the purchase behind them, but...
That flash did not work.
No, the flash was absolutely bin juice.
We did not need to leave that in the clip. We could have cut it just before that second.
Well, Mixwell, he's from Counter-Strike. You know, he'll know this. There's Tom. There's that flash. Oofed. But we go again, and Hoodie, he's doubling down on this. It wasn't just a one-time thing.
It's an uncomfortable battle. I guess now it's less risky because he doesn't have the only rifle, but
sure,
they're very much reliant on, firstly, the utility on the other side, not just completely forcing him off that position to begin with, but it's also like a triple stack up out towards A main. It leaves a lot of open positions, Tree being one of them. Instead, he walked backwards into the angle.
I'm not sure.
I know exactly.
I'm not sure. I'm just going to leave it there. I was going to carry on, but I think that's best left where it is. And Mixwell now can be feeling the pressure starting him out towards that B-side. But a perfect flash, but you're just fine, apparently. Absolutely fine. Looked completely blind. Wasn't. Plan going to come down. Yeah, no worries.
This is already looking like a save. That's the thing. I feel like there's been some absolutely incredible plays from Nuclear, and then there's just been some that have been so weird. Now, that one's just obviously, I don't think he expected to be shown to that angle. I think he was just checking under to make sure nobody was coming behind him and ends up just accidentally stepping one step back. But that's enough to give an opener, and then you just see what's left to Mixwell. He's just screwed. Like, he has to try and basically blind the people in front of him so that the people behind don't end up just killing him out. Like, it's a horrible scenario to be in. And now the remaining players, no choice. Try and hold on to the guns. That is not easy, to say the least. Already over the last man standing, and he's being pressured.
Yeah, you can feel... Oh, he's trying to just keep his life. There's so many players. These seconds cannot go fast enough. He does get to keep the rifle. Just. Bloody hell. Also, I did just notice that Kaquka, during the meantime, I was discussing our like dream teams, or, you know, if you picked a couple of players, just spamming Shao at me. Just yelling. Just straight up yelling. All right.
I also got a message saying, thanks for mentioning Shao when I finally did. So there you go.
Fan club out here. I wish you fought for me like that. Bloody hell. Shao! Big Shao! All right, jeez, man. He's good. 7-9. And since the gun rounds have come out to play, I mean, OG have looked pretty all right. This game just feels so weird already. It kind of felt weird from the start, if I'm completely honest, Tom.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have now seen back-to-back maps where G2 have won both sets of pistols and it's still close, it's not a good sign at all. Like, I think it's great that OG London United are finally starting to come back to the table. I don't want to sit here and just be like, oh, G2 are playing bad, that's why this is happening. But
no, it's not purely that, but it's, you know.
But I just look at like the performance versus Fnatic. I think that's what's just stuck in my head. I don't think Fnatic even had to go into the strat book. I don't think it was opened. It was just Durka is going to screw them, and so is Alfaya. And that's the thing. Like, they have this ridiculous firepower that on the games where they're just the better team, they can just walk through it. G2 don't seem to have that right now, and they do have the players of that caliber.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
They definitely do.
Straight
like
up.
Mixwell was doing it at the beginning of the game. He's just booming everyone. So that's why I'm quite surprised that like the role switch doesn't involve him going back to a superstar role, at least for this game. Because I think that there is no one on the other side he can't go toe-to-toe with.
No, it's certainly quite all right, and we have to see how it develops. We don't know how recently this change really came into effect, or into full effect, should I say. So again, it could be them trying to get used to these roles, feel it out. You know, that's maybe why it's a little bit slower to start to a degree, but again, so surprising to see it just not finding the same sort of reward or value that I kind of expected, but not for now as we are live into this. And you can see the purchase from G2, it's absolutely garbage, so it probably will work out for them. And OG better be on their toes. They know this is essentially a G2 full buy. And let's have a look at it. Okay, not going to find the shot he wanted, tries to dip away. Hype going to catch Meadow though, so already a good start for OG.
I don't think there's much in this either. Like, you've got Avova, who could potentially try and get something done. He has his orbital strike if he really wanted to commit it to this round. And actually, he will. Interesting. They have a lot of faith in what they can do with the pistols. Now you've got the overdrive put into play, the finger blaster, trying to get something done on this site. But the fact is, 15 seconds, they need to get a plant, and here goes Hoodie already doing damage. 11 seconds left, and the rest of the team are looking to try and sneak their way forward. Just about, I think, going to get this one down. The HP firmly in their favor, and with so much committed, it's left onto Avova once again, trying to clutch this one out, and they can't quite do it.
No, Tom, they can't. 8-9.
Sorry, it was funny.
8-9. And that was a lot invested, you're right. A couple of ultimates coming in. Hoodies, obviously, of note earlier. But even the orbital strike and a couple of other pieces, you're right, G2 really did almost overcommit to this. It felt like a 1v2 at the end, but I just a little surprised they kind of went in all in on this. But all right, fair enough.
They were very close to winning it, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you've lost an orbital strike, it's not the end of the world, but it is a high impact ult, especially when you get into those retake scenarios. But the overdrive, I think, is no loss, really. Like, every time that we've seen it utilized by Hoodie's been shot in the face. So I have no issue with that being thrown in. It's just the fact that the orbital strike, I don't think was necessarily needed. Like, they had good spots anyway, and with this disruption cause, could have done quite a bit more. Mixwell, he's almost down straight away.
Yep. Oh. Nuki, he's alive. He's 36 HP, but he's alive. But look at the quick wrap around. Hoodie is about to be challenged. Wait, Nuki,
Still
what?
gets another.
Nuki still got Destrian in that? I don't know how he gets away with it. 36 HP. He's like tucked in the corner. He had no shot at getting that kill, and he does. Hoodie though, back into things, trying to get towards the site, and he does. Takes down the one player who's on towards the spike itself. And now all three players are in tower.
Mosey's going to pop the showstopper, but they're going to actually molly it off instead. Already, we're going to see the counter, trying to stick it as far as he can. Destrian manages to get the kill. Molly out. Will it have landed? I think it has. And now they got the paint shields as well. They bought enough time. Just sat at the back. It may be halved, but there is not enough time on the clock. And Mosey will save them. That round was even closer than the last, but Oglu, 9-9.
Yeah, it was 5-9 at one point, as my notepad details. And you can see the resilience being shown by OG. Yes, the pistols are a problem. We've seen that, right? We know that. But once we go into these gun rounds, they're finding a new lease of life. And G2 just looking a little discombobulated, not quite looking like the team that you've known them to be. Even in their worst, they still have firepower, right? They still have that fiery approach. But this is just... I mean, Nuki is doing okay on 18-13. You know, he's doing all right. But it's not that, like, big pop-off, game-changing performance that, you know, he can have sometimes. And, well, call his name. Let's see if he appears. Doesn't have much of a chance at it at the very start of this round, but Avova might.
Who trained you? It can't happen every time the OG London United about to finally get into a good position. They can't just win a round with pistols and an ult that's been on up. I can't go. It's going to happen again. It's going to happen again.
Yes. Yes, it is.
It just is. There's not even any point, like, oh, maybe they can do something. No, they will. They're going to win the round with the pistols. They're baiting in Feku to try and make a push into the site. They're actually going to try and collapse on these players with the molly, still holding them in such a weird spot.
Okay, it's a 2-for-1. We take that. That's fine. I'm more nervous in this Sheriff round, this Shiko round, than I'm in a 4x. And Boo's just got an eyeful. He spotted Mixwell. I've noticed a little bit more here. And Boo ready to try and challenge Mixwell's in a whole lot of trouble. Boo's found him. Does Nuke get the clear? Not really, but Meadow apparently does. Okay.
No.
They're still going. And look at this plant. They're trying for it. Meadow's going to try and stick this. You're going to have Nuke holding it, but he's not held it long. He dipped away from the corner. And that's going to cost Meadow his life, and it's all but over. It's all but done. OG. Finally weather one of the storms that G2 was bringing.
I think we just witnessed the fault line winning the round because he had to switch away from using the Tour de Force. I did, because otherwise he would have had to basically just try and no-scope it, which, well, at that point, you might as well be using the pistol. Again, up until the very last second, I believed they were going to win that round, just off how G2 have actually been playing throughout this game. Genuinely look more deadly with the pistols. I think I'm getting flashbacks to CNED on Binds, just with how good they are with these Sheriffs, but they have weathered the storm. And now it's going into a buy round, so Oglu should be fine.
1-for-1 trade. Looked like it could have been like a casual 3K, not. It's okay. And I'm just waiting to see how this round starts looking messy. Like, when does it start? For now, OG actually going to pop the ult on this too. It should reveal that there is actually only one player currently dedicated towards the B side. There is that rotation on route, so it's not going to be one player for long, but you can see already the intentions are confirmed. Wall goes up, and his poor old Mixwell all on his lonesome. How much can one man do, Tom?
He's got no util. So he's just got to rely on firefights, and they've just forced him out of the corner. Again, it seems like there's so many times now where Mixwell is just in an impossible scenario to win, and his teammates are nowhere to be seen. Already, easy trading just into the site, and well, it's left all onto Avova once again. We've been waiting, almost demanding one of his rounds, but I don't think this is it.
It doesn't have the look to it, and that cross would be monstrous to try and make. He's read this well, though. Hype's reposition. Yeah, he's ready. You can see the potential in this man, can't you? You can see the potential in this man! For the time! He just doesn't have it. And the cross was going to be watched by Destry, and that was the entire intent, but Avova will show you glimpses of greatness anytime you look hard enough. But this time, just a little too late in the day, but boy, did he give it a go.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm glad the clock was low, otherwise I would have just cast a cursed OG London United into oblivion.
Yes, you would have.
Ah, it's not possible. 3 kills later.
Bloody hell. What's that done to the money? Because surely, yeah, G2's money's run out, right? Like, I don't know what sort of buy they can fashion with this.
That's kind of the weird thing about this, is like OG London United haven't had a clean round really, but still their finances look all right just because they've actually been stringing them together. Like, as you said, it was what, 5-9 notepad check?
Yes. Yes, 5-9.
And how many in a row is that?
Don't make me count. The hell, Tom, I can take notes, I can't count.
11 minus 5 is really tough maths.
It is if you're English. Hoodie not having the great time either, but again, it's Avova. It has to be him to save this. He's one of the remaining rifles, him and Nuki, and they're all... Wait, Feku just turned. It just... Oh, dearie me. Feku just turned around. How did he even consider that?
Oh, if Avova just walked, he wins. If all he had to do was just shoot him. I know it sounds ridiculous, but he had the perfect flank. And instead, Feku has just won them the round. I don't know what can be done from this point onwards. Looking to go for the ace. Okay, fair enough. He's not going to get it, but it doesn't matter at this stage. OG London United, 1 round away from taking the win versus G2. Now, find me a person who doesn't work for OG or London United who predicted that going into today.
I'll tell you there's very few, Tom. I will tell you there's very, very few, because this...
Weirdos.
Correct. This, again, and in the fashion it's happened, right? Watch this back. Tell me it's felt like a normal game. Tombizz is a team that could barely get rounds against Fnatic. OG looking like they've turned over a new leaf. They're doing exactly what is required of them. And G2 on the other side, they ain't. They don't look like a team who's robust or a team that's cohesive. They look in pieces here, in shambles. As OG, you give them a chance, they'll absolutely take it with both hands.
Oh yeah, and G2, well, they're always a team known for fixing things. As I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they come back next week and look like a new team once again, but
of course,
there's only so many times you can stick that band-aid on and manage to make your way through into a playoff stage. They are trying to do it here and now. They're trying to stop OG London United for having their first victory, a victory that I think many thought would never come, me included.
Sure.
Not going to pretend to be on a high horse here. Even still, though, G2 have delayed them at least in the early stages of this round.
But look at the ults as well. OG have a good few to kind of set into motion. First invested Hoodie maybe on the chopping block here. He's got Meadow by his side though, so can they maybe pull it together in these moments? Meadow can, at least for one, but now there's more problems. The pace going to get picked up, but Avova going to fill that gap. And now G2 are looking like they want to brawl on this. Now they want to try and take the fight to them in a 3v2, make it back to 3. And now even numbers, the HP becomes a problem. Meadow's the walking wounded. Lacerations are plenty. Nuki trying to predict the rotation, and he's right.
Tagged though. Already low on health, 54 remaining, but if he can just buy time, that might be enough. The spray down already grants one. He's gonna catch them on the cross as well. This man is trying to drag his team kicking and screaming. A triple to close out around it again. Look like OG London United were in a solid spot, but one man stands in their way, one man at the top of the board, and G2 aren't down and out just yet.
Still hope. Limited, but it's there. But for OG, this is a time to be tested, right? Do they have the metal to close out a game like this? Because sometimes that last round is the hardest, right? It's the one that feels so elusive because you're so close to it. And it slips through your fingertips. But we know the G2 have that depth. They're one of the favored sides in that regard. Scrappy. A brawly team. And relentless aggression, it seems like, is the name of the game. But what does OG do with this now?
I have the spike.
There's actually no one really within the site at this point. Almost looking like a retake setup. Now there's a fair few ultimates, one of them being a Rolling Thunder, which I think is the reason we're seeing such a passive hold. Mixwell as well, just one orb away. But here we go. You're trying to find something, but actually this time nothing comes of it.
Nice edge. Molzy gonna pop the ult, try and clear toward tower, but Hoodie's want to find Feku, and this is starting to look scary to me, Tom. I'm getting nervous for him. Nuki watching this. Or trying to at least. They want to step towards the spike. The spike's still towards tower. Being forced away for a moment. Wall goes up, trying to buy just a second of safety. Plant's gone in, and now the time's on their side.
Rolling Thunder straight through, but they need to break the wall. They've done it. Hoodie in towards the site, just trying to spam throughout the smoke, hoping to clear some of these positions. Molzy, though, he's hit the timing almost perfect. Molotov also goes out, but Hoodie still just running and gunning. Trying to get them back to 11, trying to give them a chance. Destrian with a nice shot. Gives them an opportunity, but both players trapped on the same angle. Avova just needs to fight, but the swing back comes through. It's left onto Hoodie, but the defuse is almost there. Destrian this time can't stop them. And again, someone steps up when G2 needs it.
12 to 11. OT or GG, that's it. And OG's starting to sweat bullets. They can pull up a buy here. They can get a buy going, but these last couple of rounds, you're starting to see that depth in G2, that grit, that determination, that player depth that we know is there. That's why you favor teams like this. Just statistically, it holds true, and also you're seeing it tangibly in front of you here. Nuki opting for the op this time around. Rifles galore elsewhere. Ult-wise, Mixwell's got his. Destrian not far off, neither is Hype, but again, Hoodie, rinse and repeat, same scenes, but a new look coming out from OG.
Yeah, they're trying every portion of the map at this point. An A main fight that goes wrong. A swing through tree and arcade that doesn't work. The only place remaining to make the hit is Dish, and it seems like Meadow is waiting and watching. An operator out as well. So much deep control in towards one side of the map, and okay, the smoke's going to at least give them site control. But I do worry that this player just lurking outside is going to be screwed. But Feku, he's done well here.
He has done well. Takes down an impact player, to say the least. Nuki now gone. You look at what's remaining. Pipe forced to play. He actually wins it, takes down Hoodie. No trade comes out. No one's close enough by to make the most of it. There's still hope alive in this. Of over with a quick trade, and Molsey still sat here. Has to win this fight. Doesn't G2 tearing this back. And now a 3v2, Destrian and Boo. My, are we really coming down to this? Meadow going to try and get on that spike, do what he can, but it's already going to be pulled away from this. Meadow's going to find Destrian, leaving it all in the hands of Boo. Any chance of this? The HP is so low. Oh, he might have done just enough. And now he's got a toy with Avova, the Clutch King himself, and Avova! He's going down! OG! Besting G2! I can't believe what we've just seen, Tom.
No, I think if you were giving me predictions at the very beginning of the day, this is not one I would have ended with. I think picking a player of the match, it's going to be a pretty tough one, but there's definitely one man that springs to mind. And overcoming losing both pistols in that final map to win it out in a clutch like that, damn. OG London United, you have earned your first win in the VCT.
I don't think I could have said it better myself. That is truly hard fought for. And you saw that G2 performance coming back online, Tom. You saw that look of it. You saw them starting to heat up at the end there, and they got control of the game again. So credit to them for that and for an arduous long series. However, we ask of one more thing of you guys at home. Let us know who your MVP was. You've got your options down below. Tom, though, bigger picture. Is this an underperformance from G2, an overperformance from OG? What does that mean for the Fnatic game that we saw before? I mean, how can you extrapolate information from this? Because this just kind of throws everything else through a loop now.
I'll be honest, I feel like this almost just makes the group clearer. Like, I think you just have three favorites now. You're looking at Ascend, you're looking at Fnatic and FPX. I think G2 they've now got to beat both Ascend and Fnatic to get through. Like, that's what they're up against. And one of them is already going to be 3-0 in the group. So it's going to be a really rough road to take. If any team can do it, it is G2, but they've got to fix a lot of stuff for next week.
They have their work cut out, and as do the analyst desk. They've got to kind of break down everything we just watched. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Tom. What a hell of a game we just had. Going to Fracture, and just by the skin of their teeth, OG London United make it through and defeat G2. Their first victory, they beat G2. Is this replicating stage 1 all over again?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Stage 1, it was all about FPX, the undefeated team, but that OG London United that took the win. What we have witnessed today, I think overall the day has been a big upset, but what we just witnessed, especially on this map, a lot of role swaps. Again, G2 with Nuki on the chamber. At some point, it literally looked like it was him and Hoodie trying to stop what Oglu was doing on the attack. Because on that first half, you know, it was a little bit 50-50, a lot of hectic rounds. But when it came to the attack, Oglu was so prepared. Like, the executions were definitely there. Tom was mentioning it. It's not that we haven't seen them like use all the parts in the map. So really happy with what we saw, and also, you know, breaking that stigma of losing the pistol rounds.
I mean,
losing the game.
Oglu, you know, in my eyes, they don't have the star players like G2 has, for example, but they do work better as a team. And the numbers are also like, if you would show me the numbers from this game alone, I would like, yeah, G2 wins this, you know, without showing the scoreline, of course. They had 15 first bloods. The opponents had only 9. Apart from that, we have seen so many, like, just advantages being done by G2 and not converting them. In 5v4 rounds, G2 didn't convert 3 of them, and they had 9. So they only had a 66% success rate of converting a 5v4 round. It's crazy how much work Oglu did put themselves through to make certain they can make a comeback by losing 4 pistol rounds 2 maps in a row. Actually insane.
Gotta be a massive tilter, including the fact that Nuki, a lot of people would be thinking, you know, somebody is kind of posting in chat, oh yeah, I'm really loving this OG London United versus Nuki game today, because it's a really tough one to have. Nuki all aboard the entire time.
Exactly. You were mentioning how those 5v4 situations were not in the favor of G2, but most likely it was going to be Nuki probably just going on the hunt for that first kill, and maybe on the other side of the map not being able to take advantage off of that. So as you said, OG London United just proved that at the end it's about being a better team itself.
Well, standings. This is where this all leaves us at the end of day 1 of week 3. Well. G2 unable to take the win. OG London United, of course, going up with now 1-2, tied with G2 in at least their win-to-loss ratio. On the other side, Team Liquid falling to Xilv, who remain the only undefeated squad here, at least in Group B.
Crazy day. Absolutely crazy day. When I was going here today to Berlin, I was like, Liquid probably will take it. G2 should take it. And now we flipped the switch. Both teams lost. Actually crazy. Like an unexpected day for me.
I kind of understand, if G2 wanted to try this thing out, if they had spotted their problems and they wanted to find solutions, maybe they thought that today was going to be like the easiest day in their group to get the reps, to actually see if things work. It was extremely close either way, but I'm kind of loving seeing Xilv having the same start that they had at the beginning of the year.
Should have been a freebie for G2. It did not end up in this way. A lot to dig through, but more matches also for the rest of week 3. We got day 2 and 3, and this is what day 2 looks like. As always, 2 best-of-3 series, Big versus Na'Vi, battle for the bottom in their group, but who actually takes that gold there? Fnatic versus Ascend. You're looking today at Xilv versus Liquid. That's the big one. Fnatic versus Ascend is the one for their group. Final thoughts before we wrap up?
Today has been crazy. I do not know what tomorrow has for us on that second game. The first one, it really excites me because I expect to see the growing from Big from these 2 weeks into the other half of the stage. But that second one, man, I don't know.
My last words will be a shout out to Boo. That clutch that he managed to do in a 1v2 at the end. It was all done because of a wide swing that he predicted the position of the opponents. He essentially just Ferrari peeked to the left and cut an angle from the one player that will be holding him to kill the diffuser. That was beautiful, and congrats, Boo. You got the first win for your team because of that.
There it is. Best region in the world, EMEA. And up next, our baby sister region, North America. If you still want to come in and watch, don't you worry about it. All the action is coming to you live on stream. See you tomorrow for more EMEA action.
I can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. You can't stop me now.
Yeah, it's gonna keep on going. Hopefully for
You can't stop me now. You can't stop me now. You can't stop me now. You can't stop me now.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal.